sanh cơ linh thành. Ucapi sokamam karoti papagam karyena vacam udaceta sava abhavoso nasavati chadaya abhavanaditam padasavuktam idam visankiratanam panita idena sacena supati hotu. Manapa kumbeyata usida gedimhana masepata masmingimpe tatu Kamangdhamma warang adesa inipada kami paramang hidayat bidang vibhuti ratanam manita idena sacena supati hotu. Varo varado varaharo anudaro namavara adesani idam vibhuti ratanam manita idena sacena supati hotu. Kina Purana Navam Nati Sambhava Virata Cinta Aryavati Bhavasmine Kina Nija Aviro Nijanda Nipatira Yataya Padivo Idam Visankiratanam Panita Idena Sacena Supati Hotu. Yani Bhutani Samagatani Umani Vayani Antalike Tadavadam Deva Manusapujita Buddha Supati hotu. Yani Bhutani Samagatani Umani Vayani Antalike Tadavadam Deva Manusapujita Dhamma Namasama Supati hotu. Yani Bhutani Samagatani Umani Vayani Antalike Tathagatam Deva Manusapujita Idam pisang Sangeratanang Panita Idena Sacena Supati Hot Yesu Ayuna Manasada Lena Ikami Dobota Masasanampi Ipati-pata amatang bigaya Tanda muda ibuding punyamana Idang pisang gerata ng panita Ike na sache na supatihon Yatinda kilo matawing sidosida Chadu di valeri asam pakambiyo Kadu kemang saburi sang vadami Yo Arya sajani avaja masati Idang pisang gerata sang panita Idena sacena supatihon Yariya sajani vibhavanyanti Gambira panena sudesitani Kincavi dehonti kusangamata Nadera vamadamang hadiyanti Idang pisang gerata ng panita Idena sacena supatihon Idang pisang gerata ng panita Idena sacena supatihon Kincavi sokamang karoti papaga Karyena pacang udaceta sama Ababozo nasapati cahadaya Ababanadita pada sabuta Idang pisang gerata ng panita Idena sacena supatihon Manapa kumbeyata Usita gegimhana Masepata masmingimpe Tatu pemangdamma Warang adesa nibbana Kami paramang hidayat Bidang vibhuti ratana panita Nati Sambhava Virata Citta Aryavadike Bhavasvinehina Nija Aviro Nijanda Nipatira Padivo idami sankiratana manita Itina sachina suvadiho Yani Devunani Samakatani Umani Vayani Antalike Tadadadam Deva Manusapujita Yani Devutani Samagatani Umani Vayani Antarike Tadadadadeva Manusapujita Dhamma Namasama Yani Devutani Samagatani Umani Vayani Antalike Nataratam Deva Manusa Pujita Sangham Namasama
Dear Venerable Mahasangha, distinguished guests, Dhamma brothers and sisters, welcome back to International Buddhist Forum organized by the Buddhist Union and the World Fellowship of Buddhists. The theme for our International Buddhist Forum is Wisdom of the Buddha, the Path to Happiness. Coming soon is our first panel discussion topic. It is morality, concentration, and wisdom. Before we begin, there's a general reminder. If you have any question regarding to this topic on morality, concentration, and wisdom, please scan the QR code on the screen or go to your Zoom chat box to refer to the link. May I now introduce you to our panelists and moderator for this panel discussion. Our speakers are Venerable Dr. Shi Chuansheng, Dr. Kwek Sun Han, and our moderator is Venerable Shi Kai-cheng. Venerable Dr. Shi Chuansheng obtained his PhD in History and East Asian Languages from Harvard University. He was ordained as a Buddhist monk under Venerable Guangsheng at Gongmingshan Pokasi Monastery. Venerable Shi Chuansheng is also an associate professor and vice rector, academic affairs and advisor of Buddhist College of Singapore. The next speaker would be Dr. Kwek Sun Han. He's a lawyer by profession and he lectures laws in Singapore. He's an active Buddhist and is a regular Dhamma speaker at various organizations. Our moderator is Venerable Shi Kai-cheng. He obtained his higher ordination under Vinaya Preceptor Senior Venerable Dao Hai. Venerable serves in different Buddhist organizations. I will now hand over to Venerable Kai Cheng, the moderator for the panel discussion. Venerable, please.
Thank you very much, Venerables and the Mahasanghas, Venerable Speaker, Mr. Speaker, and good brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, a very good morning. Today, we are honored to have Venerable Si Chuan Shen and Mr. Greg Sun Han to come to the Buddhist Union for this talk. And the talk shall be on molarity, concentration, and wisdom. So, without much ado, can I invite the first speaker, Venerable Dr. Si Chuan Shen, to proceed with the talk. Venerable Doctor, please.
The first one? Okay. All right. Good morning, most venerable, distinguished speakers, Dhamma brothers and sisters, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for taking time off to join us for our forum on wisdom of the Buddha, the path to happiness, which is so kindly and generously organized by the Buddhist Union of Singapore and the World Fellowship of Buddhists, for which we are immensely grateful. On the topic of morality, concentration, and wisdom, we can identify two approaches. First, the more comprehensive Noble Eightfold Path, and second, the practice of dana, shila, and bhavana, or generosity, morality, and meditation. I will talk about the Noble Eightfold Path, and Dr. Kwee Sun Han about the practice of dana, shila, and bhavana. For the next 30 minutes, I would like to share with you my thoughts on the Noble Eightfold Path to happiness, flourishing with compassion and wisdom. My thoughts will be structured as follows. Next slide, please. Okay, so beginning with an introduction, the Noble Eightfold Path and a flourishing life, followed by wisdom, morality, mental development, and conclusion, flourishing with compassion and wisdom. Well, since last year, COVID-19 has disrupted our daily life. We must learn to accept the new normal, the reality that we'll have to live with COVID-19 in the coming months and years, and hence the need to adapt our lives. Such a life is characterized by uncertainty, constant change, constant adaptation. In this regard, the Buddha's teaching on the Noble Eightfold Path is very useful. If we learn and practice it, we can better cope in these times of uncertainty and change and enhance our well-being and happiness. So let us see what the Noble Eightfold Path is and how it can help us amid the pandemic. The Noble Eightfold Path is a core Buddhist teaching and consists of three important aspects of practice: wisdom, morality, and mental development. Wisdom has two components: right view or understanding and right intention or thought. Morality or ethical conduct has three components: right speech, right action, and right livelihood. And mental development has three components: right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. So we have 2 plus 3 plus 3 equals 8. Hence, it is the Eightfold Path. We call it noble because practicing these 8 components will develop and purify our mind and body, transform us for the better in terms of our thinking, speech, and action, and enable us to lead a life of flourishing with compassion and wisdom until the day we become a noble one who attains enlightenment, nirvana, one who fully understands, practices, and realizes the Noble Eightfold Path. Of these 3 important aspects of practice, we begin with learning what wisdom is, to provide us the correct direction for our practice of morality and mental development. The more we practice the Noble Eightfold Path, the more our life will flourish. Flourishing in the field of positive psychology refers to a life of happiness and well-being, a life of goodness, growth, and resilience, an engaged and meaningful life. It is a life that accepts whatever may come, a life that does not give in to languish and despair, a life that seeks to constantly learn, grow, transform, create, nurture, and contribute, a life of purpose and fulfillment. In short, when positive emotions, engagement, relationships, meaning, and accomplishments are present, they contribute to our happiness and well-being, and we lead a flourishing life. Let us now examine the first important aspect of the Noble Eightfold Path: wisdom. Wisdom is the heart of Buddhism. It is understanding and experiencing reality. We start with learning wisdom theoretically, and then put this knowledge into practice, into actual experience and living truth. Venerable Thich Nhat Hanh teaches us that there's no enlightenment outside of daily life. Wisdom has 2 components: right view or understanding, and right intention or thought. Let's move on to right view, understanding. It is important to help us recognize reality. From the Buddhist perspective, reality is characterized by impermanence. The world is impermanent like changing clouds. It is an eternal flux of happenings, an unbroken continuity of change. Impermanence often invokes in us a sense of uncertainty, unease, disquiet, a sense of unpredictability, precariousness, and apprehension that may be collectively termed suffering. For we can never be sure what is going to happen next in this world of unstable and unsettling conditions. The Buddha teaches us all conditioned things are impermanent. When one sees this with wisdom, one turns away from suffering. Our suffering is aggravated when ignorance, our wrong understanding of the attributes of the world as permanent, leads us to craving and clinging or greed to objects such as our possessions, power, beauty, youth, health, and life itself, in the hope that they may bring us everlasting pleasure. This suffering is also exacerbated when our ignorance leads us to aversion or anger, when things do not go according to our wishes and expectations. We call this the 3 poisons of ignorance, greed, and anger. This suffering is further intensified when our ignorance leads us to an obsessive ego or notion of self, misguiding us to become selfish, self-seeking, and self-righteous, thinking that we matter most with disregard others, not realizing the interdependent nature of our world, that everything arises due to causes and conditions and ceases in the absence of causes and conditions. Just as everything is impermanent, the Buddha taught us that there is no permanent, unchanging self or ego. What we call a self or ego consists of ever-changing, interdependent, impermanent physical and mental factors of personal experience, such as our feelings, ideas or perceptions, habits and attitudes, or mental formations. As a Zen master said, no self, no problem. Impermanence, suffering, ignorance, craving, aversion, interdependence, we experience this all the time, particularly with the ongoing COVID-19 tribulations. So, what can we do? When we have the right view that reality is characterized by impermanence, suffering, ignorance, craving, aversion, and interdependence, we can use this understanding to lead a more meaningful life. Whatever comes into our life, we can learn to accept, embrace, transform, and let go. Observe the worry, keep taking action, for this too shall pass. We begin by learning to accept all the experiences we have in our daily life, pleasant or unpleasant. We learn to be grateful to the people and happenings that we encounter, for it is only through them, through such a diversity of people and circumstances, that we can grow and blossom to our fullest potential. So listen for that little voice cheering us on even during the really hard times, and give thanks for this day. Next slide, please. Okay, after acceptance, we should embrace. That is, find out the causes and nature of the experiences that affect us so as to have a good understanding. Just like a mother embracing her baby to more intimately perceive and satisfy the baby's needs. When we have a good understanding, we're more able to think of solutions to our problems. Your Facebook will be deleted in 48 hours. Embrace impermanence. In the process of resolving our problems, we should be guided by the principle of transforming unwholesomeness to wholesomeness. Unwholesomeness refers to negative states of mind, such as ignorance, craving, aversion, arrogance, and jealousy. Wholesomeness refers to virtues such as generosity, love, compassion, joy, equanimity, calm, and clarity. The more wholesome qualities we have, the happier and wiser we become. We should also transform self-centeredness to selflessness, for it is often our ego that constitutes the biggest obstacle in our attempt to overcome challenges. Once we give up an obsessive ego, we become less defensive, selfish, and self-seeking. We will be able to relate better to people and situations, to act freely, spontaneously, and creatively, and hence to resolve our problems. If we can resolve the issues on our own, we proceed to do so. If we cannot and need the advice, guidance, and help of others, we seek out those whose judgments we trust. For problems that can be resolved immediately, we go ahead. So reach out. For problems that require more time, effort, and resources, we learn to be patient and work on them step by step. Practice patience. Fall 7 times, stand up 8. Finally, for every issue that has been addressed, we should learn to let go and not let it fester and perturb us further, because worrying cannot improve our situation. Our suffering rises to the surface so it can receive healing. Let go, love more. If we can think and act in these ways in our daily experiences, to accept, embrace, transform, and let go, we will be able to flow and flourish with ever-changing rhythms of life, even amid the pandemic. And so the journey continues. Let's move on to right intention or right thought. Intentions and thoughts have an immense influence on our behavior and actions. If we act and speak with a wholesome mind, we will be happy. The causes of our suffering are ignorance, craving or greed, and aversion or anger. Right view removes ignorance. Right intention removes craving and aversion. To remove craving or greed, we practice generosity and renunciation. We give whatever we feel appropriate without expectations of return. Our time, our skills, our possessions. It is the intent that matters most. So gift for the sake of gifting. Over time, with fewer cravings, we will be able to appreciate the joys of a simple life of renunciation. Keep it light. We can only lose what we cling to. To remove aversion or anger, we cultivate loving kindness and compassion. A compassionate mind is filled with the 4 divine attributes of love, compassion, joy, and equanimity. These 4 qualities are known as the 4 divine abidings or sublime states, and they are called immeasurable because if we practice them, they will grow in us every day until they embrace the whole world. We will become happier, and everyone around us will become happier too. Compassion is always here for us, waiting to be awakened. If we develop these 4 immeasurables, we can also counter such unwholesome traits as selfishness, cruelty, jealousy, paranoia, and indifference, which can easily arise in us amid the frustrations of the pandemic. Cultivating a compassionate mind can be a healing meditation that teaches us to begin by accepting ourselves as we are, accepting others as they are, and then working together for a better community and society. We first develop love, compassion, joy, and equanimity in us, and then share them with our parents, siblings, relatives, friends, all the people in my country, and all the people in the world. We welcome all, regardless of races and ethnicities, religions, backgrounds, gender identities, sizes, etc., etc. We stand with you. You will be safe. In our daily life, we can practice simple acts of love, compassion, joy, and equanimity, such as smiling and greeting others, conveying our warm wishes, and be around when our help is needed. All these acts are much appreciated, especially during this challenging time of the pandemic. So send well wishes. You are supported and loved. By countering our negative emotions, developing a compassionate mind can increase our wholesome qualities and level of happiness. Some of the major benefits of compassion include increased immunity, more pro-social behaviors, greater empathy for others, and increased happiness. In short, by practicing the wisdom aspect of the Noble Eightfold Path, which includes right view and right intention, we can gradually eliminate the causes of our suffering, ignorance, craving, and aversion, and gain peace and happiness. When we totally eradicate these causes of our suffering, we will attain the bliss of nirvana. So right view or understanding counters ignorance. We learn to accept, embrace, transform, and let go. Right intention or thought counters craving or greed and aversion or anger, and we learn to develop generosity and renunciation, and cultivate a compassionate mind with the qualities of love, compassion, joy, and equanimity. With wisdom and compassion providing the correct direction, let us now examine the second important aspect of the Noble Eightfold Path, morality or ethical conduct, which is important for our personal development, for our progress on the Buddhist path of wisdom and compassion. The practice of morality has three components: right speech, right action, and right livelihood. The Buddha taught us to avoid evil, do good, and purify the mind. When we move away from unwholesome thoughts, speech, and deeds, and engage in wholesome thoughts, speech, and deeds, we build a strong moral foundation. This will free us from guilt and protect us from danger. The Dalai Lama tells us, "My religion is very simple. My religion is kindness. Be kind whenever possible. It is always possible." We will experience happiness, peace, ease, and security, which will fortify us and help us cultivate good relationships with others. It will give us strength and resilience to adjust to the pandemic, a period in which we can easily lose our moral compass if we are not careful. When we practice morality, we will be protected by the power of the good. We will be protected by the teachings and blessings of the Buddha. Right speech. Right speech means showing respect for truth and respect for the well-being of others. If we wish to create a society in which community, cooperation, harmony, and well-being are goals to be attained, we must control, cultivate, and use our speech in helpful ways. There are four aspects of right speech: the avoidance of lying, slander, harsh speech, and idle talk. Therefore, before we speak, think: is it true, helpful, inspiring, necessary, and kind? If we cannot say something useful, it is better to maintain silence, for there is wisdom in silence. Right action aims at promoting honorable and peaceful conduct. There are three aspects of right action: the avoidance of killing, stealing, and sexual misconduct. Instead of killing, we should respect life and avoid any form of violence. Instead of stealing, we should respect all forms of property. Instead of sexual misconduct, we should respect personal relationships and avoid adultery and any sexual activity that harms others. Right livelihood is the application of right action in our roles as breadwinners in society. We should earn a living in a way that does not violate these basic moral values. There are five aspects of right livelihood: the avoidance of trades in lethal weapons, animals for slaughter, human trafficking, poisons, and intoxicants such as drugs and alcohol. These five traits are not recommended because they contribute to the ills of society and violate the values of respect for life and for the welfare of others. They also lead to insecurity, discord, and suffering in the world. Buddhism teaches the law of causality, cause and effect, or the law of karma, which refers to intentional action together with its ripened consequences. It is similar to the saying, "As one sows, so one will reap. If we act well, preserving the wholesome values of respect for life, property, and truth, we will experience the happy effects of our good actions. We will enjoy happiness and fortunate conditions in this and future lives. Conversely, if we act in unwholesome ways, we will experience unhappiness, misery, and unfortunate conditions in this life and future lives. Let us now examine the third important aspect of the Noble Eightfold Path, mental development. In situations of stress, instability, and uncertainty, like what we are experiencing in the pandemic, mental development can strengthen and discipline our mind and help us see things in perspective with calm and clarity, and help us make progress on the Buddhist path of wisdom and compassion. Mental development has three components: right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration. Right effort refers first to the effort to prevent unwholesome thoughts from arising. Second, the effort to reject unwholesome thoughts once they have arisen. Third, the effort to cultivate unwholesome thoughts. And fourth, the efforts to maintain wholesome thoughts that have arisen. Hence, right effort can help us cultivate morality and mental discipline, which are essential for the development of wisdom and compassion. Our effort should also be balanced and sustainable. It should not be too tense or too lax, as this may lead to burnout and arrogance respectively, and thus be counterproductive. We should walk the middle way. Together with cultivating right effort, we should purify our mind through the practice of meditation. To meditate means, in the Buddhist context, to develop wholesome mental states. For what we put into our mind, we become. The more wholesome and purified our mind is, the greater is our strength and resilience in adjusting to the pandemic. To purify our mind, we can practice meditation in two ways: right mindfulness and right concentration. To be mindful means, first, to be aware and attentive, and second, to watch our body and mind and know what we're doing at all times so as to better understand the nature of our mind and all phenomena. In this way, we can gain insights into the reality of life and make the most of life. Mindfulness practice can train us to be less impulsive in reacting to our roller coaster of thoughts, feelings, and emotions throughout the day, and prevent our unwholesome states of mind such as greed, anger, anxiety, paranoia, jealousy, and delusion from upsetting our lives. In this process of learning to experience the power of now, we can enhance our physical, mental, and spiritual well-being. Studies have documented the benefits of mindfulness for a variety of health issues. It can help manage chronic pain, boost immunity, and so on. Right concentration is usually termed calm or tranquility meditation. We have monkey minds. In daily life, our minds are constantly running after and grasping objects of our six senses: sights, sounds, smells, taste, touch, and thoughts, which can lead to unwholesome mental states. Focusing or concentrating our mind single-pointedly on an object can act as a guard to rein in our monkey minds. The ability to focus or concentrate, the next slide please, is therefore an important function in our daily life. The more we develop our concentration, the calmer and more stable our mind will be. With practice, our mind can learn to subdue distractions and restlessness, worries and fear, and become calm, collected, and stable, allowing us to function more efficiently and effectively in the various aspects of life. In short, by practicing the mental development aspect of the Noble Eightfold Path, which includes right effort, right mindfulness, and right concentration, we can develop wholesomeness, balance, sustainability, clarity, insight, calm, and stability in daily life, helping us make further progress in the Buddhist path of wisdom and compassion. This will also enable us to better navigate ourselves in the pandemic. So, Amid the constantly changing pandemic, the Buddha's teaching on the Noble Eightfold Path is therefore very useful. If we learn and practice it, wisdom, morality, and mental development, we can better cope in these uncertain and unfrustrating times and enhance our well-being and happiness. So on this concluded note, may I send you my best wishes. May you be well and happy. May you flourish with positive emotions, engagement, relationships, meaning achievement, vitality, and well-being. May you flourish with compassion and wisdom. And finally, may you realize the bliss of nirvana. Thank you very much. Ami Tuofu.
Thank you very much, Venerable Speaker, for Venerable Chuan-Sen, who has touched on the right intentions, as well as on the ethical conduct and the mental development. Indeed, he has given us an insight for us, the practitioner, how to purify in the course of our cultivation, our body, speech, and mind. Next, we would like to welcome Dr. Kwa Sun Han to give us the talk on morality, concentration, and wisdom too. Now, without much ado, can we put our hands and welcome Dr. Kwa? Dr. Kwa, please.
Thank you, Venerable. So before I start, I'd just like to pay homage to the Buddha. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. Namo tassa bhagavato arahato Sama Sambuddhassa. Buddham Dhammam Sangham Namasami. So very good morning, everyone, those who are in Singapore and overseas. And my part of today's lecture is to continue from what the Venerable just have taught us. And I would like to refer to the first screen. So the Buddha, as we all know, is a teacher par excellence. He was the greatest teacher, in my opinion, in all of human civilization. And he was a great teacher because he was very skillful. He knew how to teach his students, whether they were scholars. If you read the suttas, his students and disciples were from a wide variety from people of the society. They were either the Brahmins were the scholars, there were all sorts of people, the kings, the royalty, the working class, and even those who were at that time considered the outcast. So the Buddha was a very excellent teacher. He could teach very simply, he could teach very profoundly. But whatever he taught, he made sure that the direction was towards liberation and enlightenment. So we just heard from Venerable the talk on the Noble Eightfold Path, which, to paraphrase, is today's topic, on morality, on concentration, and on wisdom. The Pali words for this is Sila, Samadhi, and Panya. And these, if you follow them, leads to the 4 stages of enlightenment. Now, the Buddha also taught for the lay people, these are not monks, these are not nuns, these are not ordained members of the Noble Sangha, a much simpler training. I wouldn't call it a lower training, but I call it a basic training. What sometimes in credit card we call the classic plan. So this is called the classic plan for the laity, and it does not involve too much of the training because the Buddha knows that lay people, like all of us, like me, yourselves, I think many of you are lay people, you have to work, you have to raise a family, you have worldly aspirations, and the Buddha was very compassionate. So he came out with this, and of course with his deep wisdom, he knew that this could lead to enlightenment. But not enlightenment in that full sense of the attainment of Buddhahood or Arahanthood. This is enough, we say, to be on the path, the irreversible path to enlightenment. We call this the Sotapanna, the stream enterer. And for this classic or basic plan consists of three elements, of these three spiritual characters. The first is generosity, called dana. The second is morality, called sila. And thirdly, of mental cultivation, called bhavana. So I'm going to go through every one of these three simple and achievable qualities, which I hope that by today's conference, if you've not committed yourself to a spiritual training, you would. So we'll start with the first spiritual quality, the quality of generosity, of dana. Dana is giving, which is very simple to do. And the Buddha, in his wisdom, always knew that it is easier to do than meditation. I'm sure if I ask all of us to practice meditation for 1 hour or half an hour, it will be a deep struggle. But if we practice generosity, I think it is much easier. So the Buddha was a great teacher. He knew that the easiest spiritual quality to do was to give. I always tell people that despite any kind of culture or civilization we come from, you know that Christmas is the most celebrated festival or event all over the world. Because Christmas, the essence is about dana, it's about giving. And I'm sure you can remember the day when you got your first present, how happy you are. In the giving, the Buddha said, the giver, the recipient, both are very happy. And that is why the Buddha taught as a stepping stone to all his disciples. In the sutta, you read, when you first come to the Buddha, the first thing the Buddha will teach you will be generosity. He will say, go out and give something. And if you practice generosity and then you come back, he will then ask you, did you feel happy when you give it? Of course, the answer is yes, I feel very happy. And as a good teacher, as a very skillful teacher, he would then say, then I'll teach you a higher happiness. And that higher happiness is what we're going to cover later, called sila. But before we go to sila, let me share with you what this generosity involves. So the generosity is, as I mentioned just now, the first of three spiritual qualities to be cultivated by the laity. And this consists of the practice of generosity by our thoughts, by our words, and by our body. When perfected, the Buddha said that this becomes an antidote to craving. Craving means tanha. And we all know that one of the teaching of the Four Noble Truths is that it is craving that makes us suffer. As you know, the first noble truth is the noble truth of suffering. The second is there is a cause to this, and the cause is tanha. And so if we practice generosity, we are able to let go. And of course, once when we practice generosity, the Buddha's lesson to us was it is always important to be happy before you carry out your act of generosity, during when you're doing the act of generosity, and be very happy when you recollect your dana. And so that's why it is important for lay people like us always to recall the dana that you have done. So like some of my youth, I encourage them to give blood donation when they're free. And I always tell them, before you go to the hospital, before you go to the blood donation center, rejoice, be very happy. When you get up in the morning, say, I'm going to give life. I'm very happy. And when blood is drawn from your body, you must rejoice. You must say, whoever takes this blood, may this blood be well, may the recipient of this blood be well and happy. We'll give them life, we'll give them good health. And when they have finished, they should also rejoice. So this is what the Buddha taught us, the happiness that comes from dana, of thoughts, of words, and of deeds. So let's go to the first one. What is involved when we say this is a generosity by thoughts? So there are 4 ways in which you can do it by thoughts. The first is the generation of our mind of a thought of loving kindness. We call it metta. Metta means it is a wish that all beings always be well, be happy, healthy, strong, and safe. This is even more important now when we are in COVID. And so I took this picture of a mother and a child because in the Metta Sutta, the Buddha described metta as the unconditional love a mother has for her child. So when we sit down, we can do this even every morning. The Buddha advises to do this regularly. To close your eyes in the morning when you get up or when you sleep. And you could say, if you are a really very busy person, you could just say 3 times. May all beings be well, be happy, healthy, and strong. And what happens in the mind is that our mind is very dynamic. The Buddha says that when he looks out on Vesak Day, he says, when I look out in the universe, this is the Buddha with the Buddha mind. He says, when I look at the whole universe, there is one thing so powerful, and that is mind. That is why in the Dhammapada, the first verse, the Buddha said, it is a mind that precedes all things. So you look after your mind, everything will fall into place. And so the Buddha taught the first thing that our mind can do is to generate a heart, a mind of loving kindness, a wish that all beings, when we say all beings, we don't only mean human beings. The Buddha's heart of compassion extends to all beings in the 31 realms, from the lowest in the hell realms all the way to the highest celestial heavenly beings. And we wish all beings safety and happiness. The next, the Buddha taught us that we can do by the dana of our mind is by generating karuna, which is compassion. In the sutta, the Buddha described compassion as a quivering of the heart. This is a very beautiful way of describing what compassion is. Quiver means when you look. Sometimes, I mean, all of us are practicing Buddhists. When you watch a TV, when you see somebody who is in a misfortune, or you could be at the supermarket, or you could be in the office, and you see somebody in trouble, the heart quiver, the heart moved. That is called compassion. The Buddha described that as compassion, karuna. And the Buddha said it is important also for us to generate that. And in compassion, it is a wish that all beings be freed from mental and physical suffering, from stress, from harm, and from all dangers. Again, as you know, this is very relevant in the present COVID pandemic. So we wish all beings. And in many of our meditation, I think many teachers combine these 2 together because these 2 are like 2 faces of the same coin. Loving kindness as well as compassion. So it is very common for us to say, may all beings be well and happy. That's the first one. That's metta. And then the next line we say, may all beings be free from suffering. That's compassion. So when we do this, the Buddha said, the mind becomes soft, radiant, bright. So that's the second aspect of generosity by our mind, because only we can do it for ourselves. The second is the generosity that we can practice by generating mudita. Mudita means empathetic joy. So in this picture, you see 2 persons, doing a high five together. And this is important. The Buddha said we must also rejoice in the good fortune and well-being of others. In today's very fast-paced life, we all get very jealous, Someone get the promotion. I don't think he deserves it. I think he must have been, currying favor with the boss. So yesterday, I was talking to a group of real estate agents, and they were telling me that there is, if you watch Every Day Tonight, I mean, those in Singapore, if you watch the TV, there are launches of many properties. And someone was telling me one of these penthouse that was sold at 50 million, you know, and it was sold by an agent. And I said, wow, the agent must have been very capable. And they all said, no, the agent was not capable. The agent surely must have some tricks up her sleeve. You see, that is not mudita, okay? Mudita means when you hear that, you say, sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. I'm happy for that person, all right? And it is, an example I always use is when we look at the games, like the Olympic Games or the Asian ASEAN Games. You know, when you watch on TV, right, and we see your own countrymen win the gold award, happiness arises. You may not participate in that sport, right? You may not play that sport. You may not understand the sport. But when you see your own countrymen standing up there, happiness arises. When the anthem is played, when he or she receives the gold trophy, you can understand the happiness. That is called mudita, empathetic joy. So the Buddha taught us to always to rejoice in the good fortune and well-being enjoyed by others or achieved by others, and we are happy for them. The Buddha said this is the antidote to jealousy. So some of us have jealousy in our hearts, you know, and the antidote is this, okay? Every morning or evening, you could do this. You could just say 3 times, I rejoice in the good fortune and the well-being enjoyed or benefited by others. Okay, and as you do this, you find your mind become very receptive. The next one of the generosity by thoughts will be gratitude. In Pali, this is called kantanuta, which means sincerely and deeply acknowledge and appreciate the good or benefits done to us or given to us by others. And the Buddha said it is important always be very thankful and grateful. First, of course, to our parents, because without our parents, we can never be here. I was recently, well, not recently, but before the COVID overseas, and I find it that it is very common in Western countries where I found it very, very amusing and also strange that the youngster says, I should not be thankful to my parents. I said, why? I said, without your parents, you can't be here, right? No, I never asked to be born, they said. Okay, and there is movement there around in many Western countries that parents must support the children because the children never asked to be born. Now, this is not what the teaching of the Buddha. To the Buddha, the first gratitude we must have must be to our parents. Whoever they are, whatever quality they have, we must always be thankful to them. Is because without them, we can never ever get this precious human life. Outside, besides our parents, the Buddha taught us gratitude to our teachers, because without teachers, we can never learn the skills of the world. And to all other persons who have helped us, our friends, our bosses, we are also thankful to divine beings. So in some religion, they are very thankful to their deity, to their God. This is also in line with Buddhist teachings. We are thankful to all divine beings who have helped us. We are also thankful to other non-human living beings. Like in this picture here, which I find very endearing, the man kissed his dog. Okay, I'm sure because the dog has protected him. If you have pets, you know your pets love you unconditionally. If you have dogs, your dogs will protect you even at the risk of losing its life. And the Buddha also taught us that we should also be thankful to inanimate things. If you remember from the sutta, when the Buddha was enlightened, out of great gratitude, what did the Buddha do? The Buddha sat before the Bodhi tree for 7 weeks. That's for 49 days. The sutta said, gazing with gratitude and thankfulness to the tree. The next is generosity by words. So we've just finished the one by thoughts. Now we're doing by words, okay? The Buddha said this mouth and the tongue, very powerful, you know. You say the wrong thing, you can kill somebody, you can hurt somebody. You say the right thing, you can inspire, you can heal the person. Many years ago, I read the newspaper, a very sad incident. When a young boy came back, okay, and showed the mother his report card, and he failed everything. And the mother said, I worked so hard. She must have been a single mother. I can understand her disappointment. She said, I worked so hard. I give you tuition and you fail all the subjects. You might as well go and die, the mother said. And the poor boy, you know what he did? He took a stool and he jumped. And this was reported in the newspaper. Because these words, as you know, these words can kill, you know, can hurt somebody. So that is why the Buddha said we have to be very careful with this mouth. Okay, the tongue and the mouth, very powerful weapon. And that's why the Buddha taught us, to lay people especially, because we interact with the world a lot. Okay, these are generosity by words. And the sutta, the Buddha gave many examples. Friendly, pleasant, amicable talk. Second one, encouraging and inspiring words. I think this is even more important now in COVID, where we see a lot of people lose their jobs. Some people fall sick. Some people passed away. And people need a lot of words to encourage and inspire them. The Buddha said we should use our words to heal others. We can use our words for the teaching of the Dhamma. That is what we, some of our speakers here, have been very thankful to be selected to teach the Dhamma. The Buddha said, Sabbe dana, Dhamma dana jinati. In English, it means of all gifts. In other words, you can give people all kinds of gifts. You can give people food. You can give to your wife a diamond ring. Your wife can give you the Rolex watch or a car. Or you can give your child a condo. Whatever material things you can give. The Buddha said, of all gifts in this universe, it is the gift of the Dhamma that excels all gifts. Why is that so? The commentary explained to us, why is the gift of the Dhamma that excels all gifts? It is because in the Dhamma we find encouragement, we find great inspiration, we find encouragement. When we are down, when we are sad, when we are desperate, or we could be depressed, nothing of the material things can ever help you. Not that diamond ring, not that condo house, not that Rolex watch, not that BMWs. It is the lesson from the Dhamma that will inspire you, that will lift you up and make you again back on the path to happiness and happiness. And of course, here the Buddha tells us that we should do this. We should have the generosity by words, and we should avoid things, as Sifu just mentioned in the earlier talk, of gossip, of frivolous talks, of idle chatter, of harsh words, of vulgar words, and of lies. Because all these things serve to hurt many people. The third one of the generosity is the generosity by bodily actions. Okay, and this consists of many. These are some examples. The offering of alms food. So for many Buddhists, when people talk about dana, usually people relate this to the giving of alms, of medicinal requisites to the Sangha. Okay, and that's not wrong. This is what we call the Sangha dana. But dana by bodily action or deeds also cover many other things. So as lay people, because we earn our keeps, we earn our money, we earn salaries, it is very important always and regularly, I call it every month, from what you earn from society, you must give back to society. you can donate. The amount is not important, but the practice is important. It is important for us to give useful and usable items to the poor and to the needy. We can, for those who are more well-endowed, you can help to build schools, you can build hospitals, and of course, lastly, you could do voluntary services at charities and hospitals. An important criteria is that the Buddha told us we must offer, the Buddha said, things like you're giving to a king. So you know what a king is. Huh? So if a king comes to your house, you will always give the best, okay? There are people who practice generosity, but what they do is they give things that they don't want anymore, okay? And yes, you can get merits, we say, but the merits is what the Buddha called inferior merits. If you want to get superior merits in the dana, you must give things like they are valuable, they are useful. The next is sila. Okay, so sila, I won't talk too much on this because Sifu just talked about it in detail. Basically, it is important to keep our virtue. And this is a second spiritual quality. And here it is called the 5 precepts. Okay, and in Buddhism, the Buddha taught in his great wisdom that precepts are not commandments. They are only training rules. All right? They are there, they are to help us, they are to guide us, and we keep these 5 precepts. And not only these 5 precepts, we also keep 5 ennoblers. So I have this picture of the superheroes from Marvel, okay? And ennoblers means not only, like precepts means you don't do, but ennoblers means you must do, okay? So these are the opposite of the 5 precepts. So in the first precept, you should not kill or hurt. The first ennobler will be you will cherish and you will care and you will save all living beings. In the second precept, you do not steal. The second ennobler is to share your things or to give your things. The third, of course, of the precept is not to commit sexual misconduct as lay people. So the ennobler will be to practice fidelity and moderation of essential pleasures. And the fourth of the ennobler here is to practice truth, clarity, and transparency. And the last is to practice mindfulness, awareness, and mental discipline. So the last of the quality is called bhavana, or mental cultivation. So it's very busy lay people. Here the picture you have. Nowadays, meditation is very popular among working people, and you could meditate. And the Buddha strongly encourages to do two of these meditation, of the 40 objects he taught. The first 2 you can do without teacher, so that's very good. You could cultivate mental concentration by your breath, and the second one is by loving kindness. Okay, I think the slides want me to move forward as time is running out. So, quickly, I just mentioned this, is that the training of the 3 spiritual qualities of generosity, of sila, which is morality, and thirdly, of bhavana, or mental cultivation, is to help us to attain the achievement, the spiritual achievement of the stream enterer called the Sotapanna. The Buddha tells us that in order to attain the Sotapanna, it is important for us to practice these 4 lifestyles. The first is to associate with spiritual and noble friends. The second is to listening to the Dhamma regularly, like what we are doing now. Thirdly, appropriate attention. This is your breathing. And lastly, the practicing in accordance with the true Dhamma. Next slide. Okay. Okay, never mind. I'll just talk on this one. Okay, and I like this poem. This poem is about who am I, all right? So this is like a question. So you can ask yourself, who is this person? I am your constant companion. I am your greatest helper or heaviest burden. I will push you onward or drag you down to failure. I am completely at your command. Half of the things you do, you might as well turn over to me, and I will do them quickly and correctly. I am very easily managed, but you just have to be firm with me. Show me exactly how you want to do something, and after a few lessons, I will do it automatically. I am the servant of great people and alas of failures as well. Those who are great, I have made them great. Those who are failures, I have made failures. I am not a machine, but I work with precision of a machine plus the intelligence of a person. You may run me for profit or run me for ruin. It makes no difference to me. Take me, train me, be firm with me, and I will place the world at your feet. But be easy with me, and I will destroy you. Who am I? Anyone knows the answer? For lack of time, I'll just show you the answer. I am habit. And habit is in Buddhism called right effort. So very quickly, I just would like to share two quotations of two great masters of our time. This is Ajahn Chah, who was once asked to what causes and conditions he attributed his great achievements in the practice of the Dhamma. He replied, actually, when I was a young monk, I had many defilements. If there was anything that distinguished me from all the other monks, it was that I was patient. I endured throughout all my difficulties. I never gave up. Okay, and this is again what Sifu was telling us about the Noble Eightfold Path of right effort. And another one, Ajahn Plan, who just passed on a few years ago, was asked how to be successful in meditation. And he replied, when one feels like meditating, one practices. When one does not feel like meditating, one practices. And this is the sure way for the attainment of the jhanas and insight. And lastly, in conclusion, I just like to end with this wonderful sutta where the Buddha asked his disciple, he said, supposing if someone gave you an offer, okay, this person lived for 100 years. Every day in the morning, someone will take a spear or knife and poke you. In the afternoon, poke you again 100 times. Evening, 100 times. Wow, this is great suffering, isn't it? 300 pokes in one day, and you live for 100 years. But at the end of the 100 years, the person say, you will attain the Four Noble Truths, which is another way called the Sotapanna. Would you take the offer? The answer, the Buddha said, yes. If someone can give you that offer, quickly take it. Why? Because samsara is without a discoverable beginning. And there is an urgency to find, and if somebody can give you the Four Noble Truths, then you must get it. But the Buddha say, I do not say that such a breakthrough is accompanied by suffering or displeasure, but rather of happiness and joy only. So in other words, the Buddha said, when you practice the Dhamma towards any of the achievements, please remember, it is not suffering. It is only happiness and joy. So on this note, I'd like to end my part of the talk by wishing all of you happiness and joy only in the practice of the Dhamma. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kua, for your talks on so-called the molarity, concentration, and wisdom, talking Buddha as a great teacher and the teaching of the Buddha with his disciple. And on the Sangha and on the laity touches on generosity of thoughts, words, bodily actions, and this, how it progressed okay, with all these, how it progressed, okay, towards the path of enlightenment. Now, because of time constraint, there will be questions, okay, being thrown to the two speakers. First of all, I would like to ask Dr. Venerable, okay, Sichuan Sen, a question. The question is, can you repeat and elaborate, or rather, what is the final state or stage of happiness that Buddha realized? Dr. Venerable, Sichuan Sen, please.
Wow. The Buddha realized it's impossible to say, right? Because the Buddha taught us that when we gained enlightenment, it is beyond language. It is something to be experienced. So I think what is more fruitful in this question may be to think in terms of the different levels of happiness that we can experience. Yeah? So while living in this life, we can try our best to follow the Buddha's teachings to achieve mundane happiness. Yeah? And then from mundane happiness, we can move on, yeah? We can talk about mundane happiness, we can talk in this life, we can talk about mundane happiness in future lives, and then, of course, we can talk about supra-mundane happiness, and that is the bliss of nirvana. In describing such salvational or soteriological goals, we can do it in two ways. The first is what we call apathetic language. We describe it in terms of negative, we describe it using negative language because it is something that is beyond comparison. So we can say that it is emptiness. It is not this, it is not that, it is not neither this nor that, it is not neither this or that. In other words, it is indescribable, it is beyond language. So terms like the unconditioned, yeah? Terms like the cessation of karma, terms like the cessation of ignorance, greed, and anger. So that's one way of describing nirvana, enlightenment in general. And then another way of describing such a state of mind is to use what we call cataphatic language or positive language. We can talk about it as the highest happiness, the highest knowledge, a place of peace, calm, beauty, world. And often I find that for ordinary folks like us, this cataphatic language, this use of positive terms is more inspiring. So I think as ordinary folks, of course, we all have different inclinations and affinities, and then let us be guided by the teachings and whatever levels or definitions of happiness that appeal to you, follow it, right? Like Dr. Quay said just now, even though our life is suffering, but the Buddha taught us that once we break through suffering, it is always accompanied by happiness. So the Buddha's teaching is actually about happiness, right? Suffering and the end of suffering, which is happiness. And happiness goes through different levels, from grosser levels to more subtle levels of, and then to the final happiness, yeah? The bliss of nirvana.
Thank you very much, Dr. Venerable Sichuan Sen, for the answer that's given, or that he talks on supramundane happiness and the mundane happiness on the bliss of nirvana. All right. Next, we would like to ask Dr. Quack on this question, and the member of the public had asked, life is suffering, then what is true happiness, or how can we find real happiness? Question is, life is suffering, then what is true happiness, or how can we find real happiness? Dr. Quack, please.
I think the answer has partly been given by Venerable just a few moments ago. But I think from a lay perspective, perhaps true happiness is for a lay person, is a happiness that you have learned how to let go. You become less serious about life. They become less attached to your ordinary, I call it your worldly goals and objective. And very importantly is that in your usual lay life, you have also catered from your very busy life a portion of your time for spiritual cultivation. And you will realize that if you don't do it, then of course you'll never understand it. That's why the Buddha say that he does not teach metaphysics, he teaches experience. In many religious traditions, there is a lot of emphasis on belief, you notice, right? And my teacher always said, the moment you say, I believe, it means you don't know, right? You don't know, that's why you believe. Now, the Buddha don't want us to believe. The Buddha wants us to know. The only way to know is to experience. So, if you practice the teachings that the Buddha have given us, if you feel very stressed in your life, you feel very unhappy, you feel very unwanted, you feel very depressed, then if you practice the meditation topics which the Buddha have given to you, there are Buddhist centers in Singapore, and if you're overseas, also in your country, if you take up a course, you must always give yourself time. You cannot go after the first session and you hope that it becomes a cure to all your mental afflictions. No, it doesn't happen like that. Okay, you have to give yourself a chance. You must go through it at least 3 months, and you will find happiness and peace truly. Because this arises not from outside. The Buddha said a lot of these things, reality is not outside. Reality is in the mind. So you start with the mind. All problems start with the mind first. So you have to handle this mind. So you practice meditation, you practice a good lifestyle, you will definitely experience that your life becomes better. Okay? It is not it cannot solve your problem now, but it can be better. And gradually, as you go deeper and deeper into the practice, then you will achieve and the various stages of enlightenment, and that's where you will really experience true happiness. I hope that helps you with the answer.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kwa, for your answer to life is suffering. Then how can we find the real happiness or true happiness? As such, we have to take life, okay, during, at this point of time where we are so busy, okay, everybody is so busy, we have to be less serious of life, less attached to worldly goals and objectives. All right, though we may have a busy life, we must never forget that spiritual cultivations will lead us to happiness. Tame your mind, as the Buddha say, subject to change are all things, strive on with diligence. I'd like to thank Dr. Venerable Sichuan Sen, Dr. Kwa, the two of you for expounding the topics of molarity, concentration, and wisdom. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the venerables and distinguished guests for the Dhamma lectures and also for answering the questions. Yes, indeed, we ourselves must strive. So the practice is up to us. And after listening to all the talks and lectures and theories, more importantly, we have to put into practice. And of course, we have very well practiced teachers who are showing the path and also showing us what are good examples. So hopefully all of you will find your good teachers and also follow their good examples on the Buddha's path. So dear Venerable Mahasangha, Dhamma brothers and sisters, we'll now have a lunch break. While you're having your lunch, we would like to remind you that if you have some questions for the next two panel discussion, you can submit them via our Google form. So we're going to show you the QR code on the screen. You can use a mobile phone to scan them, or you can go to our chat box. There's a link provided by our volunteer. You can click the link and submit your question regarding the next two topics, which are all very interesting. We have karma and its purification, and also the next topic, healing in Buddhism, Theravada, and Mahayana perspectives. So please come back and join us back on Zoom, YouTube, or Facebook for our next two panel discussion on And the next one coming up will be the karma and purification at 12:45. Thank you, everyone, and enjoy your lunch.
Om Sahasamani Mitasayudana Irime Danani Dhamma Vidina Chidavamunindo Dante Jasa Bhavadute Jaya Mangalani Marani Regamaviyu Chita Savarani Dante Jasa Bhavadute Jaya Mangalani Nalagiri Gajamara Adimata Buddha Navagi Jagamasaniva Sudarunanta Vedam Musekavidina Chidavamunindo Dante Jasavavadute Jaya Mangalani Ukita Kadamatimado Sudarunanta Davanti Yujanapada Kulimalavanta Iri Visantadamano Chidavamunindo Dante Jasa Bhavadute Jaya Mangalani Kawana Kagamudara Ivana Vidya Chinchaya Duda Vajana Janaka Yamaji Murindo Dante Jasa Bhavatude Jaya Mangalani Mukita Kadamati Sudarunanda Davantiyo Janapada Kulimalavanda Iri Visantadamano Chidamagurindo Dante Jasa Bhavatude Jaya Mangalani Kawana Kakamudara Ivana Viniya Chinchaya Dudavajana Janakaya Maji Sandina Somavira Dante Jasa Bhavatude Jaya Mangalani Sajam Vihaya Madisa Jagapala Ketu Manaviro Vidamana Adiyanda Buddha Panya Padivajalino Dante Jasa Bhavatude Jaya Mangalani Ananda Bujara Vibhudam Mahidi Udena Dera Mujagera Namamayando Idu Pade Savedina Chidama Murindo Dante Jasa Bhavatude Jaya Mangalani Buddha Harini Bujagena Sudhanahana Brahma Visuddhijagini Akavidana Yanakadena Vedina Chidamapunindo Nante Jasa Bhavatude Jaya Mangalani Veda Vibhuda Jaya Adigabeya Nano Kanti sudanta vinira, cita pamurindo, tante jasa bhavatude, jaya mangalani. Nalagiri Gajapara Adimana Buddha Navagi Jagamasaniva Sudarunanta Vedam Musekavidina Chidavamurindo Tante Jasavavadude Jaya Mangalani Mukita Kadamadihana Sudarunanda Gavanti Yojanapada Kulimalavanda Iri Visantadamano Chidavamurindo Tante Jasavavadude Jaya Mangalani Katwana Kakamudara Ivana Viniya Chinchaya Dudavajana Janakamaya Sandena Somavidina Chidavamurindo Tante Jasa Bhavatude Jaya Mangalani Sajam Vihaya Madhisa Jagapala Ketu Vadaviro Vidamana Adiyanda Buddha Panya Padivajalino Tante Jasa Bhavatude Jaya Mangalani Sajang Vihaya Madhisa Jagapala Ketu Vada Vidamana Adiyanda Buddha Vanya Padivajalino Sakamatihano Sudarunanda Gahantiyo Janapada Kulimalavanta Iribisan Kadamano Chitavangudindo Nante Jasa Bhavadude Jaya Mangalani Kawana Kagamudara Ivana Viniya Chinchaya Dudavajana Janakaya Maji Sandina Somavira Chitapadu Nante Jasa Bhavadude Jaya Mangalani Sajam Vihaya Madisa Jagapala Ketu Varaviro Vidamana Adiyanda Buddha
Recording in progress.
Jaya Mangalani Jaya Mangalani Buddha Harini Mujahena Sudhanahana Brahman Visuddhijayini Akavidana Yanakadena Vedina Chidamamunindo Nante Jasa Bhavadude Jaya Mangalani Veda Vibhuda Jaya Sarate Manandi Idvanani Kavividani Jaya Mangalani Mukita Kadamatihano Sudarunanda Dahanti Yujanapada Kulimalavanda Iri Santadamano Chitavanurindo Dante Jasa Bhavadude Jaya Mangalani Kawana Kagamudara Ivana Viniya Chinchaya Dudavajana Janakaya Maji Sandina Somavina Dante Jasa Bhavadude Jaya Mangalani Sajam Vihaya Madisa Jagapala Ketu Manaviro Vidamana Adiyanda Buddha Panya Padivajalino Dante Jasa Bhavadude Jaya Mangalani Mananda Bujara Vibhudam Mahidi Udena Dera Mujagera Namamayando Idu Pade Savedina Chidamapurindo Dante Jasa Bhavadude Jaya Mangalani Buddha Harini Mujahena Sudhanahana Brahma Vishnu Dijunividi Akavidana Yanakadena Vidina Chidamapunindo Jaya Mangalani.
Dear Venerable Mahasangha, distinguished guests, brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, we hope you enjoy your lunch. Thank you for coming back online once again to join us, whether you are on Facebook, on our YouTube, or right here with us on Zoom for the International Buddhist Forum organized by the Buddhist Union and World Fellowship of Buddhists. The theme for our International Buddhist Forum is Wisdom of the Buddha, the Path to Happiness. We'll continue now with the next panel discussion, Karma and its Purification. Let me introduce to you our panelist and moderator to this panel discussion. Our speakers are Venerable Dr. Heng Shui, Bhante Mahinda, Venerable Shi Chuan Xian, and our moderator is Venerable Shi Chuan Sheng. Bhante Mahinda is born in Malaysia. He was ordained in 1976 as a Buddhist monk under the tutelage of the late Venerable D.K. Sri Dhammamanda Nayaka Thera. Bhante Mahinda is abbot of the Aloka Meditation Center. He's the founder and spiritual director of Australian Buddhist Mission Inc., ABM, and advisor to a number of Buddhist organizations in Australia, Malaysia, and also in Singapore. Venerable Dr. Heng Shui is an American Buddhist monk currently stationed in Queensland, Australia. Venerable Heng Shui is a senior disciple of the late Chan Master Xuan Hua and is currently the director of Berkeley Buddhist Monastery. Venerable Shi Chuan Xian received his Tongsha in 1991 under Senior Venerable Sik Wei Yim of Lianshan Shuangling Monastery. He graduated from Yuan Kuang Buddhist College in Taiwan in 1998. Presently, the Venerable is the president of Prajna Vihara. Our moderator, Venerable Dr. Shi Chuansheng, he obtained his PhD in History and East Asian Languages from Harvard University. He is also an Associate Professor and Vice Rector, Academic Affairs and Advisor of Buddhist College of Singapore. Dhamma brothers and sisters, I will now hand over to our moderator, Venerable Shi Chuansheng, for this panel discussion. Venerable, please.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Most venerables, Dhamma brothers and sisters, and ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we are ready to begin this panel on karma and its purification. And without further ado, I would like to invite Bhante Mahinda to be our first speaker. And so, Bhante Mahinda, please.
Thank you, Venerable Atasuki Hotu, to all, and venerable members of the Sangha, brothers and sisters in the Dharma. The subject on karma and its purification. Before we talk about purification, let us try to understand a little bit about what karma is from the Buddhist perspective. The term kamma in Pali and karma in Sanskrit, it is derived from the Sanskrit root kr or kara, which literally means action. The concept of karma is very widespread amongst the different religions in India or the philosophical traditions, but they have different interpretations of karma. Yeah? Now, in the Vedas, for example, karma refers to a religious act, such as the rites and sacrifices to specific devas or gods, yeah, in return for some what you call help. And so like that, there are different ways of how and people interpret karma. So it is very important to understand the Buddhist perspective of karma. The Buddha, what is actually very unique about the Buddha's explanation of karma is that it is based on morality, on ethics and intention. The Buddha defined karma as follows. Buddha said, Chetanaham bhikkhave kammang vadami, chetayitva kammang karoti, kayena vachaya manasa. That means, chetana or volition is the karma I preach. Having generated that volition in the mind, one commits karma through body, speech, and mind. In other words, karma from the Buddhist perspective is not just any kind of action. It refers to a volitional or intentional action that is generated through body, speech, and mind. And it may be wholesome or unwholesome, good or bad, depending on the factors which condition our mind at the time of performing the action. The law of karma is simply stated as good begets good, evil begets evil. It is a natural law of cause and effect, without any lawgiver. When we perform a good, a wholesome or skillful action, the energy we experience, it makes us feel calm, composed, and peaceful. And an action is said to be good, moral, wholesome, or skillful. Now, these are words that we use usually, yeah? And we can say it's good action, it's moral, wholesome, or skillful. So, when that action is good, then the mind is conditioned. The mind conditioned by generosity, loving kindness, and wisdom. On the other hand, when we perform a bad action, an unwholesome or unskillful action, we experience certain uneasiness, some gross and restless feeling, and even remorse. So an action is bad, we consider that action bad or unwholesome when the mind is conditioned by the tendencies of greed, hatred, and delusion. Now, the energy field generated through our thoughts, through our speech and body action, they can be felt and experienced. Now, this is the karmic energy or force. Wholesome action conditions peaceful and pleasant feeling, whereas unwholesome action conditions agitation, agitated and unpleasant feeling. Now, the first and the second verses of the Dhammapada, it says, if a person thinks, that the Pali is mano, pubbangama, dhamma, mano, setta, mano, maya, and so on. Now, if a person thinks, speaks, or acts in an unwholesome or unskillful manner, conditioned by greed, hatred, delusion, then the unwholesome consequences of suffering follows him, just as the wheels of the cart follows the hooves of the ox that draws the cart. If, on the other hand, one thinks, speaks, and acts in a wholesome and skillful manner, that's conditioned by the absence of greed, hatred, delusion, but flowing with generosity, loving kindness, and wisdom, then the wholesome consequences of happiness follows him, just as a shadow follows the man. Now, the simile that the Buddha used, the comparison Buddha used is this, that unwholesome consequences, they are like burden, just as an ox is burdened by the cart that it has to pull. But with regards to wholesome consequences, there is no burden at all. It's just like the shadow that follows you without any effort. Yeah. So that's the Dhammapada. Now, when a person leads a moral and wholesome way of life, avoiding killing, stealing, sexual misconduct, lying, and the indulgence in intoxicants, and he or she is protected from the harmful effects of such unwholesome actions. Such a person has no guilt, free from guilt and remorse, and there's no burden to carry. In fact, that is why we encourage people to observe sila, right? The reason is sila, the abstaining from evil action and doing the good action, it frees one's mind from remorse. Yeah? And when the mind is free from remorse, the mind is naturally calm and composed. And that's how it leads to concentration and be able to see things clearly as they are. Now, the law of karma operates on the basis of conditionality. In other words, things do not happen simply by chance, nor are they totally predetermined or fated to happen. When certain causes and conditions arises, then we see the arising of certain effects. Happiness and sorrow, they all arise, dependent on causes and conditions. Karma does not mean we are destined to experience the exact result of each and every action, as if each action were accounted for individually. Now, in the Lonapala Sutta, the Buddha clearly stated that this is not the right view. He described our experience of karma like putting salt into pure water. If we put a handful of salt into a cup of water, it would immediately become too salty for us to drink. But if we put a handful of salt in the Ganges River, we won't even be able to taste the difference. Yeah. Then the Buddha went on to say that in a similar manner, a person may commit a minor, unskillful action, but he has done a lot of merits and he has developed and strengthened his mind. So he will experience the result of his unskillful action in this life as something very minor and almost unnoticeable. On the other hand, if that person has done very little merit or constantly engaging in other unskillful actions, then one small unskillful action may be enough to result in rebirth in the lower states of existence. Yeah? So according to the law of karma, our present life is conditioned by the actions of our past lives. And what we do in this lifetime, it will condition our future life. We are the sum total of our past thoughts, speech, and body actions. And what we will be in the future, it will be the result of our present thought, speech, and bodily action. In other words, we are constantly being molded by karmic forces. This is how we account for the differences between individuals. And that is how we also explain how the Buddha had that perfect features, 32, the lakkhana, the 32 perfect features and major and then 80 minor features of the Buddha. Yeah? These are all conditioned by karma. Some are born in the lap of luxury, while others are born in poor and miserable conditions, even without the basic requirements of life. Some are intelligent, and while others are foolish and dull. Some are strong and healthy, others weak and sickly. Some are ugly, others good-looking. Karma accounts for all these differences and inequalities. While the action we perform will give rise to a corresponding effect, it may not necessarily arise immediately. Yeah? Some action may give rise to result within this lifetime, only after a certain period of time. Some may ripen in the next life, and still some others may ripen in successive birth. Yeah. And we can compare this to the germination of seeds. The seeds of some plants, like alfalfa seeds, they grow very quickly. Others take longer time. The mung beans, the green beans, for example, they sprout within a few days. Yeah, that's how we get the tauge. But the seeds of mango or avocado or durian takes a long time to germinate. Yeah. Now this is how we explain why some good people may encounter various misfortunes and suffering. And on the other hand, a wicked, a cunning person may be enjoying his or her life. Yeah. This is not the result of his wicked action. But because of some wholesome actions, some good actions that we have performed in the past, whether in this present life or in his previous life, that's how he experiences the good results. When the unwholesome karma ripens, he will certainly reap the unwholesome consequences. When a kind and virtuous person suffers, he suffers not because of the good or wholesome action. He suffers because of certain bad actions that he has done in the past. According to Dhammapada, verse 119 and 120, Buddha says, even an evildoer sees good, as long as evil ripens not. But when it ripens, then he sees the evil results. In a similar manner, even a good doer sees evil, as long as good ripens not. But when it bears fruit, then the doer of good will see the good results. Now, for a seed to germinate and grow, various factors or conditions are necessary, such as sunlight, heat, water, and the soil conditions. When the conditions are not favorable, the seeds will not germinate. Likewise, when the conditions are not suitable, certain karma will not be able to ripen. In fact, certain karma, like seeds, they may die or become no longer viable. This is called ahosi karma. Ahosi karma, they are karma which are ineffective. It becomes null and void. The energy generated by actions which we have done without much thought, without strong intentional planning like that, premeditated, then that energy, that karma is of low intensity. When conditions are not favorable, the karma becomes ineffective and can no longer produce results. So we have the ability to clear many of such karmas in this category by avoiding bad company and by practicing mindfulness and sense restraint. Now, with regards to the purification of karma, since karma is an intentional action that is generated by the mind and then expressed in speech and bodily action, the purification of karma must involve the purification of the mind. But we will not discuss the full details of mental purification here, because I think you may be more interested in this conference to find a quick fix for the wrong actions that you all have done. We all want quick fix. And the Buddha's teachings contain different methods how we can overcome the consequences of our evil actions. Now, during the Buddha's time, Angulimala, the bandit who had killed so many people, he was able to gain his final liberation. Amrapali, the woman, the courtesan or prostitute, she was able to gain her final liberation within her lifetime. Of course, you can say that they are very fortunate to have the blessings and guidance of the Buddha himself. But we must also consider ourselves fortunate because we are able to receive the Buddha's guidance and protection through the Dhamma and the Sangha. Yeah. According to the teachings of the Buddha, karma has different degrees of intensity. We have mentioned ahosi karma, the actions that are performed without much consideration or volitionary activity. The intensity or seriousness of such action is not as strong as actions which have been premeditated and performed with strong conscious intention. Furthermore, good or bad actions performed towards our parents or towards pure and spiritual people, they will bear serious consequences. There are mentioned 5 kinds of bad or unwholesome actions that are considered to be very serious or weighty karma or garuka karma. They are the killing of one's own mother, killing of one's own father, killing of an arahant, injuring or causing harm to a Buddha. Buddha cannot be killed. Yeah. And creating a schism or division among the Sangha. And this can only be committed by a fully ordained Sangha member. Yeah. Now, the consequences of such actions will certainly ripen at some point, either in this lifetime or in the future life. Yeah. There are also certain good or unwholesome actions which are considered very serious and weighty. Now, these include the cultivation of pure states of mind through the development of jhanas or mental absorption. They will produce karmic result more quickly than actions generated by ordinary unrefined mental states. Yeah. Now, in the Noble Eightfold Path, when we talk about samma samadhi, the right concentration, Buddha defined that samma samadhi is defined in terms of patama, dutiya, tatiya, chatutta jhana, first, second, third, and fourth jhana. Yeah. Now, this is how developing a strong, very strong good karma that has the power to cleanse certain unwholesome karma at a deeper level. Now we can understand all the good and bad actions we have done as energies, and they are deposited as layers upon layers of our consciousness. Yeah. In order to clear the deeper layers of our consciousness, we need deeper levels of mental purification. The more superficial layers of guilt and remorse, that can be cleared through actions of confession and seeking forgiveness. And there are specific and very elaborate methods of repentance or seeking forgiveness, especially amongst the Mahayana practices, and that I will leave to the other speakers. Yeah. In the Pali tradition, we have the practice of seeking forgiveness from the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. When we recite the verses, Kayena vacha chittena pamadena maya gatam achayang kamame bante buripanya tathagata. What we say is this: if by actions, by speech, by thoughts, if I have heedlessly done anything wrong, forgive me, O teacher, enlightened one, most wise. We seek forgiveness. So in the same manner, we do Kayena vacha chittena pamadena maya katang Achayankama me Dhamma Sandittika Akalika. This means that if by speech, by our actions or thoughts, if we have transgressed, if we have had wrong thoughts about the Dhamma, we have some wrong views, and we seek forgiveness. Yeah. And then, kayena vacha chittena pamadena maya katang achayang kamame sangha sapatipanna anuttara. Now, this is very important. And we seek forgiveness in the name of the Sangha because it is so easy to have wrong idea, wrong perception of Sangha members who are noble ones, who have cultivated, who have transcended their, what you call, the worldly life. Their actions may seem people cannot understand because they are no longer bounded by the rules and regulations. They've gone beyond that. However, some choose to respect and they observe, but some others, they are so free. Yeah. But other people cannot understand, and that is why this wrong, what you call idea and view about Sangha members. Now, as long as we have wrong perception or views with regards to Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha, either in this life or in some past life, then there will be some kind of obscuration. The karma that we perform also generate, there are layers of veil like covering. That's why we cannot understand. Many people, when we listen to Dhamma, sometimes we cannot understand. And even we understand, when we try to practice, we cannot realize. These are obscurations. And we can clear these obscurations by sincerely seeking forgiveness. Yeah. Now, when we do our forgiveness, seeking forgiveness sincerely, with a strong determination to avoid wrong actions and to set ourselves on the right course, then this practice can help to clear our guilt, especially the guilt and remorse. Yeah. And also act as a constant reminder not to commit further wrong actions. Yeah. Sometimes the guilt and remorse, we can feel it. We sometimes are aware of our wrong actions. But those wrong actions that we have done in the past, we cannot remember. But that guilt and remorse makes us feel some kind of restlessness. And when we try to develop our minds, they interfere. This is the result of the karma of the past, the obscurations of the past. That's why we need to clear this all the time. If we continually experience, we are actually continually experiencing this karmic cleansing without our even knowing it. When certain positive karma ripen, we naturally feel cheerful and happy. We feel calm and peaceful. When certain unwholesome karma ripen, we feel restless and uncomfortable. Usually, in this situation, we are all very good at distracting ourselves by eating, drinking. Some people smoke, engage in social media, such as the YouTube, gaming, and musical apps, whatever. By distracting ourselves in such manner, we are not really clearing our karma. In order to clear our karma, we need to be mindful and observe whatever phenomena that arises, pleasant or unpleasant. We see them as rising, falling phenomena without reacting. In other words, when we are clearly aware and we don't react to such phenomena, they will naturally come to pass. They are all energies, they rise and fall, without our creating further karma. Now, this is how the practice of mindfulness will enable us to gradually clear layers upon layers of our karma. And that's where we need to be very patient. Right? We have the quality of patience, khanti, in the Dasaparami, in the 10 paramitas or in the 6 paramitas. Yeah. Patiently clear this layer by layer, layer by layer. Now there may be some wrongdoings which upon ripening may create very strong discomfort. Sometimes it creates fear, anxiety. We need to have faith to seek refuge in the Buddha, Dhamma, Sangha. And this will help to strengthen our mind to face and endure the unwholesome consequences. Actually, our faith in the Buddha is so important. Every day, every time, if we can, just express that gratitude and see the kindness, the great compassion of the Buddha. And that's how we are able, yeah. And when we have this gratitude again and again, so that when some bad karma ripens, we feel uncomfortable, immediately we go for refuge, and we will have the strength to overcome, to face these consequences. Now, associating with spiritual friends or Kalyana Mitta, they will also be a very great support, especially when we go through certain difficult phases in our life due to ripening of certain bad karma. Yeah. Now, the next thing I'll touch on is how to go beyond karma. Yeah. In fact, the whole teachings of the Buddha can be understood as a process of karmic cleansing. Simply stated, it says, Sabba papasa akaranang kusalasa pasampada sachitta pariyodapanang etang buddhana sasanang. That is, avoid all evil, do good, and purify one's own mind. This is the teachings of all Buddhas. Now, by avoiding evil and doing good, through the observance of the basic 5 precepts and the accumulation of merits, through the practice of dana, sila, bhavana, generosity, morality, mental culture, then we will be able to avoid negative karma and generate more positive karma. However, as we mentioned earlier, since all our good and bad karma are generated by our own mind, it is only by purifying our mind that we will eventually be able to stop generating karma and go beyond karma altogether. Actually, there is no shortcut. There is no shortcut. To purify our karma, we need to purify our minds. How to purify the mind? It is through the cultivation of the Noble Eightfold Path, which I believe has been earlier discussed. But traditionally, the Noble Eightfold Path is explained in terms of the threefold training of Sila, Samadhi, Panya. Morality, concentration, wisdom. When we restrain our speech and bodily action through Sila, the training of Sila, morality, then the tendencies of greed, hatred, delusion will not be able to manifest at the physical level, thereby avoiding harm to oneself and others. Yeah. Now, the tendencies of greed, hatred, delusion can still manifest at the mental level. You all have this experience. Sometimes when you get upset with some people, you keep quiet. But in your mind, sometimes there can be cursing and swearing going on. Yeah? So that is why we need to develop another level, develop samadhi or concentration. Still, this is not enough. Because when we get out of our meditation, when we get out of our meditative and concentrated states of mind, the tendencies of greed, hatred, delusion can still arise. Those who attend retreats can understand this. After their retreat, when they come out their retreat and they look at things around them, they can get upset. Lustful desires can arise. Yeah? So that is why that samadhi alone is not enough. That is why it is necessary for us to develop panya, wisdom. The wisdom and insight to understand and realize the true nature of our existence, the true nature of mind, and the reality of the world around us. We see the characteristics so that we can see the characteristics of anicca, dukkha, anatta, impermanence, unsatisfactoriness, and non-self. Now, seeing the emptiness of all component things, we will be able to let go and stop generating tanha, the craving for sensual desire, the craving for existence as well as non-existence. Now then, that's how we stop generating karma. And when one reaches that state, whatever activities that we perform, that will arise, the activity will be conditioned by the pure mind through wisdom and compassion. And they are just pure actions. They are called kriya. And that transcends good and evil. Yeah. However, even one who has practiced up to this stage is still not free from the effects of their past karma. You may have heard about the story of one of the chief disciples of the Buddha, Venerable Moggallana. He was an arahant. He was only second to the Buddha in terms of psychic abilities. But he could not escape being beaten to death as a result of having killed his own parents in some previous existence. Yeah? You can look up for the story later on. It's quite a long story. Yeah. But the difference is this. Those who are liberated, those who are free from greed, hatred, delusion, they are able to endure the ripening of karma with equanimity. So they are not really affected by the pain and other things because they have gone beyond. Yeah. So being free from craving, they no longer cling to this body. They don't have this idea, I, my, me, and mine. Yeah. This is what the whole teachings of the Buddha is about, is to go beyond this wrong, the notion, the wrong view about I, my, me, and mine. Yeah. Now, although the body may be subject to pain and death, the mind is completely free from fear, from pain. At this point, there is only suffering. There is no sufferer. Yeah. So, now we need to understand about karma in our daily life, yeah, before we conclude. Our response to karma depends on the level of our Dharma practice and wisdom. When one's mind is not properly developed, we may take karma very seriously, attributing all our illness and misfortune to bad karma. You hear a lot of people say it's bad karma. And they feel sad, depressed, and remorseful for all the unwholesome actions that they have done. But when one's mind is more developed, when one starts to develop one's mind, then we have greater wisdom and insight. We will begin to understand karma at a different level. We will see karma as a conditioned phenomena. It is not something that is totally fated or predestined. Right? We will be more ready to recognize our own imperfections and shortcomings. And then we can accept, and not only accept, but we even welcome the ripening of negative karma as part of the ongoing cleansing process. That's how we understand our life, as a cleansing. Every moment, yeah? Karmas are ripening, good and bad karma. When we are strong and healthy, if we encounter some unpleasantness in our life, it is easier to distract ourselves with other things. But as we age and we become too weak, too feeble to distract ourselves, because our eyes cannot see properly, we cannot enjoy the YouTube and social media. Yeah. And our ears cannot hear music. Yeah. And our tongue, we cannot eat the thing. So, and that's when we will feel the full effect of unpleasantness, which may be very painful and agonizing. That is why we need to cultivate our mind while we are still strong and healthy, so that we will have the strength, the courage, and wisdom to accept whatever adverse situation, pain, or discomfort that may arise. Now, since karma is generated through the mind, ultimately, the only way to purify our karma is to purify one's own mind. The whole teachings of the Buddha aims at this purification of the mind from the root causes of suffering, the tendencies of greed, hatred, and delusion. That is how we will eventually be able to go beyond karma and find real happiness.
Thank you very much, Bhante Mahinda, for the excellent exposition on karma and its purification. We really benefited a lot from your clarity of your expression in terms of karma, the law of karma, the principle of conditionality, purification, the different degrees, the intensity of karma, and the different kinds of practices of purification: body, speech, mind, ethical conduct, right concentration, mindfulness, right mindfulness, and then going beyond karma. Thank you so much, Bhante Mahinda. And it's our pleasure now to invite our second speaker, Venerable Dr. Hen Xue. Venerable Dr. Hen Xue, please.
Namo Fundamental Teacher, Shakyamuni Buddha. Namo Fundamental Teacher, Shakyamuni Buddha. Namo Fundamental Teacher, Shakyamuni Buddha. Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening. I'm very grateful to be asked to join the panel today, and I'm very pleased to be able to take part with these distinguished speakers. Venerable Chuan Qian, who we're sharing the talk with, Venerable Chuan Sheng, our energetic MC, and my Dharma brother and old friend Bhante Mahinda. I was a great admirer of his teacher, who briefly was also a mentor of mine, the late Chief, the Venerable K. Sri Dhammananda. I want to express my gratitude to Venerable Baotong of the Buddhist Union, and to mention how much we miss the late Venerable Bao Shi. Her contribution, her smile, her energy was always part of every activity that I joined at the Buddhist Union. The late Chan Master Sheng, Xuan Xiaohua, Lao Shang, came to Singapore in 1978, introduced me to the Buddhist Union, and I've been coming back and learning about the Dharma and cultivating together with my brothers and sisters in Singapore ever since. Brother G.S. Tan and all the volunteers. And so thank you all again for the invitation. One of the benefits of the Dharma coming to the West, I'm an American and I'm living currently in Australia, is that we get a chance to take a fresh look at the Buddha's wisdom. For example, let's look at the idea of cause and effect, the principle of cause and effect. Every religion begins as a story. We're children, we're young, someone we trust, someone we count on, an authority says, this is so. This is how the world works. Now, I was raised in the Methodist faith in the Midwest of the United States, and I was told that reality had been made by a supreme being. All I had to do to fulfill my duty in that faith was to accept that story, and everything else would be taken care of for me. I remember there were Christian bumper stickers that said, let go and let God. And that message, that story works very well for many, many, many millions of people around the planet. The problem for me and why that didn't satisfy was that I was left out of the picture. The decisions that I made somehow didn't matter. All I had to do was wait to find out whether I had been saved based on the degree of my faith. And I was told, you cannot work your way to heaven. Now, that perspective on the question who's in charge is not unique to Christianity or to the other Abrahamic religions. In fact, every religion on earth that is a theistic religion, that has a theos, that has a god or a goddess in the center, has a similar focus that is different from the Dharma. And that focus is out there. That somewhere outside of me, beyond the reach of my body, my mouth, and my mind, is the place the decisions are being made for my life. And the direction in the Dharma is 180 degrees different. When we meet the Buddha's teaching, we turn the search around and look within. 所谓回光返照, let's say in Chinese, return the light, reflect within, reverse the illumination. We say 学佛做人, 人道进, 佛道上, learn from the Buddha how to become a good person. And when you become the best possible person, the path to Buddhahood is complete. In other words, Buddhas are made from the mind, which takes us directly to today's topic that Bhante Mahinda so thoroughly laid out for us just now, a beautiful presentation of karma and its purification. So I would like to, this is a pop quiz. Everybody get out your notebook and your pencil. There's a pop quiz. You can put your answers in the chat box. I'm kidding about that part. Let me ask you, who's in charge of my life? Who's in charge of my life? Who decides ultimately for right or for wrong in my life? Good question. Is it really God's will? That answer satisfies many hundreds of millions of people. If, you know what they say, his eye is on the sparrow, and I know he watches me. That was my mother's favorite Christian hymn. The idea that God is in charge, his computer knows everything about my life and makes the decisions for me. I simply walk through and accept those decisions. That answer works for a lot of people. How many of you would say that answer works for me, honestly? That it's let go and let God. Okay, that's an answer. Who's in charge of my life, ultimately? Not everybody would agree. Some people say, fate. My life is simply bound up in fate. It is destiny. What happens to me is gonna happen. I can't do anything to change it. The power operates beyond my control. Nothing can be done. That's fate. It's destiny. Now, if I were to ask you, how many of you, you can actually in Zoom, you can raise your hand. You know how to do that? You can raise your hand and say, how many of us would say it's fate? Fate is in charge of my life. The answer is known, but I have no access to it. I simply wait. That answer worked for some people. Now, how many people would say, actually, when you ask me who's in charge of my life, the answer is nobody's in charge. They say stuff happens. Nothing can be done. There's nobody in charge. Good luck, bad luck, you shake the dice, take your chances. Chance is in charge. It is not God's will. It is not fate. It's chance. There's no computer who knows the answer. How many of you would say, yes, that's me? That describes my answer to the question. Ultimately, who's in charge of myself? Now, the Buddha had a different answer. He said, actually, every individual is in charge of his or her life. Decisions are made within my control. Anything can be done. I not only influence the outcome, I create the outcome. Now, as Bhante Mahinda mentioned, there are layers of karma. Past karma also sets patterns in motion that can control me before, can motivate my body, mouth, and mind before I catch it. But if we practice stillness, shila, samadhi, prajna, particularly in the state of samadhi, as motivations arise in the mind, we catch them and say, that's unwholesome, that is unskillful, that is downright harmful. My conscience doesn't let me do that. We have taken charge. We've stepped into the flow. We have become the architects of our own future. When did I first begin to believe in cause and effect? I was bowing on a pilgrimage that I took at one point in my formation as a monk from Los Angeles to Ukiah, California. It was an 800-mile journey, and I was with another companion monk. The two of us were taking 3 steps in one bow. We were bowing for world peace along the Pacific Coast Highway, going up along the coast of California. We were living outdoors in an old Plymouth station wagon, and I was keeping silence. I had a vow of silence and didn't speak for 6 years during that time. The only book that I read was the Avatamsaka Sutra, the Huayanjing, Dafangguangfo Huayanjing. The two of us bowed for 8 hours a day, slowly doing bowing yoga on the roadside. We lived as mendicants, eating only what we were given along the way, 1 meal a day. And then at night, we did evening chanting in our Plymouth station wagon. We translated a section of the sutra because Bhikshu Heng Chao, my companion, didn't read Chinese. So I would help with the translation, and we would work out our English translation. We came to a chapter called the 10 Stages chapter, the Shirdi Pin, also known as the 10 Grounds chapter, which describes the Bodhisattva path from beginning to end, from first step, the Bodhi resolve, all the way to Buddhahood. I especially enjoyed the chapter called the second stage, the stage of leaving defilement behind, 离垢地 it was called, coming out from the dust. There's a section in the second stage, 第二地, 离垢地, in the 10 stages chapter of the Huayan the Avatamsaka, that describes 10 good deeds and 10 evil deeds, 十善十恶, divided between 3 evil deeds done with the body and the 3 good deeds, which are preventing those 3. The 4 evil deeds done with the mouth and how to prevent them, and the 3 evil deeds done with the mind. The description of cause and effect in the second stage of the 10 stages chapter is clear, precise, real world, practical, down-to-earth wisdom. It says such things like this. Here's a quote. It says, the Bodhisattva by nature does not kill. Disciples of the Buddha, the Bodhisattva, once established on the ground of leaving the dust behind, is naturally free of any tendency towards killing. He or she does not collect knives, clubs, weapons. He or she nurtures neither resentment nor hatred. They can feel shame, they can show remorse. They are filled with the fullest measure of goodness and empathy. They only think to be kind and beneficial to all living creatures and to all life. This bodhisattva would never even think of maliciously troubling a living being, much less would he or she deliberately kill anybody they recognize as a living being. That's how the quote goes. And so you could get a feeling here of the good heart, the kindness, the ahimsa, the why, the harmlessness that is at the core of a bodhisattva's way of being. And then this chapter goes on, and this is the part that I cherish the most. This clear exposition of good, evil, and the results. There's a section that says, now, the offense of killing, suppose we living beings who are not bodhisattvas, we kill. The offense of killing, if it's serious, can actually take us out of our human body and in a future life lead us to the realms of the hells, the animals, and the hungry ghosts. If instead we are still born among people, we have 2 kinds of retribution. 1 is a short life, and 2, many illnesses, lots of sickness. And when I read that, it was like, wow. So, in this continuity of life, in our reincarnation, in our rebirths, time and again, the deeds that we do follow us until they come ripe and are extinguished or transformed through repentance. And if I kill, because we are connected to each other as living beings through our Buddha nature and for the elements of our body, if I force the life out of another creature, maybe I plan to eat it for dinner. No matter what the cause, if I kill, the result is my share is reduced, and the human body that I get is prone to illness. That makes so much sense. That was like, yeah, cause and effect. And then we're encouraged to creatively transform and apply these teachings. So if you turn it around, you get the following description of cause and effect. The virtue of nurturing life, of fostering and cherishing life, of eating a wholesome plant-based diet instead of a meat-based diet, we can extend our lifespan as humans or as devas. And if we are born as a human, we get 2 retributions, a long life and good health. Okay, now we're cooking. So this is wonderful. And here we are. We had bowed now about 700 miles. We were in Marin County across the Golden Gate Bridge, and it was February, it was rainy winter in Northern California, and we were huddled around our oil lantern in the back of his car, reading the Avatamsaka Sutra. And I first began to believe in cause and effect when I read this passage. Here's the quote. It says, the offense of loose speech, qi, also known as frivolous speech, one of the 4 kinds of of misuse of the mouth, the offense of loose speech also causes living beings to fall into the three evil paths, the three paths of hell's animals and hungry ghosts. If they are reborn among people, they will have two kinds of retribution. One, people will not accept what they say, and two, their speech will not be clearly understood. Okay, again, if I, in my ordinary talk, say lots of color things, qi, frivolous speech, loose speech, means two kinds. One is just prattle, talk, tambuking, rattling on, right? So never not talking where I cause affliction in others. That's one. The other is off-color language that creates crooked thoughts in other people's minds. Both of those are considered false speech, frivolous speech. So someone who does that a lot can actually lose their human body. The karma of the mouth is heavy. The retribution for misusing the gift, the wonderful gift of speech, is heavy indeed. But if we come back as a human, the retribution for loss of qi, frivolous speech, will be people won't accept what I say, and the things I say won't be understood. Now, I read that passage, and there I was, in the dark, at night, in a Plymouth station wagon, as a Buddhist monk, a pilgrim, and the Avatamsaka Sutra spoke to me. On the moment, I had this memory. I had this I was taken back into a problem that I had dealt with my entire life. As a young boy in school, and then as a young man, before I left home, I really wanted to be popular. I wanted to be well-liked. I was into student government, and I was a normal kid. In order to get people to like me, I told jokes. I made fun of people. I laughed at them. I exaggerated. I added oil and vinegar and salt to all the stories that I told. I told off-color stories. Anything that could get people to laugh and find me funny and then like me because I was funny, I would say those words. It became a bad habit. So that, was it true or not? That didn't matter. Was it laughable? That was my value. That's called frivolous speech, but I didn't have the Buddha's wisdom. All I had was this problem, which was when it came time to really tell the truth and to say something that mattered, people wouldn't listen to me. Whenever we had to make a decision about what to do, where to go, how to pay for something, decisions, people would just go, they wouldn't pay attention to the things that I said, as if air, popcorn coming out of my mouth, it didn't matter, right? And sitting in the back of this car, reading the Avatamsaka Sutra for the first time, encountering the cause and effect of the 10 grounds, I had this image of something that I used to say all the time, which was, no, that's not what I meant. You didn't understand. How frustrating to be, as a young man, a young woman, wanting to matter, wanting to count in the society, in your family, in your job, in your community, and having people discount what you say or misunderstand. People always shrugged off my words or misconstrued them, so I always had to repeat it. Only after reading the second stage of the Avatamsaka's description of the retribution for loose speech did I connect that, oh, indeed, I had done this to myself. And that was sobering, but also so humbling when I realized actually the Buddha in the Avatamsaka Sutra understood my problem. Further, here was a method of change, which was speak truly, speak sincerely, speak honestly. 真语实语无语不妄语无疑语 right? Speak honest words or even keep silence. And that habit will correct itself. It's not God. It's not chance. It's not fate. It's the energy of my own good habits. And I vowed on the spot to change and to keep my vow of silence, which I did. So what about the purification part of karma? Bhante Mahinda mentioned that the Mahayana monks will be talking about repentance, and possibly Venerable Chuan Xin will be saying more about this. I don't know what he's got in mind, but Samantabhadra Bodhisattva, Puishen Pusa, the Bodhisattva of the keeper of the practices, the 84,000 Dharma practices in the Mahayana, has a verse, and he says, "For all the harmful things I've done with my body, speech, and mind, from beginningless greed, anger, and stupidity, through lifetimes without number, to this very day, I now repent and I vow to change entirely." That's Samantabhadra's verse from the Avatamsaka Sutra in chapter 40, chapter called Samantabhadra's Practices and Vows. And in the prose part of that section, he says, if the karma created over lifetimes, now we heard from Bhante Mahinda that karma means action. It doesn't mean what common parlance has done with karma, which means bad stuff. Karma doesn't only mean bad stuff, it means action and its results. Good karma that we do is done by us. Bad karma that we do is done by us. The results happen. Samantabhadra Bodhisattva says, if the deeds created by a single person in our many lifetimes had shape and form a single person, empty space would be full. There would be no room for that second person's deeds. That's how much the force of the seeds that we plant in our minds have to ripen and move our lives in the directions of you could say, the energy vectors. Think of a rocket taking off from its launching pad. It's vector force. It's going out into space depending on the trajectory you've given it. So our karma is just like that. Master Hua told us about the mind ground, the Xindi. Mind is just like a ground. It's like the earth. It's like a garden. It's very fertile. Any seed that we plant, for better or for worse, will grow. It'll be sweet, it'll be sour, it'll be bitter, depending on the seeds we plant. So I recited that verse, Wang Shi So Zhao Zhu Ye Jie You Wu Shi Tan Chen Shi Song Shan Yu Yi Zhi So Shan Yi Che Wu Jin Jie Chan Hui. Recited that verse perhaps 1,000,000 times. With every bow. Every time I bowed, 3 steps from bow, I recited that verse while I was on the ground. And that is one of the shortest formulas, but the Mahayana tradition has created over the history of our collection of the Tripitaka nearly 50 repentance liturgies. Some of them have been lost, some of them are still being practiced. The longest may be the 10,000 Buddhas repentance, takes 21 days to finish. The Emperor Liang, compassionate repentance. The Da Bei Chan, the great compassion repentance, we bow it every single day at the city of 10,000 Buddhas. And these liturgies are wonderful companions to Chan meditation. Chan brings us stillness. It allows us to see the arising of thoughts. Repentance allows us to transform and to purge those thoughts as we rise. Our founder of our Tiantai teachings, Great Master Zhizhou, was in fact enlightened through bowing repentancies. Now, how powerful is this method? I have one more story and then my time is up. While I was bowing again, this intense 8 hours a day of reciting Samantabhadra's repentance verse with every bow, I was on the coast of California, a place called Big Sur, which is very, very rugged and remote. There's mountain cliffs and then the Pacific Ocean to the left and whales going by outside. And maybe 3 or 4 cars per hour drive by. Otherwise, it was just the wind and the pine trees and the seagulls and my mind. And I'm bowing down, Namo Da Fang Fang Shuo Hua Yin Jing. And I start the repentance verse, and suddenly this memory of something that I did as a 10-year-old boy came back to my mind. What I had done, and it's embarrassing, but I'll tell you anyway. Please don't think the less of me. I had gone into a local 5 and 10 cent store, just a kind of a gift shop, and I had seen on the counter a toy. It was a pirate's knife made of rubber, so I could stab my brother and the rubber blade would bend. And it was that, kind of like a Halloween kind of toy knife. And I saw it and I wanted it. And I put it in my pocket and walked out. I stole it. And I got back home and I pulled it out. My mother said, "Oh, where'd that come from?" I found it. "Did you steal that?" Yeah. Well, she took me by my ear. She actually did take me by my ear, walked me back to the store, into the owner, and said, "My son stole this from you." And I was terrified. I thought, "Oh, I'm too young to go to jail. I don't want to be put in prison. I'm sorry." And I cried. I was 10 years old. I was caught stealing. And the shop owner was a kind-hearted man, and he said, "Did you steal this knife?" "Yeah." "Are you going to ever steal again?" "No." "Okay, put it back." And he said, "Go away, go home." So that was that. But that was, for a 10-year-old, it was traumatic. And I clearly buried that memory in my mind. I never thought of it again until bowing to the highway in the stillness of Big Sur in nature. The entire experience returned to mind with every sense intact, not just the memory, kind of like a movie, like a dream, but the embarrassment, my face flushed, my heartbeat sped up, I tasted the shame and stood up from the bow and was like, "What's just happened?" And then bowed again, and that was that. And honestly, to tell you, I believe it's the power of repentance and also the practice of bowing, where we put our head and our heart on the same level. We always say Bai Chan, to bow a repentance. The combination of the physical yoga and the liturgy, liturgical practice, and the contemplation of Samantabhadra's practices and vows to repent of karmic offenses and reform. There's a power here. When we bow to the ground, our bigger muscles, the thighs and the trunk, the core, relax. And our head and our heart, as I say, are on the same level, so the circulation moves and things wash up. Perhaps I had held that memory, that shameful memory of stealing something from the store, held it in with my muscles tight in a deep place. But by bowing, it allowed it to come to consciousness. And sure enough, I said, "My goodness, look at that. I am capable of theft. I don't want to do it again." For all the harmful things I've done with my body, speech, and mind, from beginning with greed, anger, and stupidity, through lifetimes without number, to this very day, I now repent and I vow to change entirely. So how does that apply to us? Last thing I want to say, who did you have breakfast with this morning across the breakfast table? At home, were you there with your Dharma brothers in the monastery? Where were you? Is that someone that you stopped talking to? Have we all been swallowed by our phones, so we only talk to the screen anymore? Maybe if we could connect with the people closest to us, our relationships, our family, our colleagues, the brothers and sisters, and say to them, "I'm so grateful that I can be with you, that I can learn from you, and if I've ever harmed you, I'm really sorry." And mostly, husbands and wives, if the husband can say, "My fault, I'm sorry, I'm going to change," guaranteed you'll catch your wife's attention. She'll be paying attention carefully to you to see what's wrong. But that may become a habit because it's the energy of spring. Karma will only accumulate if we allow it. If we don't, we don't look within and say, that was a mistake. I can do it better. I can do it differently. What do they say? 学佛做人. We learn from the Buddha how to become better people, 人道境佛道成. When we become the best possible person, Buddhahood accomplishes itself. 阿弥陀佛。
阿弥陀佛. Thank you very much, Venerable Dr. Henshe, for a very contemplative discussion. Yes, contextualizing the topic begin at first from a broader comparative religious perspective, focusing on the question, who decides on my life, other power, self-power, sharing with us his thoughts on his silent journey of 3 steps, 1 bow, talking about the Bodhisattva path, the power of kindness, cause and effect, karmic retributions, the importance of nurturing life, the notions of interdependence, purification of body, speech, mind, repentance verses, interesting stories, bowing practice, connecting our lives more instead of just virtually, and then of course learning from the Buddha and become the best possible person. Thank you very much indeed, Venerable Dr. Henshe. And on this note, may we invite our last speaker, Venerable Shi Chuanxian. Venerable Shi Chuanxian, please.
诸位主持人诸位法师，诸位佛友，大家平安如意。那今天有这个因缘呢，来讲到这个业力业力的东西也牵扯得非常的广那我们从这个业力，我们也讲到业障那么又会讲到我们的业报等等我们再给大家看一下所以常常我们讲了，我们这个业力啦、业障来了之后呢，我们就要接触忏悔，就能够清净所以罪从心起，将心忏，心若灭时，罪已灭。心亡罪灭两俱空，是者名为真忏悔那这个是在《华严经》里面的一句话可以那我给所以我们今天呢要谈的呢，就是我们关于我们这个有关于我们善恶的业力。那么这个业力，它有业力，我们有业障，那么怎么来忏悔？那么它跟我们的这个因果轮回有什么关系下一章所以诸佛世尊为以一大师因缘呢出现于我们这个世间所以就是在开示我们众生呢悟入这个佛的一个知见，所以认明法界缘起、业果轮回之真理。所以众生之沉沦迷惑呢，唯在一念之间。一念的迷昧呢，则三途六道受苦无量；一念的觉悟呢，则三乘四果解脱自在。所以《华严经》云：若人欲了知三世一切佛，因光法界性，一切唯心造。所以这一念呢，是迷的还是悟迷，所以世尊不惜呢苦口婆心要我们修持这一心。所以说一念忏悔能够光明人生所以修持一心，明持一心所以修心则烦恼断，生死了所以我们修这个心，让我们能够呢断烦恼了生死。这个心如果是明的话呢像光明这样的话呢，我们就能够增长我们的智慧，增长我们的菩提。那么所以此心修一念的忏悔，我们修这个忏悔，一念忏悔就能让我们呢得到清净安乐。所以在人生旅途呢，谁没有烦恼，谁又能在内心没有困惑呢？所以乃至证的阿罗汉果的修行人，有时也会失去正念而起烦恼。因为阿罗汉因为习气烦恼而发动造作身口业， 何况我们是凡夫，怎么没有这个过错呢？所以说一切的业呢，也是跟我们的习气跟烦恼是有相关系的。因为这个习气，我们才有这个造了我们这个身口意业。所以因此人们内心有烦恼有困惑很正常，但是有智慧的人能够早点觉悟呢，策立自己努力的改悔呢，那么就是说我们有点早一点觉悟啦，不怕迟那为什么呢？愚痴的人呢，因为扶障自己的罪恶，以使自己的罪障呢这样的障碍所以佛法不仅是成佛的方法，也可以来解决人类生活上所面临的这种问题。所谓了生脱死，熄灭凡夫生命的烦恼痛苦所以希望世心的生死流转，进入不生不灭、常乐我净的法尔境界。也是从我们这个凡夫到成佛了生死这样的过程都是因为烦恼痛苦了。但是这个法能够让我们离苦得乐得到不生不灭、常乐我净的这一个法尔的境界。所以如此重大的问题呢，佛法能够解决。所以在我们生活当中遇到的各种问题呢，只是一般的小问题啦自然能够由佛法来解决那佛法既然是一种方法呢，它并非学术理论，所以方法既有它的法则。那么这法则也就是来解决我们人类各种问题的所在所以这个法则呢这个一般呢我们所能够通常都会了解的因缘法则、性空法则、虚妄法则、业力法则。因缘法则我们讲诸法因缘生，诸法因缘灭，世间呢因缘所及的缘起缘灭因缘和这个就生起世间的因气，因缘离散就会一切的还灭。那么性空的法则，世间一切法都是本性空，因为世间一切都是因缘和合而有，必须具足有关条件因缘，法才能生产，才能产生。因此法就不可能有实在的体性所以有实在体性便能自有，就不必靠因缘而有，而且既有体性已存在了，所以不必有所以一切的法本性就是空，性空才能缘起，缘起才能性空所以像我们这个讲座呢，它有个缘起那么也有观众听众所以都能够融合在一起，从那种因缘和我们就来主办这个讲座都是一个缘起的，都是一个性空的。另外一个是虚妄，知道世间事事都是呢表象从根本看来都是虚妄因为一切都是虚妄的我们还要执着吗？所以人的烦恼痛苦呢，不由执着起来嘛，就是因为我们执着嘛，才有烦恼。所以这一切的现象都是虚妄。那么见了世间虚妄，自然也不会太过执着，烦恼也就少了所以一切都是呢因缘和的嘛那么讲到我们今天的主题的业力呢，这个业力的法则，就是佛陀为什么讲业力呢？告诉我们业力这个轮回因果就是告诉我们这个命运呢掌握在我们自己的行为当中我命由我不由天更不由他人所以一切呢在佛法来讲生死轮回源于业力，成佛入圣也不离我们开这个业力不管你是了生死的，乃至你成佛解脱，都不离开业力这个就是业力的一个法则。那心念跟我们的业报，我们心念跟业报呢还是有互相的影响所以心念与业报之间关系非常复杂，那么对我们影响很大。那么当中我们也要思考的一个问题，为什么这个心念跟业报会影响呢？就是影响业报轻重的因素，它有影响到我们这个业报轻跟重的问题所以我们讲说，你同样是一个沙， 可是杀父母或者杀畜生呢，那由于杀的对象不同，所以产生不同的果报。那么此外，你发心的动机还有行为手段等等差异，也会呢对这个业报产生不同的影响。所以说我们这个一个念头呢，它也能够影响的我们这个身心这个动念所以这个发心动机还有呢行为，就影响了我们这个业报这造成我们这个业报好，那么我们现在呢来介绍我们讲什么是业那么刚才法师呢也有提到了所以业呢是指行为动作业是指我们心里所起的身口意活动而引发的一种力量。那么因为这种力量感得善恶果报所以是从这个行为动作，从我们的身口意发动的一种力量，而形成了一种的善恶果报。那我们讲这个业呢，这个种子这业的种子呢，都是藏在我们的阿赖耶识的在我们的内藏识里面。那么这个种子呢，因缘和它就长，所以由种子遇缘会出现行，到现行的时候就果报分明，就善因得善果，恶因得恶果。所谓业力不灭善有善报，恶有恶报的因果力了。所以这个业力它是不会消灭的它会跟随我们的，不会消灭，只是善与恶的因缘而已假如说我们有人生气骂人甚至打人那不是嘴巴说过骂过，动手打过就算了，这样的动作呢，它会招感我们的某种的恶果所以我们的一个语言我们的一个身口意你看都会影响的，都会造成善恶的果所以而不是说我骂了人动手没事的，连生气这种的意念活动也会招感果报。所以凡是身口意的活动，有一种招感未来的潜在能力，那么这样的潜在能力，我们就称它为业，就所谓的一个业力那么业呢，当然也有很多。业什么问题产生业呢？业就是因为祸跟苦，因为业就是因为有祸，祸就是烦恼，所以烦恼我们就会苦咯所以我们造业这些都是因为有烦恼，所以我们有苦。所以业为中心，就会有烦恼跟苦报的一个。那么当然身口意呢我们都会知道了十善业嘛身三口四意三那个大概大家都知道了。那么这边我所要讲的一个问题说，这身口意呢，哪一个比较重要呢比较有影响力呢？其实不然这身口意就是这个意念是最主要的所以刚才前面的法师讲都是一些 mindfulness 我们的正念它会影响我们的行为所以因为由于内心的意念来决定，所以这个业是善或是恶，是轻或是重它是有关系的。在诚实论里面呢，就提到三业轻重，身口意哪个比较轻，哪个比较重呢？它是还是给予我们一个所以这个佛法里面就给我们很好的答案就是刚才讲的三业中何为重是身业重吗？口业重吗？还是意业呢？那么佛陀回答：心为法本，心尊心导，心念的善恶，即言即行，故知意业为重因为意业立胜于身口业啦，所以我们刚才讲了，身口的业哪一个呢比较会感受呢？就是这个意业所以假使拿一把刀从导道上砍杀这个那兰陀内所有众生，即使你开一整天也杀不完。可是呢，有禅定的人一发嗔心这个神通力能够让这个那兰陀内的所有众生烧成灰烬所以我们讲一念嗔心起嘛火烧功德林就是这个意思。由此可见，身口意三业当中，意业为重那么我们这个第一个从身口意三业来讲。第二，善恶无记业，善业恶业无记业善原则上就是两个方面，一个是你发心行善， 第二个，你能够令他人受益，啊，你要行善，也要让他能够受益哈。所以呢，我们这样的话，为什么会这样呢？因为这样的话，我们就会知道了，你这样的一个发心行善，让人受益，你就会得到什么善业而招感的乐报。你如果是恶业，就招感了苦报。那么无记业呢，就是不是善不是恶的，就是非善非恶啊。好，那么我们看第三啊，第三就讲的定业不定业。定业啊，就是不定业，就是在什么地方呢？就是你故意的，你故意造作的强业，必定呢招引某种果报。所以定业不定业是你这个业你是故意造还是不故意造的。所以在《中阿含经》里面，这个《诗经》里面，佛陀说啊，如果你故意造业，佛说他一定受报；如果不是故意造业，他不一定会受报。这是定业不定业的啊，这个的意思就是你故意造业还是不是故意造业。那么事实上，业的必定受报跟不必定的受报呢，也要看看我们有没有时间来忏悔啊。就刚才之前法师讲的这个譬喻嘛，我们这个业是定业不定业，也要看时间来忏悔。就是说，在这个《中阿含经》里面，这《盐喻经》里面讲，就好比一包1斤的盐跟一包20斤的盐，如果把这一包盐呢，你把它倒进杯子里，那么这20斤的盐你丢到大海里面，那么哪里的水呢是比较咸苦的啊？所以当然是杯子里的水比较咸，对不对？但是哪里的盐比较多呢？当然是丢到大海里的比较多。那这个当中所讲的一个譬喻就是说呢，即使你有重大的恶业，如果有足够忏悔的时间，假设你的有这个生命啊，你生命延长，能够遇到善知识精进修学呢，佛法勤修戒定慧，就能从重业轻受而成为不定业。也就是说，这个不定业能够怎么能够转啊？所以看我们的这个行为啊，懂来衡量的啊。所以说重业轻受而不成为定业啊。等一下我们后面我们就会看一些例子啊。反之，你若故意作恶，没有足够忏悔时间，完全不知道忏悔，那么一定会受苦报的。所以说你有业你要忏悔，你清净，你要有时间去忏悔。如果你完全不知忏悔，那么你就什么一直在这个痛苦当中啊。所以《金刚经》里面有一句话：善男子善女人，受持读诵此经，若为人亲见，是先世罪的业，因堕而道。以今世人亲见故，先世积业则为消灭，当得阿耨多罗三藐三菩提心啊。所以诵持《金刚经》以后，而受人亲辱亲见毁辱呢其实不是的这不是这个道理的他就说的，因为呢，就是说我们从无量界以来所造恶业很重，所以发心努力学佛，虔诚的读诵经典，遭到这个逆缘受人糟蹋轻贱呢，这罪报现在就体现就报销了。也就是说，为人亲见就是能够把我们的业来抵消本来应承受的果报，所以换言之呢，能够呢重罪轻受。所以现实的逆境不一定坏事，因为它可能抵消我们的重罪所以在唐朝玄奘大师呢，他在圆寂的时候身体呢稍有病患，那么某大德问他：你老人家严持戒律精进，一生翻译这么多经典，这么大的功德你为什么往生了还会生病呢？所以我说一代大师真的是不容易所以玄奘大师他回答：哪里无量界以来的罪障那是无量界以来的罪障过去带过来的，所以最后病中安然忍受，所有罪障都能消了。所以佛法的里面就常常讲嘛，重罪轻报。 那么第4种呢，共业不共业啊，所以我们讲了这个疫情呢是一个共业了啊，所以不共业又称别业，所以这个不共业是影响自己的，叫做不共业。那么同时影响自己跟他人就是共业，就像是我们现在的这个冠病疫情呢，就是一个共业啊哈。好，那么我们再看到这个第5种的就是引业跟满业。引业是一种特强的业力，引导众生得到一个总报体。那么这总报体就我们讲的什么我们的6道轮回了就是这个5道能够影响我们的引导的我们呢趋向这样的一个地狱的这种5趣中的苦为天人恶鬼畜生地狱这是一个引业那我们看这个佛陀的时代啦，提婆达多那么他持戒苦恨也是禅定非常具有神通但是因为恶心触佛生血，所以这样恶业太强，导致他堕入的这个地狱了，是吧？就引导他到了这个堕这个地狱苦所以说他就引入他因为他这样的一个触佛生血的这个业力那满业呢，不像引业这么强。满业就是说呢，虽然不能引导众生感得生死总报体了，但它会影响我们的报身是否圆满那么这个就是呢，叫做讲我们现报，我们现在我们长得漂亮不漂亮我们6根是否俱全等等这一些这是满业那么什么是报呢？我们前面讲了业我们讲业报业我们有好几种的业，报就是果报，由业力所感的果报，我们称它为易熟果易熟易类而熟，就是什么呢？我们做了善业就招感的乐果，造了恶业就招感的苦果。所以我们一般讲说善有善报，恶有恶报那是一般的。那如果从佛法来讲的话呢，应该是善有乐报，恶有恶报。那么在未受报之前，如果没有证得解脱，业潜在的能力一直是存在就是我们的业它是不会消灭的，即使百千万劫业力仍然不会释坏，只因因缘和业力就会障搞果报。所以然而并不是一造业就会立刻感得果报，所以从造业到感果报要一段时间我们不知道马上这个业报来我们就感受，有一些是这样，有些它不是这样。那么从我们古时候的一句话嘛，善有善报，恶有恶报，若怀不报呢，时辰未报，就是时间因缘还没有到那么这3种呢，有这3种的，有一个呢是有的是这一生造业，当生就受报，这是现报业；有的是今生你造业，来世才受报所以叫做来生再受报，就是生报业。有一种呢，就今生造业，要隔一世乃至多生才会受报，就是后报业。所以只有这3种所以有时候不是业报还没有来，只是带时界因缘的。所以就像我们播这个种子，有种子下去，经过半年就结果有的时候是这样，有的呢它要经过1年乃至更久才会开花结果。那么种下种子之后是不是有结果呢？也不一定，这个需要的种种条件如阳光、水分这个等等来滋润如果你下的是这个恶的种子，如果呢能断去一切诸缘，它就会变成呢焦芽败种。如果它是恶的种子呢它就会造恶了。所以我们造了恶业，也需要种种的助缘才会结恶果。所以这个助缘就是烦恼了所以这个善的种子，你好好的把它滋润，把它养好的话，它就是善的如果你不好好的把它照顾好的话，它就会走恶的，就会走的烦恼。所以我们把烦恼断尽，因缘不具足的恶果是不会成熟。那么中药呢，就是修行的重点 不是在消灭这个苦报身，而是不要再造恶业。最重要就是要断除烦恼。好，所以重点不是我们在这个色身三脉，这是在我们的行为、身口意、商业方面去用功啊，不要再造恶业啊，是断除我们的烦恼。那也有因为这个报，它会有受报，当然会跟轮回有关系啊。所以佛教主张业力造作熏习，在于心识感受，如若不假分辨或不能分辨呢，纵然造业也不能成为业力的主因，所以特别着重于人生善恶行为了的这个重点。所以在这个当中呢，我们看最后的第3行，人的一期生命结束轮回的目标有3种的能所引起的这样的一个引导我们这3种的业力。第一个呢，就是随众。一生当中，善业比恶业分量重，那就先到善道。那善道的天比人业重，就先到天道。如果恶业比善业重，就先于恶道。所以恶道的地狱呢，这个业报旁生道，当然就先往地狱。就以哪一个为最重的，先去受报啊。先以最重的受完重业的业报之后呢，才受轻的业报。第二呢，就是随习，随习就是随我们的什么一个习惯习气啦，就是随我们的，就随着我们的习气偏向去投身他处啊。第三就随念，就是临终时心念决定我们这个最终的去处，就像我们临终的一念呐，就随我们的念呢如果你恐怖焦虑呢，就很不难不堕恶道，所以主张这临终的时候呢，要为亡者多布施，使他知道为他积功累德希望他能够造一些善业功德，使他心得安慰，能够看破放下。那么大家为他来助念佛号，使他呢一心呢随这个佛号而能够呢得到功德而求生净土。所以若无重大临死心相，便使亡者不知下堕，可因此而使亡者心力感应佛菩萨的愿力而往生所以我们说助念，就期望能够亡者能以正念而得以清净往生好，什么是业障？我们常讲业障业障的能力这个业障就是这个障碍我们心中的清净之心这个业障就常讲的就是不离我们的什么清净心清净心那么业障呢，从哪里呢？就从我们的烦恼了。所以说《华严经》说因光法界性，一切为心造。所以业的法界中的一法，当然从心而起，从智慧而起，成为佛果境业。那么从烦恼而起，就成了众生的境业。从智慧上来，你就能够得到佛果清净；你从烦恼而起，当然就是成了众生的染业。所以要忏悔业障，必须由烦恼的生染污不净之业。所以烦恼的根本就是无明了。我们叫烦恼就是无明了、无知了所以造了种种的业。所以我们任何的业报，我们的报呢我们有这个业障业报，我们都可以借过忏悔。所以忏悔是自己从前所造的恶业，表示呢惭愧，请求原谅所以忏悔呢，在毫不容的自我反省、自我检讨，那么是在自觉信念的警惕和自尊心的洗涤。忏悔是针对错而设的所以一个人没有过错呢，根本用不着错，有了过错才有恶业，所以造了恶业，自然就形成生活中出现障碍，令人感到难过痛苦所以在我们内心，从现在延续到来，今生乃至为了消除现在未来痛苦，才有忏悔法门的设立。所以这个是为了清除我们的烦恼痛苦，才有这个忏悔的所以这个忏悔的意义就是这样子所以忏悔也能让我们呢重罪转轻在阿毗达摩论里面呢，一切业皆可以转改 乃至无间业也可以令转。说忏悔呢，可以让我们转化恶业，改善命运呢。所以释迦牟尼佛在印度有一个国王的名字叫阿阇世王。那他篡位夺权啊，杀害父王，杀了这个杀亲逆罪，后来感到非常惭愧，向佛陀忏悔。那从此他改恶行善，由于杀父杀业的极大，所以死后堕入无间地狱了。但因为受苦时间它很短，就像拍气球这样一刹那的拍球，就我们讲的拍球地狱了。为什么呢？他一落而返，就是因为他有什么？他有自诚忏悔。他自诚忏悔呢，使到他这个重罪轻受。好，那么在我们佛法里面呢，在佛陀时代呢，就有这3种的忏悔方法一个是做法忏做法实际上就是一般就讲僧团里面就是比较我们出家众的就是一僧团，那么可能就像一个人或者也几个法师我们来做一个忏悔那第2种呢，就是佛灭度以后，出家弟子们所用的一个忏悔方法就是说向大众求忏悔那么刚才讲的做法忏是向大众求忏悔了，那取向忏是向佛菩萨求忏悔不论这个佛事或家庭里面都可以呢做这样的一个忏悔。那第3种呢，就是实相忏，就是用智慧忏罪的方法，以智慧通达宇宙人生真理，所谓罪业可以忏除了所以从这个观慧这个般若的一个实修来做观想，来忏罪。好，那么我们呢来看看我们中国佛教里面的忏悔那佛教除了这个前面讲做法忏、取相忏、无生忏呢，还有事忏跟理忏。事忏是依靠有关事项来忏悔就像我们诵戒啦、诵经、礼佛、念佛、持咒、观想，这属于事忏。那理忏通过了对道理了解来达成忏悔，就好像的无生忏，了解业性本空罪业虚妄，无所着无所受，令深入领悟内心的恶业便会消灭，达到忏悔目的。这个所谓的无生忏就是理忏。所以我们从这个传入我们中国以后呢，我们的忏悔刚才讲可以通过诵经、念佛、礼佛忏悔。就像我们现在我们中国佛教祖师们呢，就编写了一些仪轨佛教徒呢以这个仪轨来做像我们讲的梁王宝忏三昧水忏、药师忏、地藏经、地藏忏、华严忏等等的忏法经过祖师呢研发的一个这个忏法。所以忏法呢有一些的仪式，学佛人可以依照进行礼佛、观想跟忏悔。所以我们拜忏的时候，可以一方面礼佛，要观想文，还有忏悔。所以忏法的内容除了依经的道理解说忏悔意义呢，有礼佛、观想、持咒等，融合了事忏、理忏。那么在印度传统各自独立3忏法呢，可以说有进步的，比较进一步的不是指佛陀那个时代，这3种，它就加上了事忏、理忏。当然，对于一些没有犯大过小过的一些佛教徒来讲，当然这样的忏法是可以。但是如果你是犯了大戒的、比较严重的，当然你还要进一步呢，从事忏达到理忏，达到体悟诸法皆空、罪性本空的，才能灭罪了所以你犯罪的大，你就要用很多就像这比较深一层的忏悔法。那所以我们可以看，我们大乘佛教跟印度的忏法不一样，所以本忏进行事忏、理忏，就代替了印度独立的3种忏法做法忏、取相忏，还有这个无生忏这是印度的。那中国呢？中国祖师呢编入忏文是生俗通用不过出家人在家众也可以，所以这个拜忏大家出家众也可以，在家众也是可以。所以从事忏、经度、理忏精神是连贯，但忏文的形式是皈依佛、导致忏悔，乃至一些烦恼障、业障、四生六道一些报障都可以忏悔。所以最后呢，我们忏悔都是最后还要这个发愿文 所以行使忏悔的人，先于是忏悔门这个发心的，能够忏悔觉见果报当中的这个意义，那么来忏悔身口意来忏悔那么这个能够呢成就依理观忏观空弃物真理灭得，就便能够灭罪了。所以说，我们从我们身口意三业的业力从业力影响到我们的业报，业报就会到我们影响我们轮回了。所以这个轮回呢，也就是说，因为我们业障是我们要消除，让我们身口意呢能够得到清净，能够解脱。所以有详尽的礼佛忏悔，若依此忏法，自成忏悔如法忏修呢，就可以让我们消除我们的宿业或无量功德的一个利益了。那因果相生，宇宙法则，业力果报无亲无私，宇宙之业总不失，必须受报，但呢，却可以改变，可以转换。所以有因必有报，做了恶业再行忏悔，是否可以不必受报呢？使恶业消灭呢？所以佛法强调，一切所作皆为业力种子所具。若依外缘，便随缘现报，是不可避免。任何忏悔都不能改变已种下善恶种子的心智，不能消灭已有的。既然如此，我们为什么要忏悔呢？那么主要忏悔的意义就是不要以后再做，消业除灾，使功德呢积功累德了。但应该接受果报我们有这个业力业障，我们要接受这样的果报，也必须来承担了那么不过真正忏悔呢还是要从止息这方面新的恶不造，那也不让这个恶再生了所以我们最后呢来跟大家勉励了。就我们刚才讲罪性本空，由心造。心若灭时，罪亦灭；心若灭亡，两俱空。是此名为真忏悔了。希望我们大家能够呢忏悔这个业障，大家能够离苦得乐，能够成就佛道阿弥陀佛。
Well, thank you very much, Venerable Dr. Shi Chuan-Xian, for a very interesting discussion. The topic is his topic is mindful repentance and purity and bliss, beginning with an explanation of mindful repentance and how it can lead to a bright life, the definitions of mind, karma, categories of karma, the notion of coming effects and rebirth, coming obstacles, the meaning of mindful repentance, the relationship between repentance and causality, the methods of repentance, the repentance practices of Chinese Buddhism, the differences between Mahayana and Indian Buddhist repentance practices, and then concluding on a note of mindful repentance, purity, and bliss. Thank you very much again, our three distinguished speakers. We have many questions, but because of time limit, let's just focus on one question and invite Bhante Mahinda and Venerable Dr. Venerable Dr. Heng Shui to answer this. And since we have only about 3 minutes, please keep the answer short. Can we really eradicate our bad karma in this lifetime? How significant is repentance? Bhante Mahinda, to you please, 1 to 2 minutes.
I think you all have heard the significance of repentance. And please allow me also to repent for what you call exceeding the time just now, because I did not hear the bell. Yeah. So that is not karma. That is unintentional one. Yeah. Okay. And yes, we can. There are many actions that we do without purposefully planning, without premeditating on them. Now, such actions do not produce strong karmic force. And so if conditions are not favorable, then those karma will not ripen. We have talked about what is called the ahosi karma. Ahosi karma, these are the karma. There are lots of karma that we do, but the karmic force is not strong. Yeah, the energy is not strong. So we have mentioned also that the ripening of karma depends on conditions. If the right conditions are present, then karma ripen. Otherwise, it will not ripen. So if it is a strong karma, then even though it does not ripen in this lifetime because the conditions are not favorable, then in subsequent lifetime, in a next life, a future life, when right conditions arises, that karma can still ripen. It is just like the planting of seeds, as we have given the example, and the alfalfa seeds and the mung bean seeds, if the conditions are not there, they will not ripen, and they will be not viable, and it will be null and void. But seeds like mango seeds and what you call durian seed, and even though there may be what you call no water, no this, and a drought season, but even after months and even year, and as soon as rain comes, it will still sprout. So that's what, but as you all have heard, and from the Mahayana, from Venerable Heng Shui and the other Venerable, and you find that repentance plays a very important part, but it has to be done sincerely. And when you do it sincerely, then things can clear up. I just share with you one experience. When we do meditation, and in the process of our meditation, sometimes we will have blockages and then we cannot further develop our mind. Then our meditation teacher will say to go to the Bodhi tree, light 7 oil lamps and seek forgiveness. And then we say, we do not know what wrong we have done. But when we go there and truly seek forgiveness, and very often you find after that we go back to sit and meditate, then the problem is cleared. That's what the power of repentance. Yeah.
Thank you
so
very much, Bhante Mahinda. And over to you, Venerable Dr. Heng Shui. Can we really eradicate our bad karma in this lifetime? How significant is repentance?
Right. Great question. We need to be humble when it comes to the Buddha Dharma. When we say cause and effect is the kind of the engine of the universe, the power of cause and effect is, you could say, bukha suyi. It is truly inconceivable. We have to respect the power of cause and effect and the power of repentance. If we truly practice these dharmas, and not just think about them, well, I wonder if it's maybe it kind of is, can I pay somebody? Can I talk to the Buddha and make a deal? That's not being humble. We need to respect the power of repentance to purify the nature. What do they say? They say the ocean does not hold dead bodies. Corpses in the ocean float to the shore. Offenses in the nature arise if we allow them to come out. I grew up in a city called Toledo, Ohio. There's a river in the city called the Maumee River. When I was a kid, this was before the days of ecology. Ecology wasn't even a word when I was growing up, before the idea of environmental purity. And companies along the banks of the Maumee River were dumping their industrial sewage into the Maumee River. It was a beautiful river that flowed into Lake Erie. And there were, of course, bass and trout and ducks and frogs. And it was a beautiful river until industrialization turned it into sludge. The scientists at the University of Toledo said, this is a dead river. It catches on fire. There's no oxygen. Everything's dying. So the environmental movement said, we don't believe that. This is our river. So together with the city government and with the media, they agreed to visit every company that had a sewage pipe pumping into the Maumee, go to the CEO and say, you must stop this bung hai. You must stop harming our collective resource, our community resource. So they did, step by step. The companies stopped pouring the sludge. Within 10 years, the Maumee River completely returned. The fish came back, the ducks came back, the frogs and amphibians came back, the birds came back. You could swim, you could boat. It became a natural river once again. Our nature is the same. Don't be afraid that somehow I've broken my nature and that I can't return to purity. If we couldn't return to purity, nobody would ever become a Buddha again.
Thank you very much. So on this note again, let us express our thanks and gratitude to Bhante Mahenda, Venerable Dr. Hen Shuo, Venerable Shi Chuan Xian for their excellent and very scintillating discussions on karma and its purification from such a diversity of perspectives. Thank you very much. Amen.
Sadhu. Amitofo, yes, we're very grateful for the teachers and so thank you to the moderator, Venerable Shi Chuansheng, for facilitating this panel discussion. And thank you for answering all the questions and for you to submit to us all the questions because this will help and we can understand the Dhamma more. And definitely today, the teachers has shared a lot with us and we will know that it's very important that in our daily speech, body and mind, we need to have wholesome acts, wholesome speech, and also wholesome thoughts so that we will not commit any bad karma. And so, Dhamma brothers and sisters, also the Venerable Mahasangha, thank you very much for being with us in this panel discussion. I'm sure all of us have learned a lot. We'll now take a short break. We would like to invite all of you to come back to us online, whether via Zoom, YouTube, or Facebook at 3 p.m. Thank you.
Yada jeka sakya muni Samayilo Namena Namena Samadhi Kenji Idam Idam Meratanam Panita Idena Sajena Suvati Hotu Yang Buddha Seto Parivatani Suci Samadhi Manang Karikanya Mahu Samadhi Natena Samona Vijati Idam Idam Meratanam Panita Idena Sajena Suvati Hotu Ye Buddha Mata Samadam Asada Chatari Ketani Yukani Honti Nidagini Yasugana Sasavada Ite Sudinani Mahabalani Idapi Sangeratanam Panita Idena Sajena Suvati Hotu Idang pisang geratanam panita Idena sajena suvati hotu Yadinda kilo pada vingsito sida Jadu di vale vihasam padam dio Tadu kemang saburi sang vadabi Yo Arya sajani avaja pasati Idang pisang gerata sang panita Idena sajena suvati hotu Yariya sajani vibhavayanti Gambira panena sudesitani Kinchami dehanti pusakamata Nadeva vamadamam hadiyanti Idam pisang geratanam panita Idena sajena suvati hotu Kayena vacha udaceta sava. Abavoso nasavani chadaya. Abavadita padasavutta. Idam misangkiratanam panita. Idena sacena supadi hotu. Warang ade saini pada kami paramang hidayah hidapi mutiara tenang wanita idena sacena suwati Navangati sambhava virata citta adyavati ke bhavasmine gina nija aviro vichanda nipati Yadaya Padivo Idami Sankiratanam Panita Itina Sachina Suvati Yani Dagunani Samakatani Umani Vayani Antalige
Dear Venerable Mahasangha, distinguished guests, brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, welcome back to the International Buddhist Forum organized by the Buddhist Union and the World Fellowship of Buddhists. The theme for our International Buddhist Forum is Wisdom of the Buddha, the Path to Happiness. We'll now continue with the next panel discussion, which I'm sure a lot of you will be interested in. That is Healing in Buddhism, Theravada and Mahayana Perspectives. On our panel, we have Venerable Dr. Heng She, Venerable Shi Kai-cheng, and Dr. Ang Chu Hong, who is joining us online from Malaysia. And our moderator is Dr. Koya Sun Han. Let me introduce to you our Dhamma speakers and our moderator. Venerable Dr. Heng She is an American Buddhist monk. He's currently stationed in Queensland, Australia. Venerable is a senior disciple of the late Chan Master Shen Hua and is currently the director of the Berkeley Buddhist Monastery. Venerable Shi Kai-cheng Fa Shi, he received his tongsheng in late 90s under Senior Venerable Sikh Boon King, and then proceeded to receive his higher ordination in the same year under Vinaya Preceptor Senior Venerable Ta Hai. Currently, Venerable serves in different Buddhist organizations. Dr. Ang Chu Hong is from Malaysia. He's the author of several Buddhist books, and the latest book is Dhamma-based leadership. Dr. Ang holds a Master's of Science Engineering degree from University Malaya. He's also the Executive Council member of the World Fellowship of Buddhists. Our moderator is Dr. Question Hong. He's a lawyer by profession and he lectures laws in Singapore. He's an active Buddhist and he has given Dhamma talks regularly at various temples, societies, and schools as well. I would now like to hand over to the moderator, Dr. Kwek Sohan, for this panel discussion. Dr. Kwek, please.
Very good afternoon, the Mahasangha, fellow brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, and welcome back to this third panel discussion of today's conference. Before I introduce and before our three esteemed speakers speak, let me introduce the topic of this panel discussion, and it is on healing in Buddhism. And when we think about healing, we often think about cure, we're thinking about recovery, and of course, a cure, healing, or recovery must be from something bad. For example, illness or a sickness or some dysfunctioning of some system. And for that, I shall leave it to our speakers to elaborate how this healing, recovery, or cure can take place from different perspectives and from their understanding of today's topic. So without much ado, may I now invite Venerable Dr. Heng Xue to deliver his talk. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Welcome back, everyone. Those of you who are joining us new, fresh, welcome. I'll be speaking about the Mahayana tradition and giving a teaspoonful of the ocean of resources in the Mahayana for healing. We focus on healing and have from the beginning. If you think about when the Buddha's disciples were wandering during the year, when they were out on the paths, on the tracks, in the jungles, in the cities, often if they were in a remote village, they may be the only literate person any of the villagers would meet over months. And so, having been trained in the ways of the Dhamma Vinaya, when someone in the village was sick, often they would ask the monks to heal them. So there was this tradition of kind of shaman healer. At the same time, you are a disciple of the Buddha and a seeker of awakening. And all. So this has been part and parcel of the role of the monk to dispense not only wisdom for the mind, but also sometimes medicine for the body. The Buddha was not keen on having his monks become doctors, but this is just simply the press of necessity, of reality, for monks on the path, on the track. In the Mahayana, we have a Buddha, medicine Buddha, whose entire vows are based on healing, bringing people back to good health. There are two bodhisattvas, medicine king, medicine superior bodhisattva, whose vows have to do with healing. I have been reciting at the end of my Dharma talks the medicine Buddha mantra, known in Chinese as the Yao Shi Guan Ding Zhenyan, the true words for anointing the crown of the head from medicine Buddha. The thought being that this is a genuine Mahayana tool in the face of the pandemic. In the Theravada tradition, we'll hear more about it, there are paritta. Paritta chanting is a major job of the monks as they go on alms rounds. For example, Angulimala, we heard about him in the last session. Angulimala, when he reformed, when he determined that he was going to go turn around and stop his murderous ways and seek awakening, seek liberation, He had a mantra that he recited where women were giving birth. And it was a wish from his heart that the woman delivering a child would be spared from all suffering, and that the child would be easily raised. And the Angulimala Parita has now become part of the custom, part of the culture in certain parts of Buddhist Asia. You recite that. People have even forgotten that it was Buddhist to begin with. It's just part of the culture. So the idea that monks have a job, have a role in healing, has been with us from the very beginning. The Mahayana has mantras like the great compassion mantra, the Da Bei Zhou. And we have the Junti spirit mantra, Junti Shanzhou. Various mantras that are aimed at healing bringing the body, the mind, and the spirit back to wholeness. And here's the notion. Here's, I think, what the mantras are based on. They are vibrations, they're sounds. They're not necessarily there for meaning at all, but as you recite them, the idea is they emanate from the Buddha. The Buddha has experienced wholeness, perfection in his mind and his body, and the Buddha's energy radiates that fullness, a wholeness, a belonging, a joy, a freedom, a deep connection, and relationships with all other beings. The mantras encapsulate all of those virtues in sound. And so when we now, we who are not the Buddha, when we can intone those mantras, that we're channeling that goodness. And where it meets disharmony, it harmonizes. Where it meets dis-ease, it puts at ease. Where it meets actual illness, it can go to the roots of that improper energy and make it right. So there are many stories of the Buddha's own healing skills. From the stories of the Buddha, there was once a monk who none of his other Sangha brothers would touch him because he was so, his boils on his body were so loathsome and so intimidating and awful looking that nobody really dared go close. And the Buddha, telling the other monks that they were really lacking compassion, went directly to the monk and sat across from him and said, I would like for you to recite for me the 7 limbs of enlightenment, the Chi Puti Fanfa, the 7 Bodhiyanga Dharmas, the wings to awakening. And the monk said, let's see, right, I'm in front of the Buddha, I have to remember. The first is Zi Fa, selecting a Dharma. The second is vigor. The third is Qing'an. Before he got to the 6th one of this list of 7 wholesome Dharmas, his illness fell away. And he recovered on the spot. And this is to say that often illness is not necessarily a disorder of the body, of the germ theory, for example, or humors, or the Ayurveda. It's not Pitta, Kapha, Vata, the various humors that are unbalanced. It has to do with spiritual illness, spiritual disease, and imbalance, and karma that is manifesting. And so the Buddha, knowing the right words to say, and when to say them, and having the monk say them to the Buddha, express Dharma teachings back to the Buddha, spontaneously the bottled up karma of the monk dissolved. And the illness, the symptoms went away because the cause was gone. So the truth of the Dharma, the force of the Buddha's virtue and honesty sparks a transformation in the heart of the sick person. People recognize their shortcomings in the light of the Buddha's mirror of perfection. And there's a change, there's a transformation in the heart of the person. They admit their offenses, they repent sincerely. They want to be like the Buddha. They want to get rid of the things that obstruct them, that cover over the purity and the light of their own nature. So they vow never to repeat those mistakes. So we see the goodness of the Buddha. We sense the joy that the Buddha knows. We want to be like him and seek the path to realizing the Buddha state. So those are stories from the Buddhist time. But what about us now? What about the 21st century? Well, as we mentioned in the session just before, there's a way to approach the Dharma which says, 学佛做人，人道尽，佛道成. We study with the Buddha how to become perfected human beings. When we become the best possible person, the path to Buddhahood is perfected. So in other words, Buddhas come from people. And if we improve ourselves by any degree, we are on the path towards perfection. Now, in the Mahayana, probably the highest goodness, they say, is called the Bodhi resolve, the Putishin, the Bodhicitta. And the traditional way to talk about the Bodhicitta says what? 上乘佛道，下化众生. That's kind of the Chinese way. And it was translated for a long time as above accomplishing Buddhahood and below teaching living beings. But that implies a separation between Buddha and the mind and living beings. I think it's a mistranslation. I think we need to decode the Dharma, take the Dharma out of the code language and apply it in reality, in our real lives. So let's say, how do we translate 上乘佛道，下化众生 to make sense for us in the 21st century? We would say, ultimately, my potential is perfection of wisdom and compassion. And immediately, I get to work to teach living beings. How about that? So it's not directional, it's not above and below, it's temporal, it's ultimate and immediate. Ultimately, 上乘佛道, I know I have the potential, you have the potential to maximize your ability to manifest wisdom and compassion. It's here among all of us, each one of us. No matter where we start, we can become Buddhas. And how do we do that? Why can't I become a Buddha now? The reason is, my Buddha nature is occluded. It's covered over with living beings and their illnesses, their disharmonies, their out of balances, right? Their lack of balance. So what do? 下化众生, 当下, immediately teach living beings, one by one by one. So if that is how we're going to translate the Bodhi resolve, the classical formula for it, what do we have to do? We have to 化众生, heal living beings. So in the heartbeat of the Mahayana, the Bodhi resolve, implicit in it, stuck right in the middle of it, is the idea that we are involved in bringing living beings back to health. So to 度众生, 化众生 means heal them. Why are there 84,000 Dharma methods? So wait, 八万四千法门. The reason is there are that many illnesses, there are that many imperfections and disharmonies. So, my goodness, we have to go to work. Now, I was in Vancouver, and there was a young man, a realtor, and his name was David, Chinese from Taiwan, actually, and his name was Xu. And he really was vigorous, and he said, 师父, to Master Shen Hua, my teacher in religion, he said, I want to leave home, want to be a monk. So Master Hua said, that's good. That's good. But no rush. No rush. Let's let things develop and everything in time. 一步一步, 按部就班. Just go step by step. So David said, okay, good. I'll keep cultivating. He went to China back in the early years. This was back in the late 80s. And he came home, guess what? He had a wife. He got married in China. Okay. So he brought back his wife and he brought her over to the temple, and she was a red guard. She was a Hongbin. She was a revolutionary. She hated religion. She had been taught, everything she knew was that religion was just the end of society. It was the end of revolution. It was awful. So she did such things. Poor David. He was torn in half. He wanted to cultivate as a layman, but his wife didn't let him go to the temple. One night she took an axe to his medicine Buddha image on the altar, and he saved the image and came running to the monastery with medicine Buddha image under his jacket. And he said, please save my image. My crazy wife is trying to destroy it. He said to Master Hua, 师父, I got to leave home now. He said, save me from my crazy wife. Master Hua said, I think go slowly. He said, if you come to the monastery and you're sitting in meditation in the Buddha hall, where's your mind? Your mind's going to be thinking, how's my new wife at home? I wonder, is everything okay? Is she happy? He said, you won't be able to meditate knowing that you're... He said, I think the best thing for you now would be to take across the living being at the dinner table. I think the kitchen in your house is your new Buddha hall. He says, take your wife across, then come back and talk about leaving home. So David, okay, Shifu. He was faithful. He listened to Master Hua. So he went back home, and we didn't see him very much. But then, after a couple months, he brought his wife around. The first time was for food, a vegetarian banquet. She liked that. Then she needed to learn English. He brought her to our monastery English class, and she enjoyed that. She got to meet new friends. And then we went on field trips in and around British Columbia and Alberta. And that was fun. And then liberating life ceremony, she enjoyed that. And bit by bit, David kept traveling, going overseas. The wife started to come to the monastery on her own. And she discovered that she kind of liked Buddhism. She took refuge and became a disciple, took the refuges and the precepts. And David was so busy at real estate, we didn't see him anymore. But his wife carried on cultivation for the family. So one day when he showed up, Shifu said, he said, David, you ready to leave home? You've already taken your wife across. He said, no, Shifu, too busy. Too busy, Shifu. Shifu said, I kind of thought so. Okay, Mama Lai, Ambu Joban, take your time. So here's what I'm going to say. We can look backwards and say, the Buddha taught living beings, magically get them to speak the Dharma, their illness spontaneously falls away. That's the Buddha's virtue, indeed. We have mantras. We have these incredible sounds of goodness and harmony and power that we can recite. In the time of the pandemic, if you can teach people to recite the Yao Shi Guanding Zhenyan, Namo Bo He Fa Di, Bi Sha She, Juru Bi Liu Li, Bo La Po, He La She Ye, Da To Jie Ru Ye, O Le Ho Di Sam Yang, Doji Tonan, Bi Sha She, Bi Sha She, Bi Sha She, Samo Jie Di So. You teach people how to recite that, or the Great Compassion Mantra, the Da Bei Zhou, or the Junti Spirit Mantra, Namo Sadhanan, Samya Sampato, Jujanan, Dajatonan, Jili Juli Junti Sopoha. If we can learn to recite these, it gives us something wholesome to do in the face of something terrifying, which is a global pandemic that doesn't seem to want to end worldwide, right? So by reciting these mantras, it calms our heart. It sets this wholesome vibration up, and if we can transfer the merit to other suffering beings, that's a wholesome tool. That's a Mahayana gift to the world. But here's what I'm going to suggest. When it comes to the Bodhi resolve, taking living beings across, healing living beings, we don't want to just look at magical stories of the Buddha or the kind of inconceivable power mantras. Where we can use the Dharma is to heal our relationships. Our society worldwide now is in need of wholesome role models, particularly of men. We hear the words toxic masculinity, and the statistics, especially during lockdown and pandemic, of spousal abuse, taking out our frustrations on whoever is weakest in our families. That attitude needs healing. And by being kind and compassionate, we can present ourselves, Buddhist disciples, monks, nuns, laymen, laywomen, as people who are committed to ahimsa, to harmlessness, to kindness, to compassion, sympathetic joy, and serenity. We can heal our attitude toward technology. I'm holding my phone, but you can't see it. There we go. Our attitude toward technology is no longer wholesome. It used to be cool, now it's addictive. That attitude, what is the appropriate use of technology? The fact that we can invent it doesn't always mean we should. The fact that it's available doesn't always mean we need to bring it into our homes, right? We can heal our environment, our attitudes towards the environment. Mostly here in Australia, there are species are vanishing. They say there's something like 6,000 koalas left in the wild. The others are all gone. This iconic creature is vanishing before our eyes. Soon it will only exist in zoos and nature sanctuaries. And that's true worldwide, that humanity are at it, we have become a toxic force in nature. So it's time for us to use our kindness, our compassion, our sympathetic joy, and our equanimity, our serenity. They call it Tong Ti, Da Bei, and become stewards of nature, become benefactors to the world instead of being pariahs and prey, being people who, when others see us, they have to run away, especially those in our family. What about our relationship to our parents? Probably the first place to start would be filiality. And for sure, in times of economic upheaval, we have to think about supporting our family. But often, our family can be a place that we love to come home when we water the roots of our lives, which are our parents. And truly, the primary virtue among the many virtues is filiality. The idea of trees stand on their roots, people stand on the roots that are our parents. When we connect with our human roots, those roots touch the groundwater of great compassion. And we realize that we truly are connected in a real, genuine way with all living beings. So there's a place where Buddhism can teach healing. And mind you, all of you with kids, our kids are watching us. Our children have us on our radar. And if we talk a good game in Buddhism, but we don't actually practice it, they know, they feel it. And we will, even though we might send them to Buddhist school, they won't pick it up because they've seen us be phony, right? Be hypocrites. So one true place, if we want our children to grow up proper with virtue and an open mind that loves to learn, the best way to do it is to show them, not tell them, how to be filial. Then they will be filial to us, indeed. So one more story here, and then I'm done. I'm suggesting that one of the places that Buddhists, regardless of Mahayana, Theravada, Vajrayana, if we want to learn about Buddhism and healing, one really good place to start is at the dinner table. And it's established beyond a doubt now that to save the environment, we need to stop eating large-bodied animals, because the major source of methane and other emissions on the planet is not cars, not planes, not trains, but farm animals, right? So we can, as Buddhists, eat a harmless diet, a plant-based diet, and thrive. Again, in Vancouver, there was a young man who belonged to a gourmet food club. He's Chinese, of course, and he just loved food. And Vancouver is a great place for food, right? So every week, it would go to a different family, and the family would invite all the other members in and cook something fantastic. So this young man told the story. He came in and spoke to Master Hua, and his name was John. And John said, well, he said, I've changed recently. He said, I used to really love seafood. And I would, when it was my turn for the gourmet club, I was the host, I would go down to the dock, I would meet the fishing boats on the dock, and as the catch of all the different kinds of large body seafood would come onto the docks, I would buy it from the fisherman, never mind the store. I would buy it directly and take it home. And he said, one time I decided I was going to serve eels. Oh, eels, that was, and there's amazing Pacific Ocean eels, saltwater eels. And he said, I got a garbage can, I put in salt water, and I put the eels in it, and I had 3 eels, and they were big around. I was going to chop them up and serve them. So he said, well, I got them home and brought them into the kitchen, and the garbage can with the salt water was heavier than I thought. So he said, I got out my cleaver, and I was ready, and I reached in, lifted the lid, and who would think? He said, the eel jumped out of the garbage can. now this large fish is on the floor of my kitchen, and it's flapping around like this. And he said, I didn't know what to do, so I said, I'll get it. So I took my cleaver and I chased it. I was going to turn my floor into my chopping block. And so he said I was chasing, but I slipped. Eels are slippery. I slipped and I fell down and I got my clothes are all wet. And the eel was under the kitchen table, and I was running under the kitchen table, and then it went behind the stove, and I had to move the stove out, and I'm chasing it. And he said, and then by accident, I kicked over the garbage can. Now there were 3 eels on the floor, wiggling around, and terrified, just running for their lives. And I was chop, chop, chop with my cleaver, chopping after the fish. And suddenly, he said, I looked at the fish. They were absolutely terrified of me. I was going to kill them, and they knew it, and they were scared. And because of my tongue, because of a wish to please everybody with delicious flavor, I had become a terrorist in my own kitchen. He said, something about the look on the face of these 3 fish. I bowed, I went into the Buddha, I bowed, I went back, the fish were calm, I picked them up, put them in the garbage can, and quickly, so there wasn't any water left, I drove them back to the dock and dumped them into the ocean, and I apologized to the fish, and I've never ate another living creature again. So I'll never forget that story because it was so dramatic. But we can, in many ways, we don't have to be a Buddha, we don't have to recite mantras. We can look at our basic relationships and say, how can I heal my relationship? And I think a wonderful way to begin is to see all living beings as our relatives and treat them the way we would love to be treated. Amen.
Thank you, Venerable Dr. Heng Xue, on your discussion on how the Mahayanist doctrine can help, in which the Sangha members can help to cure and to heal the world. Especially, I like the part about using the Dhamma in the wider context, not in only curing the physical illness that comes from the mind, but rather on the very broad perspective of using the Dhamma to transform the human species from fast becoming a toxic force to a very benevolent guardian and steward for the human race, for the environment, for the home, and for the world. Thank you very much. And now, may I now invite Venerable Kai Chen, whom you all have heard from him earlier in the earlier panel, where he was the moderator, to share with us his take on healing in Buddhism from his experience and teacher in the Mahayanist tradition. Venerable Kai Chen, please. Thank you.
Can all of you please join me in the recitation of the Buddha's name? Namo Shakyamuni Buddhaya. Namo Shakyamuni Buddhaya. Namo Shakyamuni Buddhaya. Before I start the talk proper, I would like to praise the Lord Buddha. O omniscient Lord, pure lion of the shark ears, there is none like you in all 10 directions. The radiance of your wisdom illumines all. Out of all-encompassing sympathy for sentient beings, you emerge in the world. Bowing head and face, I worship you now. Venerable Chuan Xian, Venerable Bao Tong, okay, Venerable Yan Chen, the Mahasanghas worldwide, good brothers and good sisters in Dhamma, a very good afternoon to you. Firstly, prior me to starting my speech, I'd like to thank the abbess of the Buddhist Union, Venerable Si Pao Tong, for inviting me, as well as the organizing chairman, Mr. G.S. Tan, and the World Fellowship of Buddhists for giving me this opportunity to give the talk on this healing, okay, in Buddhism, which I will be touching on the Mahayana perspective. Shall we start? Yes, thank you. This is healing in Buddhism. So understanding Buddhism, Buddhism is one of the Asian spiritual traditions. It's one of the most flexible religion in the world, which is dynamic to the changing times, but maintains its core values. Okay, the religion has birth holding the hands of Siddhartha Gautama, born in North India, okay, 5th century BC. After the paranirvana of the Buddha itself, his teaching gradually made his followers to spread around the globe, thereby leading, okay, to the rise of the religion known as Buddhism. All right, I would like to say that on his path to enlightenment, let us talk a bit about the Buddha itself, okay? The Buddha, on his enlightenment, the Buddha itself began a period of extreme asceticism that is known to all. He thought that if he could overcome his so-called the physical desires, it would be easier for his mind to achieve illumination. So after a long period of pretty arduous practice, he realized how wrong his path of self-mortification had been. He grasped that the mistreatment of the body would not have led to enlightenment. He then vowed to regain his health and took nourishment. So a young girl offered him food, so he gradually began to regain his vigor, and in days that followed, he ate and drank normally. This shocked and disappointed, okay, his ascetic companions, who abandoned him because they perceived him to have succumbed to hedonism. But by then, the Buddha itself had unearthed the deep wisdom of the middle way. All right, the middle way. So he says that cultivating a healthy and physical lifestyle can help a person towards the spiritual path to enlightenment. This involves the subduing of one appropriate passion or cravings, such as impulses are injurious to the mindfulness necessary for progress on the path itself. For written in the Dhammapada, as all of you have known, and other Mahayanist texts, okay, it always says, be on guard against physical agitations. Be on guard for forsaking bodily misconduct. Following the right conduct in the body will lead you ultimately to the path itself. The next one, please. So in this way, beginning with this, the Buddha itself implored the monks, okay, the monks to start to care for fellow monks who were sick during his time. He even encouraged the monks itself to go through, all right, to go to medical institution to learn about medical, so-called medical knowledge to cure or to treat the sick monks. Such as at that time, because of the certain illnesses, okay, they were taught or focused on purgative, emetics, and at the same time, they also do something like the wholesome and restorative diets. So in these modern days, the Buddhist notion of physical health, it varies from traditions to traditions. We have the Theravada traditions, we have the Mahayana traditions, we have the Vajrayana traditions. So we talk about the Mahayana traditions, okay, for example, the Pure Land school of Buddhism has integrated a notion of the Western paradise into the teachings and relies on the Amitabha Buddha and the compassionate bodhisattvas, okay, for the corporeal blessings and well-beings of the humankind. And as such, because of its different traditions, its cultural heritages are very rich. All right, so many Buddhists utilize medical remedies common in their cultures at large by seeking the help of the traditional healers and monastics. And as we progress, okay, into this era itself, finally, we have the Western-style allopathic medicine being employed by many. Although some aspects of the medications may be avoided, as such excessive use of such medication, may dull one's mental awareness. So let us talk about this Mahayana perspective. I have talked about this just now, so we go to the next one. Thank you. Okay, the Mahayana the Buddhism itself, okay, at the inception of the Buddha during his time, okay, it has been taught about the Mahayana. We have the Mahayana Buddhism, we have the Theravada Buddhism, we have the Vajrayana Buddhism. All right? So the Mahayana Buddhism itself is one of the ancient religion. Buddhism itself is an ancient religion which has a very rich cultural heritage. So because of this, its followers, all right, okay, are enriched with the knowledge of Dhamma itself. And the Buddha elucidated that all problems and sufferings of the humankind crop up from the confounded and negative states of mind, and that all contentment and good fate of the humankind begins from peaceful and positive states of mind. So Mahayana Buddhism that time, okay, was practiced in China, Korea, Japan, and till these days, Southeast Asia, and international. Defining Buddhism. Next one, please. So we're defining Buddhism, it provides a religious outlook which is based on the principle of humanities. Then the core of it is that you have to take the three refuge, known as the three jewel and three aspects of it. There is the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha. The Dhamma could not have been taught without the Buddha, and at the same time could not have followed without the Sangha. So three are inseparable. Then we talk about the 5 guidelines. That is the 5 precepts. The next one, please. Okay, as you know, the 5 guidelines are to refrain from killing, to refrain from taking what is not given, all right? And to refrain from the misuse of senses and sexual misconduct, to refrain from lying, and to refrain from taking intoxicants, which has been explained earlier in the morning by Dr. Kwa itself. And the Buddha said, I teach suffering, its origin, cessation, and path. And that's all I teach. And that's where we talk about the 4 Noble Truths. Then the 4th Noble Truth, we talk about the truth of suffering, the truth of the cause of suffering, the truth of the end of suffering, the truth of the path leading to the end of suffering. In Chinese, they are known as Ku Ji Mie Dao. So we need to understand health in Buddhism. The next one, please. Okay, understanding health in Buddhism, it relates to the way of supervising health in the ways that to explore the cause of illness, how illness comes about. It's way to be concerned for the patient, patients who are down with illnesses and how they suffered. One may not know, all right? Because suffering itself is really pretty cruel to the patient itself. Nobody will know, all right? Especially for those who can't talk. And whatever they suffer, they just look at you and they can't say anything. And if you do not know they are suffering. So that is why the way, all right, we have to be concerned for the patients, and at the same time, we have the way to encourage health. Then at the same time, the Lord Buddha said, okay, the health is a state of hope. Health is a state freely, okay, which is wholly free from anguish and slowly progresses to the path of nirvana. The Lord Buddha says in the sutta, health is the highest gain, nibbana is the highest bliss. So illness is the outcome of karma, the laws of cause and effects, which has been dealt with just now by Venerable Si Tuan Xian in Chinese and by Bhante Mahinda as well as by Venerable Henshe. Therefore, an unavoidable outcome of actions either in this lifetime or one's previous life. So health is pretty holistic when we talk about holistic, all right? Therefore, mental cures are important. Okay, few Buddhists believe that a spiritual alert person will not become sick. If illness occurs in the human body, then the people are believe that a cure can be gained by thinking positively or using medicinal herbs or seeing a doctor. Few presume that if they expose their body to harsh natural conditions, they are likely to fall sick because their immune system will be braced up. So when we talk about understanding healing itself, okay, he who tends to the sick tends to me. So healing is a restitution from a troubled, disease, or damaged organism within the body itself. Healing is many a time compared with the thought of in-depth and vivid and spirituality. Spiritual healings shows the path to the shield of health, highlights on meditation, specific movement of the body, so that the health of the person is rescheduled to its normal state. And the Buddha expected his followers to look after sick. The contemplation of the 7 limbs of enlightenment, which are mindfulness, the investigation of staying, striving, joy, serenity, meditative trance, and equanimity, they are important, all right, for the mental healing of such. So at this point of time, okay, so we will now talk about that at this, just before. Yes, understanding her healing. So when we talk about that, we must know that a caregiver or the person who looks after the sick must also be sympathetic, be kind, and should not be nauseated by saliva, phlegm, urine, stools, and the source of patience. All right? Here, thus, the Buddha recommended that the contemplation of the 7 limbs of enlightenment, which is known as mindfulness, known as 念觉知, investigation of things, that's the Dhamma, 责法觉知, striving, 精进觉知, joy, that is 喜觉知, serenity, 清安觉知, meditative trance or samadhi, 定觉知, and equanimity, 行者觉知. So, if a sick person were to meditate on these, it will be a process to overcome inner poisons of envy, anger, and illusion. So the outcome is liberation will be the outcome of healing according to the Buddha. In the Mahayana text, okay, when we talk about the sutra spoken by the Buddha on the contemplation of the 2 Bodhisattvas, King of Healing and Supreme Healer, that is Bodhisattva Mahasattva Vaishaya Raja and Bodhisattvas Mahasattva Vaishaya Samugate, it talks about that if you were to recite his name, his mantra, or the mantras of the 2 Bodhisattvas, or their names, you will be freed from the so-called disease states and progress to the healing. That's why they say that this is important, that this sutra itself should be propagated. At the same time, it talks about loving kindness and abstaining from unwholesome deeds, and to have peace and calmness in his life without any illness, and to listen to the text of the Mahayana and Theravada, and one should have faith in the Buddha itself and always abide by the truth. Now, we will talk about the next one. We will talk about Buddhist healing practices. Gautama Buddha itself discovered that enlightenment could come only when there is a healthy mind coupled with a healthy body. So, on this aspect, that spiritual development can only come when one avoids hedonism and one who does not devote to pleasure of asceticism or mortification of the body. Healing itself in Buddhism also involves surrendering oneself and liberating his mind so that he can work for the good of the people. Welfare of others is the key to one happiness. Buddhism affirms that for a long-lasting healing to take place, it's essential to heal not only the existing disease with proper medication and other methods of treatment, but also the root of disease, which initiates from the mind. This brings in the concept of ultimate healing. This promotes the notion of riding all the negative thoughts away from the mind of the individual, as healthy mind is the secret to one healthy body. One must not be selfish in nature. It's only then he will heal faster in life. So kind words and acts are helpful in bringing expectation and console to a vulnerable patient. Metta and karuna, metta karuna, are inspiration sentiments. So narration of the enlightenment aspect is functional to its healing physical disorders. These all have been taught and have been spoken by Dr. Kwa in his earlier speech, which is important for healing. All right? Now, we talk about the next one, meditation and healing. The next part of healing, we'll talk about it, will be using meditation. Okay, meditation itself is a coordinated mind-body performance and deliberate efforts that helps in converting the mind. So in Buddhism, as what has been said, meditation is observed as one of the processes of the Noble Eightfold Path. The theory of mindfulness is based on either vipassana meditation technique, which talk about the practice of knowledge to put concentration on moment by moment understanding with an approach of inquisitiveness, openness, and acceptance. Vipassana meditation calls to the mind a state of increased perpetual lucidity and decreased program reaction. Then when we talk about metta meditation or the loving kindness meditation is largely used by many. The reason that it increases the feelings of kindness and empathy for self and other. Then we talk, the other method of meditation will be anapanasati, developed by the Buddha, which can be found in the Mahasatipatthana Sutta, which is the great discourse on the foundation of mindfulness. Mindfulness breathing, all right, increases oxygen intake and has the stress-reducing impact. These processes in turn makes the human beings to heal faster and lead a healthier lifestyle. Then the next one, when we talk about it, we will talk about prayers and healing in Buddhism. Talk about these prayers and healing in Buddhism. Okay, we will use like prayers. Okay, we have a lot of prayers, a lot of texts, dedication to elimination of diseases and promote auspiciousness, averting calamities. All right. Oh, we have the chanting of the Buddha names itself, or the Mahasattva's name itself, or we have the mantra, as what Venerable Henshe just now said. All right. 要思灌顶真言. All right. That is one of it. So these are all important because it secures blessing for oneself and safeguard oneself. So this healing effects is widely known. That's why the chanting itself is to put the mind on a contemplative state, that the empowerment of the Buddha is on the patient itself. So it's a traditional, at the same time, if we will talk about the Theravada community, they also do the chanting. Chanting is important. If we will talk about, the chanting itself by sutra, the sutra spoken by the Buddha on the contemplation of two bodhisattvas, which I have read it last year. It said that if you recite my name, all right, or you take my vows, you recite my mantra, okay, the first of the 10 vows, I say, due to the awesome spiritual force of this Dharani, they can obtain purification from the diseases. At the same time, we talk about the healing of the 7 Buddhas itself. on the sutra on the merits of the fundamental vows of the Master of Healing, the Lapis Lazuli Radiance Katakata, which focus on the 6 and 7 mouth to eradicate illness, the Buddha Sovereign King, majestic lights, and the sound of the moon jewel inside on the second vow itself, the Buddha Radiant Gem of Golden Hue perfected in the sublime practices on the first vow itself, the Buddha thundering sound of the Dhamma Sea on the third great vow itself. And of the other Buddha itself, they promote eradication of illnesses. So if one has faith and one recites concertedly, with a concerted effort, by the power of the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, and the holy assembly of the Bodhisattvas, it will empower ones to be healed faster. Because when one dedicates his time or her time to the recitation of the Buddha's name, of the sutra, of the mantra, or in the meditative concentrated state, it doesn't give the mind a time to think of other things, but on the goodness of the mantra, of the sutra itself. Thank you. The next one, please. Prayers and healing in Buddhism. No, before. Yeah, now we talk about prayers and these prayers. So the Buddha chanting in Buddhism itself is to pay reverence to the Triple Gem, and to the Dhamma, and to the Sangha, and to remind the individual the noble qualities of the Buddha and his instructions. It tries to secure blessings and safeguards of oneself. One of the widely known prayers for healing is the 药师琉璃光如来, that is the healing of the Buddha, the fundamental vows of the Master of Healing, the Lapis Lazuli Radiance Takatata. That is the sutra itself and its mantra, which is efficacious in eradicating the so-called illnesses from one body. Thank you. The next one. Then the next steps of healing is to give and healing. Dana is another way of healing of the individual. To the monks, to the individual monks, or to the poor, or to the downtrodden, or the giving of spiritual gifts, that is the Dhamma itself, to those who are in need of it. It also involves the sharing of time, the power and the wisdom and the experience of benefits, as well as welfare of others. So people who practice dana is seen by the practitioner to heal faster. Voluntary offerings and doing goods for the people enhances one's soul and spirits and brings in positive effects in the minds of the individual, which thereby helps the individual to heal from their ailments. Even if the dana alone cannot restore to health, the deadly disease, it can heal the mind by eroding away all the negative thoughts. As the mind can manipulate the body, physical health recovers when the mind is sound. This happens when dana is given in true compassion, consideration, and devoid of any self-interest. Therefore, such altruistic feelings in one leads to one to reach nirvana, which is the ultimate goal of Buddhism. The next one. Thank you. Now we talk about healing in the Tripitaka. Tripitaka is a Pali word that means meaning the three baskets. It contains the three baskets of teaching: the Sutra Pitaka, the Vinaya Pitaka, the Abhidhamma Pitaka. To cure any kind of diseases of both the body as well as the mind. Not conclusion yet. Yeah, correct. Of the mind, the Buddha devoted his complete life to passing down the information, which was collected within the Tripitaka. The Buddha emphasized in the holy books that one must start the treatment of any disease in the human beings by studying the minds of the individual. And if the mind can heal of its own, if the mind can heal of its own, then the person would have a quick recuperation in the health condition. The Tripitaka is important because if one is ill and infected in body, speech, and mind, if one goes into the Sutta Pitaka, by reading it, by focusing on it, one is deemed to at least at a period of time to be devoid of any negative thoughts. And if one were to dwell into the Vinaya Pitaka itself, okay, at least one will know what are the disciplines, okay, that the Holy Sangha or the laity should follow, so as not to result in committing transgression that will result in bringing illness to oneself. And reading the Abhidhamma Pitaka itself is good, so that the time all spent, one will not have the time, all right, to create negative thoughts, thereby having a negative effects on the body. Can we have the conclusion, please? Keeping both the mind and the body healthy is important, for the body itself is the vehicle that we use to practice the Dhamma. The mind and the body are two interdependent parts of the human body which must have proper coordination with each other. The health of the body is influenced by the health of the mind. Buddhism is measured as a medication with an extensive overview. It is the Buddha who is considered as a great doctor as well as healing giver. He proclaimed that greed, anger, lust, selfishness, and so on must be abandoned by all individuals. Instead, they must serve the common people who are in distress. Thus, Buddhism has played a significant role in united spirituality and medicine in not only in the East, but also in the West. With this, I would like to conclude my talk on healing in Buddhism under the Mahayana perspective. Therefore now, can all of us put our hands together? Dear Lord Buddha, I and others offer up these Dhamma talks to the compassionate ones, so that the most victorious one, the unsurpassed one, and that is you, may take away all diseases of the sentient being. O great compassionate Buddha, please listen to our plea. O great compassionate Buddha, please listen to our plea. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you very much. With this, I would like to end my talks on healing in Buddhism.
Thank you very much, Venerable Kaichen, for that very in-depth and interesting and very useful talk on the healing process from the Mahayana tradition. And 3 points stood out very clearly for me. And the first one is the fact that the Buddha realized on Vesak Day Eve that the sick and tortured body cannot be a requisite for the attainment of spiritual perfection. And that's why he decided to eat, he decided to get himself healthy, and therefore decided to, with that healthy body, he was able to attain supreme enlightenment. That's the first point that I thought was very useful for all of us. The second point, which Venerable Kaichen also mentioned, is that the Buddha, like a perfect doctor, analyzed and diagnosed that all suffering and illnesses come from a mind which is afflicted by the 3 poisons of greed, hatred, and delusion, and that these poisons have to be either lessened or eradicated before we can really enjoy true health and true cure. And thirdly, where he shared many methods in the Mahayana tradition, which consists basically of three areas. The first, the use of chantings and mantras, whereby inspiring words that came from the Buddha can radiate from the mind and the heart and help this mind to be happy, joyous, and in the process, help the healing process. The second is the use of prayers, which will help to eliminate disease, to prevent calamities, to bring blessings and protection to both the sick as well as to the society. And lastly, the embracing and devoting oneself to great compassionate vows of bodhisattvas. And lastly, of the giving of dana to both the Sangha as well as the society. So this was personally for me also a very good learning experience to find out how from the rich Mahayana tradition, how the healing process can be used for all of us. And now from the Mahayana tradition to the Theravada tradition, we have Dato' Ang Chu Hong, who hails from Malaysia, who will now share with us from another rich tradition, the Theravada tradition, on how healing in Buddhism can take place. Over to you, Dato' Ang.
Thank you, Dr. Wah, for your kind introduction. Venerable Heng Cho, Venerable Tai Chen, and other Venerable Sirs, dear brothers and sisters in the Dhamma. Namo Buddhaya. First of all, I would like to say my thank you to Brother G.S. Tan and the Singapore Buddhist Union for giving me this opportunity to say a few words on this subject matter. I would like to begin by asking ourselves this question: why do we need to heal? What's wrong with us? I think the answer is very simple, because we are living in the world of dukkha. This word dukkha was previously translated as suffering, and that had also caused a lot of suffering to Buddhism also. And nowadays we have Thanissaro Bhikkhu who translated it as stress, or earlier Venerable Dr. Rahula translated it as unsatisfactoriness. Whatever the translations, now that we have this word dukkha in the English dictionary, we can always use the word dukkha. It is a kind of unsatisfactory or stressful state of our human life, which we often take it for granted. And sometimes we just take it for granted and accept it without question, because this is how we live. Now, in the Buddhist Sutta, it is very clearly mentioned that our living, our life here is dukkha. Okay? It's mentioned that birth, aging, sicknesses, and death are dukkha. Just now, our previous speakers have talked to you a lot about how to deal with sicknesses, especially sicknesses, physical suffering. Then we have mental suffering like sorrow, lamentation, pain, grief, despair, and so on. Or sometimes relationships, very important element, association with people whom we don't like, or separation from our loved ones, and so on. And sometimes our desire, not getting what is required, what we desire, that is dukkha. So, in the Buddhist Sutta, it says, in conclusion, the five aggregates, the clinging five aggregates are dukkha. The clinging of the five aggregates basically means this life. So it's actually saying that this life is dukkha. Okay? So when we say this life is dukkha, actually many people say, in that case, Buddhism is very pessimistic. Why don't you look at the bright side of life? You're always talking about dukkha. But this is not about pessimistic or optimistic. This is about realism. This is the reality of life. The only difference is that Buddhism focuses on this issue directly and pragmatically. The other religious systems in the world also acknowledge dukkha, perhaps with lesser emphasis or lesser elaboration on the subject dukkha. All other religious systems in the world also accept that this world is dukkha. That's why they offer you the alternative of heaven, a better alternative of heaven, and further threaten you with hell. See, so entice you with heaven and threaten you with hell, and then that shows that everybody acknowledges that this world is dukkha. This life is not really that satisfactory. That's why we are aiming for something better. Now, except that in Buddhism, we are dealing with this issue directly, and when we deal with this issue directly, we want to reduce or to avoid the dukkha that we are suffering from, and therefore we want to heal from it. So basically, we want to heal from the dukkha. Okay? Now, dukkha can be inflicted upon us by others, and we could also be inflicting dukkhas upon others. So when dukkha is inflicted upon us, we feel pain, agony, we feel injustice, and we like to get rid of that, and that is we want to get healed. Then similarly, sometimes we also knowingly or unknowingly we inflict dukkhas upon others. We often justify our actions that cause dukkhas to others in one way or another, but there may come a time when we realize that we have unfairly inflicted dukkhas upon others. We feel guilty or a sense of remorse for what we have done. And we also like to get ourselves healed from this sense of remorse or regret. So there are two instances. In the first case is the healing from the wounds inflicted upon the I or the we. Okay? It's not only I, sometimes the institutional injustice that we suffer, we say is from another party to this party. It's not only a person, it's to a complete party. And in the second case, when we inflict injustice or unfair treatment to others, we want to heal from the wounds that we inflict upon others. Okay? Therefore, when we talk about healing, we are the healing that we want to heal ourselves from the injustices or the dukkhas inflicted upon us, and also the healing that we want to get when we inflict dukkhas upon others. Now, before we go further, I would like to share with you some of the stories from the Buddhist sutras so that we can get some lessons. Instead of just listening to me, we look at some of these stories and get lessons from it. There was this Brahmin by the name of Akosha. He was very angry that the Buddha had converted so many Brahmins to the Buddha's path. So he came over and scolded the Buddha. So the Buddha just quietly sat there and listened to him and let him scold. Okay? And after tired of scolding, then the Buddha asked Akosha, when visitors come to your house, you offer meal, and if the visitors don't take, what would you do? And Akosha said, if the visitors don't take, then I will take it myself. So same thing, the Buddha said, whatever that you have told me, you have scolded me, you call me swine and things like that, I am not taking it. Okay, you can take it back. So this is how the Buddha reacted to the scolding from Akosha. I will tell you the lesson from this story later. Now we all know the famous Devadatta story. The Devadatta tried to get the leadership of the Sangha from the Buddha and was rejected by the Buddha. So out of anger, he first hired murderers to try and kill the Buddha. And that failed. After which he attempted himself to kill the Buddha by rolling a rock from the top of the hill. And a splinter rock from that rock injured the toe of the Buddha. The toe of the Buddha actually got swollen and was quite serious, and the Buddha was treated by the Dr. Jivika. So some people imagine that the Buddha never gets sick. But actually, the Buddha can get sick and injured like you and me. So the Buddha was treated by this Dr. Vichika. And then, after failing to kill the Buddha, he intoxicated the lion Naragiri and let the Naragiri lions charge onto the Buddha. Again, the Buddha subdued Naragiri with his metta meditation. Then finally, Devadatta caused a schism by bringing some people out of the Sangha and to follow him. And actually, it is said that by scholars that the group of followers that follow Devadatta actually existed in India even until today, right? Even though it's just a small group. That means there were some people who came up from the Buddha's Sangha and followed Devadatta. So that's the story of. Then the famous Angulimala story, perhaps you have already heard it. His original name was Ahimsaka, means a harmless one. But history has it that he became an Angulimala. Anguli means fingers. Mala means garland, so garland of fingers. His master told him to go and chop 100 people or get 1,000 nails and put a garland. And he was finally converted to the Buddha, by the Buddha, when he was attempting to kill his own mother for the last finger. He was converted. After conversion, he strived to work very hard. Eventually, he became an arahant. But wherever he goes in the town for alms, he will get no food, and he will be scolded, and he will be harmed, he will be cut, or people beat him up and things like that. And he was said that eventually he was beaten to death. Okay? So that was Angulimala. Then we have the story of Hisa Gotami. Hisa Gotami, poor lady, she got a baby and the baby died. After the baby died, she became insane and wanted people to heal the baby. So she went from house to house begging doctors to heal the baby, but nobody could heal the dead baby. So finally he came to the Buddha. The Buddha, being a very wise person, the Buddha advised her to go and look for master seed from a house. If you could find a master seed, then we can use that master seed to heal this boy. Then Hisa Gotami went from house to house. Eventually, she found practically in every house she could get a master seed, but the conditions given by the Buddha was that in that particular house, no one must have passed away before. And in every house, she found that somebody had passed away before. So by the time she came back to the Buddha, she came to realize that death is certain and so common. So she came to her senses and she accepted that the baby is dead and she became a nun. Okay? She also eventually became an arahant. Then we have the story of Patachara the nuns. Patachara, of a noble birth, fell in love with her male servant and they eloped to another place and stayed there. Then, when she conceived her first baby, she wanted to come back to her mother's place, to deliver the baby. That was following the custom of India at that time. But the baby was delivered on the way, so she did not reach the parents' house. She returned back to her husband. Then she conceived a second baby again, and this time she took the first baby, and with her pregnant baby in the stomach, she was traveling back to her home. And then her husband also followed. And then there was a thunderstorm. And in the thunderstorm, she asked her husband to look for firewood. And in the And the husband, in the process of looking for firewood, was bitten by a snake and died. So this poor Patachara, then the next morning, found that the husband was dead. So she was very sad and very guilty that she has asked the husband to come along. Anyway, she proceeded to cross the river to go back to her father's house. But as she crossed the river halfway, she put the baby the baby was delivered that morning. So she could not carry two babies across the river. So she had to leave the elder baby at the river shore and carry the younger baby into the river, across the river. Halfway in the river, a vulture came and snatched the baby, and she was screaming like hell. And because of she was screaming, the baby on the shore thought the mother was calling her, and the baby also walked into the river and got drowned. So now she lost her husband and lost two babies. So she was so very upset. So when she crossed the river, she was grieving, and then she was told the thunderstorm last night caused the father's house to collapse, and the parents were also killed. So everything devastated. So a devastated Pachara also finally came to the Buddha and seek guidance from the Buddha, and finally became a nun also. So now, after finishing these stories, let me tell you about healing from the dukkha we inflicted upon us. You know, we always feel, government is not fair, society is not fair, boss is not fair, and so on and so forth. So many things that we feel is inflicted onto us. The first thing we need to do is to mind our mind, and you won't get wounded. If we take care of our mind, we will not be easily get wounded. Then you won't blame the government, you won't blame the society, you won't blame your boss, you won't blame your husband or your wife, as long as you know how to mind your mind. So you look at the story of Akosa. Akosa can scold the Buddha like anything. The Buddha was, with the Buddha's mind, it was not perturbed, not disturbed at all by Akosa. Okay? So if you are not wounded, you don't need to get healed. Okay? Similarly, the story of Devadatta, despite all the things that Devadatta had done, the Buddha did not do anything to him. That shows that the Buddha did not have any grudge or any dislike for him. Leave him alone, as long as your mind is guarded. Okay. Now this is possible for our lay people today. A strong mind of Brahma Vihara is the fortress to guard against all sorts of dukkha. As long as we have the metta, karuna, mudita, upekka, our mind is strong. Okay. When our mind is strong, we won't get wounded. When we get wounded, we won't get wounded. We don't need to get healed. Of course, this needs regular practice. We can't be waiting until a time when we have the wound inflicted upon us. Then we say, I try to practice metta. It's just like most of the time, you don't exercise your muscle. Then suddenly you say, no, I want to lift up 10 kg or 20 kg. You just can't do it because certain things need regular practice. So we need to regularly practice our mind so that we won't get wounded so easily. Okay? Now, suppose we are wounded and we want to get healed. One of the ways is, of course, self-realization. You look at the story of Disapatami and the story of Patachara and the story of Visakha. Visakha, one of the equivalent of Anantapindika, a female disciple of the Buddha who sponsored the monastery, lost her grandson and was very upset. She also came to the Buddha and complained to the Buddha. And the Buddha said, with hairs wet and the shirt wet, meaning to say crying like mad. Okay, so all three came to the Buddha and finally came to realization that death is certain, and they accepted. This story tells us that it's very important to have good counselor. The Buddha was a great counselor. So to get healed, that's why we have this profession called counselors now. To get healed, sometimes we need to get help. Sometimes we need to get help, and we need to get good counselors who can help us. Okay? Now, of course, we have always been advised that if you are wounded, you suffered, the best way is to forgive and forget. Okay? But before we talk about forgive, let me talk about forget first. You know, when we talk about the dukkha inflicted upon us, I would say 90 to 95% or perhaps 98% are actually trivial matters. You know. But we imagine and make it so big, and then we suffer from it. Then actually a lot of things are not that really serious. Okay? But our mind exaggerated and make it serious. So many things in life are not as big as what we imagine. So if we can forget them, then times will heal. Okay? So it's best to remember the good things and try to forget the small things. Okay? Don't carry it along in your package. Sometimes you may find that certain injustices done on me, certain unfair treatments done on me, and so on. One day you may laugh at it, Okay? And why we need to forget? Because not forgetting and always bearing a grudge is self-torturing. So a person who is bearing a lot of grudges, you can just look at his face. Most of the time, cannot smile. Okay? Now, if we cannot forget, it still comes back to our mind from time to time, then we should try to forgo, or what we call let go. Learn to forgo whenever we remember unhappy past. Sometimes we cannot stop the mind from recalling the unhappy past. So, but when it comes back, we tell ourselves that this has gone past, nothing more can be done, and therefore I let go. Okay, that's called forget and forgo. But of course, if you can go one step further to go to the step of forgiveness, that will be better. The Buddha advised us, hate can never be appeased by hate. It can only be appeased by love. Dhammapada verse 5. Okay? So if you always hate somebody because of the injustices inflicted upon you, then you harbor that hatred, it only harms you. And that problem will not be resolved. But if you can forgive that person or that deed, unfair deed, then you are at peace with yourself. Okay? Even in the story of Buddha and the Devadatta, in fact, Devadatta came back and asked the Buddha for forgiveness. Okay? But on his way to see the Buddha asking for forgiveness, he was swallowed up by the earth, so to say. Okay? We look at the story of Nelson Mandela and Gandhi. Nelson Mandela as a president, once went into a restaurant and he saw a white man in one corner of the restaurant shivering away. And his bodyguard asked Nelson Mandela, why is that white man shivering away? Nelson Mandela said, that man was my prison warden. He used to urinate on my food, urinate on my head. Okay? But Nelson Mandela, instead of hating that man, he asked that man to come over to his table and eat together with him, while shivering and eating there. But Nelson Mandela said, if I leave the prison with hatred in my mind, then I'm still in prison. That is how great people like this, they can do that. Mahatma Gandhi, when a Hindu man came and complained to him, when he was fasting and asking for peace from both sides, the Muslim and the Hindus, one Hindu man came to him and told him, Gandhiji, they killed my son. You know, Gandhiji said, then go and adopt a Muslim as a son. Okay? That demands a lot of courage, a lot of strength, something not ordinary man can do. Okay? To get to forgive. But in real life, we have such stories. Mahakosanda of Cambodia, in Cambodia, during the Khmer Rouge, the Khmer Rouge killed about 1 million out of the 3 million population in Cambodia at that time. And yet Mahakosanda preached forgiveness to all the people there. forgive, and carry on our life. So he had a peace talk, peace walk through the villages in Cambodia, preaching the message of love and peace from the Buddha, asking the people to leave behind what was bad, to forgive, and to carry on their life. Okay? There's a real life story of Mary Johnson, okay, who forgave Osha. Osha, young man who killed Mary Johnson's son. This is in USA. And Mary Johnson visited this prisoner, Osha, very regularly. And eventually, when Osha was released from the prison, she adopted him as his son, or as her son. So this is the power of forgiveness. And they really heal. Okay? So forgiveness can change one's life. To reduce hatred and other negative emotion, you must develop their opposite, and that is loving kindness and compassion. Okay? Because when we have loving kindness and compassion, then forgiveness is easier. Forgiveness allows us to be in touch with this positive emotion. It will help with a spiritual development. This four Brahma Vihara can lead us to a heightened perspective where the idea of settling old scores become trivial and mean. Okay? Once your mind is always at a higher level, then you can always overlook a lot of things, and all these old scores become trivial. You know? And it's actually also good for our health. Studies have found the act of forgiveness can reap great rewards for our health, lowering heart attack, improving cholesterol level and sleep, reducing pain, blood pressure, our levels of anxiety, our depression and stress. Now, why forgiveness is so important? Because if we don't forgive, then we are like getting a second arrow. You know, in the Sarata Sutta, if you are shot by one arrow, it causes pain. So, but if you sorrow, grieve, or lament, this is the second pain, okay? The wise person stops at the first pain, okay? So the first arrow, the first hurt is always often beyond our control. But the second one, we can. So that's why we need to be able to forgive, if we can forgive. Now, how to forgive? It's easy to say forgive, you know, but sometimes not easy. But we have to think that a simple method is we think that we will die, okay? We think that we will die, and in the Dhammapada is mentioned, Dhammapada verse 3 and 4, he abused me, he beat me, he defeated me, he wronged me. In those who harbor such hatred is not at peace. And then after that, you say Dhammapada verse 5, I mentioned earlier. It means you will continue from life to life. And you don't want to continue with life to life with that kind of hatred, you know. You have better things to do in life, okay? You don't want to be reborn with a mission of revenge, which is a miserable way to live our new life, okay? So you're thinking like this, better forgive, okay? But having said that, I want to stress one point here. Forgiving doesn't mean you forget about the repair, okay? Forgiveness does not necessarily mean forgetting the damage done or allowing injustice and atrocities to go on. Okay? That hand-facet forgiveness can also be an extremism. That's not good for us also, for the whole human society. Forgiveness must also involve repairing the injustices. Devadatta caused extremism in the Sangha. The Buddha did not just allow the Sangha to split. The Buddha sent Sariputta and Moggallana to the committee of monks headed by Devadatta and preached to the followers of Devadatta and brought them back to the Sangha. So it shows that repair is important. Okay. Now, of course, if both parties can admit to each other, that's for reconciliation. That is better. Now, having said this, there's one element called retribution. And a lot of people will say, no retribution. We talk about forgiveness. But I want to say retribution, or rather put it in a more gentle term, punishment, different forms and degree of punishment have always been in the Sangha. Okay? So if a monk committed a certain grave offense, he will be expelled. Certain cases, not expelled, but given warning. Certain cases, with just simple repentance. So different degree of punishment had always been practiced in the Sangha. So retribution not necessarily must be with hatred, but some form of punishment for the perpetrators is also a way of healing and of maintaining social order. Okay? An example, in Malaysia, when we talk about the abolishment of capital punishment 2 years back, many families of victims of murders came and protested about this abolishment of capital punishment. They wanted retribution. You can't just go to them and say, hey, please forgive these people. Or so many lives already lost. We don't want another life to be lost, things like that. To them, forgiveness, this, the Brahma Vihara. Okay, Brahma Vihara. Brahma Vihara, Metta, Karuna, Upekka, Mudita, is the effort of the Brahma. It's divine. It's a very high stage. Not every human beings are on that high stage. They didn't reach that high stage to be able to heal simply by reaching that high stage of forgiveness. They need retributions. So that's why you see in the case of Angulimala, the relatives of the murdered victims actually killed Angulimala, despite the fact that they knew that Angulimala is a disciple of the Buddha, because they just can't forgive, and they found that retribution, in this case by killing him, then they can really feel comfortable with that. So for some people, forgiveness is conditional upon retribution. Okay? To err is human, to forgive is divine. Alexander Pope says that many people can't reach this divine stage. Okay? Now, having said that, now I have a few more minutes. I got 10 more minutes. Healing from the dukkha we inflict upon others. Now it's about our turn. Sometimes we do, and then sometimes after that we feel we have a sense of remorse. Therefore, what we need to do is we need to apologize, and we need to reform and to repair whatever damages in the case of Angulimala. Repentance means compassion. Okay, accepting what we have done is wrong and making efforts to purify these negative actions of body, speech, or thought. One of the most powerful tools for purifying past wrong deeds and eliminating future wrong deeds, repentance or chanhui. Okay. Now, traditionally, there are two main ways people repent. One way is through communal repentance. This is practiced in the Sangha, Patimokkha, where you confess your offense in public, okay, and you ask for forgiveness. And this is a good practice in the sense that you have to really tell the truth, okay, and inviting appropriate penalties. Okay. Now there is another one which most of us do. We believe we have done a lot of bad deeds in the past. We don't know what bad deeds, and we want to repent those bad deeds. So for those unknown or unremembered past wrongs, we plead for forgiveness to alleviate suffering from harm to our present life. So for the Theravada tradition, it's very common that when we are about to complete our puja, we always come out with asking for forgiveness. Acayang kama bante Uripanya Tathagata. We ask for the Bante to forgive our wrongs. Okay. Then of course, meditational way also a way to telling our mind to repent. Meditational way, which the previous speakers have already touched on. I mentioned repentance, then we need to repair and reform. Okay, we have to make good the damage done, and that's why it's very important and it's what often stressed in the Buddhist suttas: do good, avoid evil, purify the mind. In the Sangha Sutta, Samyutta Nikaya, it says that the actual complexity of karma allows for a way in which past evil deeds can be overcome through refraining from evil now and into the future, and through developing expansive mind states of metta, karuna, upekkha, mudita. In such an expansive mind state, the unavoidable consequences of past evil actions count for next to nothing. Meaning to say, we want to repair, we want to reform, but at the same time, we want to cultivate good virtues, good deeds at this very life. Okay? To prevent the friction of bad karma. Okay? I make it into a simple chart. If we want to heal from the dukkha we inflict on others, first we must have a deep sense of regret. Okay? Regret. Then we must have some reliance. We need some support for us to, some strength for us to repent. So we need to take refuge in the triple gem, radiant love and compassion. We need to build up the strength. That's where the metta, karuna, mudita, upekkha comes in. Then we have to reform, engage in compassionate words through body, speech, and mind. That means now we have to do the corrective action. Okay? And the fourth one, to resolve. Must make a firm determination to not to repeat the negative actions. Okay? So regret, reliance, reform, resolve. I have mentioned the dukkha others inflicted upon us. The dukkha we inflict upon others. I have purposely left out, actually there is a form of dukkha which we inflicted upon ourselves. A dukkha that actually is, we generate our own karma. So we have our own dukkha. Okay? So like our birth, our old age, sickness, death, and so on and so on, all these things, we feel sad, we feel meaningless. All these are the dukkha. And some of these dukkhas, nothing to do with any external elements. But yes, it is with us. Okay? And some people are so caught in this, people ask me, what is the meaning of life? I say, actually there's no meaning of life because Buddhism talks about dukkha. And what is the meaning of, what is meaning in dukkha? But actually, exactly because there is no meaning, intrinsically there is no meaning in the life of dukkha, we can assign meaning to it. Okay, exactly because there's intrinsically no meaning in life. Okay, therefore we can introduce meaning to it. Okay, and we can introduce to it by doing good, by performing dana. Okay, we grow the capacity to love, to assign meaning. Why we stress on dana? Dana is stressed everywhere. Sanghavatu talk about dana. 10 virtues of king talk about dana. Dana, sila, bhavana. Why everywhere we start off with dana? Because dana is to develop our capacity to love. All human beings have the capacity to love and to hate also. But we have the capacity to love. And when we have the capacity to love and we do something we want to love, actually we assign meaning. We assign meaning to our life dukkha. This is called, in psychological terms, tragic optimism. Dukkha is tragic, but in that tragic, we make meaning out of it. Tragic. So we want to make a meaning out of our life. And that we can do if we perform dana, we perform charity. Sometimes we find that it's we are weak, the mind is willing, but the body is weak. So we need to associate with the right company. Okay? We need to associate with the right company, associate with people like G.S. Tan or with the Reverend Heng Shuo or Venerable Kai Cheng and so on. You associate with the right company, they will influence you and you are on the right path. Okay? Not forgetting also, we need to do a lot of physical exercise. Okay? Well, in the olden days, don't think that the Buddha's community of monks don't exercise. They walk every day, okay? So they had a physical exercise. So because mind and matters are one. Mind is not separate from matter, matter is not separate from mind. Strong mind, strong physical bodies. Strong physical bodies, strong mind. And if we all this still fail, we have to contemplate on anicca. You are suffering from a depression. Well, you can tell yourself, all this is only temporary, it will go. Okay? All this will pass. Anxiety, sadness, some people when the loved one die, and they say that's the end of the world, they cry, like people say like want the end of the world already. So after 6 weeks or so, or 7 weeks now, you see them singing in the karaoke already. So contemplate on anicca. So in conclusion, I'm giving you the conclusion. Healing from the dukkha we inflicted upon others, we need to mind our mind. We need to have realization. In this case, we need to have good counselors. We need to learn to forget, forgo, and forgive, and to repair, reconcile, and retribution. And feeling the dukkha of I or we inflict upon others is to repent, repair, reform. Or I put it in the formula, regret our action, rely on the triple gems, reform our actions in mind, speech, and body, and resolve not to repeat the wrong things. Okay? And freeing from the dukkha of self is to do good, to have the right companions, to have physical exercise, to contemplate on anicca. With this, I end my presentation here. Thank you very much. Exactly on time.
Thank you very much, Dato' Ang Chu Hong. And now, before we go on to the Q&A, just to summarize what Dato' Ang has just mentioned, that from his take, that the suffering which we all experience, called the suffering of the five aggregates, are actually something that we need to get ourselves cured from. And so he has shared also many stories, many inspiring stories from the sutta, as well as the real life, about how many people dealt with this dukkha, this suffering they have, and got cured from it. And he, of course, proposed the 4 R's. This is to regret what one has done, to rely on the triple gem, to reform oneself, and to resolve to get the problem solved. So on that note, we will now move to the Q&A, and there are several questions here, and I would like to start with the simple ones, and I would like to direct this to Venerable Kai Chen. There are several people who asked, who requested for the Mahayana suttas and mantras that was mentioned by both Venerable Dr. Heng Shui and Venerable Kai Chen. Would you like to share with us the suttas? I think they want to search and perhaps chant.
Oh, okay. Just now, hello, dear Mahasanghas, as well as all the Dhammas and brothers in the. Just now when I talk about the sutra chanting, okay, that the Buddha has mentioned that will eradicate illnesses, all right? It will be the Buddha Master of Healing of Peace, Lazuli Radiance, and that is 药师琉璃光如来本愿功德经, all right? And the mantra 药师神咒. Then the next one that which I have the fortune of cultivating will be one of it that is, just hang on, let me have a look. Okay, that will be the contemplation, the sutra spoken by the Buddha on the contemplation of the two Bodhisattvas, the King of Healing and Supreme Healer. 那是佛说观药王药上二菩萨经 where it talks about the Bodhisattva Vaishaya Raja as well as Bodhisattva Vaishaya Samugate, who told us okay, that in that sutra itself, it mentioned two Dharanis, one by Vaishaya Raja and the other one by Vaishaya Samugate. So if you like to find, you have to find that they have, all right, the sutra in English known as the sutra spoken by the Buddha on the contemplation of the two bodhisattvas, as well as on the Buddha master of healing of lapis lazuli radiance. I hope that for those who wish to recite the mantra, you do it assiduously. I think as far as my learning of this Buddhist journey has started almost about 30 years ago, I have heard of this, the Buddha Master of Healing and Lapis Lazuli Radiance, right? At that point of time, I have recited it at Bright Hill Temple many years ago in the 90s, but I don't know for what reason, I may not have the affinity with this, the Buddha Master of Healing. So it went on after 20 years or 25 years, I got in touch with this sutra again, and I recited with fervor, with understanding, and the empowerment of the Buddha Master of Healing is really miraculous. Although at many point of time, I've been reciting the Buddha of the Western Paradise. So I hope that those, who have affinity with the Buddha Master of Healing, you could recite his name as well as the mantra to eradicate any suffering and illnesses, avert calamities, and to bring in auspiciousness. Thank you. I hand over to the speaker.
Thank you very much, Venerable Kai Chen, for sharing with us the names of the suttas. The second one also, there's a question here which I would like to address this to Dato' Ang. This is more on the Theravada tradition. And the person asked that, are there suttas in the Theravada tradition that the Buddha had used, or were there other suttas that one can use to chant or to listen to when one is ill and sick?
Oh, surely, yes. I think it's the Mahachunda Sutta.
Mahachunda Sutta, okay?
The great book of protection. The great book of protection. There are many Parita Suttas. There are not only Paritas, there are also Suttas. And there was an occasion when the Buddha was not well. He actually asked monks to chant to him.
Okay.
So there are
Okay.
Buddhist Suttas in the Theravada tradition.
Thank you. Yes. And I think that one is the Bojjhanga Sutta, in which when the Buddha was ill, as well as the two disciples, the Venerable Maha Moggallana and the other disciple Maha Kassapa was ill. And they listened to the chant, which involves the 7 factors of enlightenment. And it was said that after that listen, immediately they got cured. Yes, thank you. So that comes from the collection called the Protective Chants. So for those who are interested, you can Google, you can put the word Theravada and you put Protective Chants, and they have a number of chants there. Okay, thank you. And the last question I have here, which is, I'm going to summarize 4 of this, and I'm going to humbly ask Venerable Dr. Heng Chua to answer this question. Quite challenging question. And these people said that today's subtopic has been about the 2 great traditions, talking about cures, using chants, using mantras, using prayers. But isn't sickness, aging, death already a universal truth? Why are we using this and not just recognizing that these are truths and these are something that shouldn't be tampered with? Would Venerable Dr. Henscher like to address this question?
Sure. No, that's a terrific question. I would challenge the questioner or the 4 questioners in saying, how about you? Can you do it? That's easy to say. You're so brave. Who cares about old age, sickness, and death? Why worry about them? When it comes down to someone you love, can you be completely pingdang, completely equanimous in the middle of that? I think chances are, when it really comes down to you, you're going to want to deal with that in some way, some skillful way, other than simply, just let it be. Sure, if you can truly let it be. What does a bodhisattva do? A bodhisattva is so skillful about healing their own illness that they can actually, in a real way, heal others. They have many methods for bringing others out of dukkha, and not only, well, let's look at this one right here. Here is Erstor Bodhisattva, and he is called the Da Yuan Dizangwang Pusa, the Bodhisattva with the greatest of vows. And why are his vows so great? The way his vows, Erstor Bodhisattva says, only when other living beings wake up will I myself realize Bodhi. Let me start over. He said, only when the hells are empty will I realize Bodhi. 地狱为空，誓不成佛. Only when the hells are empty will I become a Buddha. Only when all living beings are crossed over will I realize Bodhi. So there's two halves to his vows. The first one says, I'm going down into the hells where the suffering is the most grievous. I'm going to empty the hells. Only then do I rest. But that's halfway. Furthermore, I'm going to take all those beings who I've now brought out of the hells back to, let's say, a human rebirth or a deva rebirth, and take them to Buddhahood. And only then will I go to Buddhahood. So here's somebody who is so tuned in, so completely attuned to the suffering of living beings, and yet his heart is so big. His heart is so compassionate, he's willing to go last. There's a spirit I want to emulate. He has given his life to answering your question. Why bother? If Erstor Bodhisattva had that attitude, he would say, suffering's natural, who cares? You suffer yours, I'm done. That's not the heart of the Buddha. So talk about, don't quit. Even after you're happy, don't quit, because someone you care about is suffering. Dukkha is truly, it is the nature of conditioned existence, that things fall apart. But what we want to do is find a way to not only balance in the midst of things falling apart. Conditioned dharmas come together and then they fall apart. How much do we suffer? Depends on how attached we are when those things fall apart. That's true. But are you able to see people go through this kind of old age, sickness, and death and do nothing about it? You must be a pretty cold individual. So I don't know. That's why I'm drawn to Guanyin Bodhisattva, for example, who says, yeah, call my name. I have a hand. I will give you a hand. That's a spirit that the world needs right now. And that's what draws me to Buddhism after 47 years as a monk. That kind of great compassion, that selflessness, that's what the world needs now.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to all the speakers today for your very in-depth and very insightful sharing on the Dhamma. So on this note, I'd like to wish everybody well. I would like to now hand over the mic to the organizer, or perhaps we have a short break until the next speaker comes on board. Thank you, everyone. May you all be well and happy, healthy and strong. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.
All right. Bye, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, venerables and distinguished guests, for answering the questions and for sharing with us about the different perspectives of healing in Buddhism. And thank you, Dr. Kue, for moderating this discussion very skillfully. Venerable Mahasangha, Dhamma brothers and sisters, we would now like to invite Venerable Dr. Anil Sakya to join us online on Zoom, all the way from Thailand, to give us a Dhamma talk. Venerable Dr. Pra Anil Sakya was born into the Sakya clan of the Lord Buddha in Nepal. He's the rector of the World Buddhist University under the World Fellowship of Buddhists and vice president of Mahamakut Buddhist University. He serves as visiting professor in many universities, both in Thailand and abroad as well. Venerable Mahasangha, Dhamma brothers and sisters, may we now invite Venerable Dr. Pra Anil Sakya to give us a Dhamma talk on practicing Buddhism in 21st century. Venerable, please. And yes, while we're waiting for Pra Anil to come online, I'm sure a lot of you have benefited from today's talk. So I think Buddhism is not just about theories or hearing from what anybody else says. So the Buddha encourages us to ask ourselves questions, to contemplate, and to reflect, especially on his teachings. And it's actually very rational. And it's something that we can apply in our daily lives and not to go into something that is mystical or something that's mysterious. But like I said, it's very practical and something that you can put into practice in your daily life now. So I'm sure everybody's looking for Dr. Pra Anil. And like I mentioned, he's director of the eyes and watch your mind. I think it's a very good time for us to meditate. So meditation is something that is important that we should practice every day. Like just now, some of the speakers mentioned, mind your mind. So let us all have a short few minutes of silent meditation while we wait for Venerable Dr. Pra Anil to join us online. Thank you. Dear Dhamma brothers and sisters, it is our honor now to invite Venerable Dr. Pra Anil Sakya to give us a Dhamma talk on practicing Buddhism in the 21st century. Dr. Venerable, please.
Yes. Dear most venerables colleagues, CEO and its members of the Buddhist Union of Singapore, distinguished guests, sisters and brothers in the Dhamma. First of all, I would like to thank you, the organizer, for inviting me to deliver a Dhamma talk towards the end of this forum. I guess that every one of you who have been logged in from the morning would be a bit tired of, physically, I guess, would be very tired of discussions. But anyway, mentally, I guess everyone is eager to learn something new all the time. And today's topic, which was given to me by the organizer, is about practicing Buddhism in the 21st century. When we talk about the 21st century, it is something very interesting. It is very interesting to see that, what do you mean by 21st century? I guess when we think of 21st century, we always think in a way just calendrical calculations, which we think it started on the 1st January, 2001, and then it's going to be ending at the 31st December 2100, I guess. That is something what we call the span of a 21st century. But when I think of 21st century in this topic, I think more in a more, what we call this, in a world development aspect. When you think of the development aspect, I guess we have to little bit go back and then see what does 21st century really mean. I guess it was in the 18th century that the world really revolutionized. It's always changed. It's the 17th, 18th century. I guess it changed drastically from agricultural to the industrial revolution. And from that time onward, we have been enjoying the idea of this industrializations. Things are moving very fast. We have what you call this Moore's law, where things are exponentially changing drastically from the what you call this Maslow's law of multiplying things and then make it very fast. So our life suddenly become very fast. We are not slow as it was. Before we used to say that, let's say, if we want to call someone, we will call landline and nobody pick up the phone, it doesn't matter. We will call again in the next day. But these days, you can see that everyone has their mobile, and then we are trying to reach someone, and then if no one, the end user or the end caller doesn't answers, we will get frustrated why he's not answering my call, and so and so. And then suddenly we are become very temperament. Suddenly we are very intolerant, which in the old way of living, we have been, this was not a problem. If we can see someone today, say that let's say tomorrow or next week, even next month, even next year, that is something that we are able to accept. But these days, no, you want to have instant talk, instant chat, instant reply, instant reactions, and so and so. So this is all about what you call this industrial revolutions. But this 21st century is another very, very important a milestone that changes the whole world again, from industrial revolution to what we call AI. And then we are seeing that the things are not as it was before. Even when we were a child, at the moment I am 61. So when I think of my childhood, which is about 50 years ago, so around that time, the things are not as these days. At the time, we didn't have a computer. At the time, we didn't have so many things. But now things are, totally different from the world we used to be. So what does a really means? From the artificial intelligence scientists, they say that this 21st century is something very remarkable century. As things are changing very fast, the AI, artificial intelligence, is approaching and involving in people's lives so fast that this 21st century should be regarded as the brain-computer interface, or the BCI period. What they are saying that at the moment, this technology, it is developing in a way that a non-biological substance can be inserted in the biological body like us, and then it can enhance whatever things the body need to be done. And they are talking about the brain molecules that they can insert some kind of a nanotechnology, nano-brain, nano sort of a device which doesn't need any operation, doesn't anything. It's kind of blood cell, which is a non-biological, but when it insert, it goes to the, combined with some of the brain cells, and then able to enhance even the brain power, enhance our intelligence. That is something that science was talking about 21st century. So we are talking about AI, we are talking about this fast communications, we are talking about this very efficient networking, and so and so. So amidst this, all this changing and this, what you call this, even disruption, what does it really mean that practicing Buddhism in the 21st century? Because if we talk about the 21st century at the moment, we are talking about the science. We are talking about the very advanced world. And we are talking about even the robotic, even talking about the technology which can really take over our life. And then it has been taking over our life. Nowadays, as a monk, we always say that we have 4 requisites. I guess that it is not true anymore, as every monk has now mobile phones to connect with. Otherwise, it will be difficult to contact even the devotees. Now we are doing this kind of Dhamma talk through this, Zoom, through this technology, the advanced remote technology. So this is the life has been changed in the 21st century. And then, I don't know, the rest of the years, and then what is going to change, what we are going to face, we don't know. So this is a world of uncertain. So out of this world of uncertain, what do we, how do we see our Buddhism, exists amidst this? And as a Buddhist, how do we practice Buddhism? Because the nature of the world is so fast. And then before, in old days, we are trying to think that when we hear monks says that everything is impermanent, sabbe sankhara anicca, we just listen and then, could be. But it is so obvious that things are changing so fast that even faster than our acknowledgement, faster than our knowledge these days. Look at these slides, and then it says that, in internet, in a 1 internet minute, what is going on? So things are going on so drastically, so madly that even in lines, 21 million texts in 1 minute going on, transactions going on 1 minute. I don't know, the YouTube, 500 hours content uploaded in every tiny minutes. So look at this, the world which is changing so drastically. And what about Buddhism? So the practicing Buddhism at the moment is a kind of I have to say that it is a kind of a good challenge. It is a real challenge. Challenge in a sense that how do we stand amidst this drastical changing? Of course, Buddhism talk about how can we take care of our mind when we talk about the changes, when we face about the changes. Because every changes have a two repercussions. Some changes are very pleasant because it is something that we really want and then we are looking forward. For example, if you are poor and you want to be rich, if you are unintelligent, you want to be intelligent. If you are not smart, you want to be smart. And so all of these kind of changes is good for you. But at the same time, a lot of changes bring something sorrow and suffering for yourself. For example, let's say that our age. Does anyone want to get old? Does anyone want to be sick? So these are all the changes we have to face. There is a pleasant and unpleasant changes. So whole idea of a Buddhism, a Buddhist practice at the in fact, in the time of the Buddha means that things is that how we are going to handle these changes, because the changes cannot alter, the changes cannot be controlled. I say that this is my finger. When I say this is my finger, it is more like something like I could control. But everyone knows that. Can we control our own hand or our finger? No. Example that this is a small pen. This is a pen. But if I ask that, is that heavy? Maybe we'll say that it's not heavy at all. But let's carry on this for another hour like this. What will happen? The things changes and suddenly it's become loathsome. It's become heavier and heavier and heavier. Then if I still hold it like that by not let go, what will happen? Then I'll be a stupid monk who doesn't know how to let go. But if you want to really carry on, they're handing on to this pen, what you have to just do is that just put down for a while. Then you can just pick it up and suddenly it's become a light again. Therefore, the whole idea of diligent, the whole idea of the impermanent, impermanent is something that it is our real life. It is something that we have to face, we have to live on. So the whole idea of Buddhism is that, how we handle that. So I will say that practicing Buddhism is something that how we handle our life, regardless of the changes is going outside. So it was the 21st century, it is the 1st century, it is the time of the Buddha, it will be the, I don't know, whatever century, the teaching of the Buddha is still the same. Because Buddhism is all about yourself and all about how do you interact yourself with your surroundings. Your surroundings means that your society, your community, as well as even the environment. So simply, the whole idea of a life, according to our understanding, is you and your surroundings, you and your ecology, even the human ecology or even the natural ecology. So these two things has to be really in balance. And most of the world religions is talking about this balance in a very different language, I guess. Because in most of the theistic language, theistic religion, it is something that which superhuman or the gods will gifted all those things for you. But from Buddhist point of view, what you see is that things has to be transformed, things has to be developed, things has to be cultivated by yourself in a way that how you want your world to be. So world is not out there. The world is something that you create from your own The world is something that you create yourself from your mind. So that's why the Buddhist Dhammapada, first Dhammapada is Manopubbangama Dhamma Manosetta Manomaya, which simply means that the mind is the first, mind is a foregone, mind is always first. And so whatever you think, whether you think as a good idea, then all the good things will come after that. So if you think of bad thing, all the bad things will come after that. So whole idea of the world from Buddhist idea is that your mind. Everything is a mind made. Everything is a mind created. The event yourself is a mind created, it's mind made. So whole idea of Buddhism is that how do you look after that very mind? So how do you really, feed that very mind in a way that it creates a more positive, more harmonious with yourself and with the society? So this is a very interesting way to see Buddhism in the 21st century. Why? Because if you look back in the Buddhist history, you will see that around 17th, 18th century, it looks though Buddhism has been refocused. Buddhism has been re-emphasized or emphasized in something else than the Dhamma itself. The Dhamma has been akaliko, which means that it is a timeless, it is not within the time conditions. But however, when the religion has developed in its course, looks like during the 17th, 18th century, when there is a colonialism, when the Western approach is, what we call this internalization, Westernization was booming, and we saw that when they look at the Buddhism at the time, Buddhism was a pure superstitions. Buddhism is very ritualistic. Buddhism is very ceremonious. And that is something, the normal pictures we have been seeing in times of 17th, 18th century. And suddenly in the 19th century, things changed. 19th century, even in Sri Lanka, even in Thailand, even in Burma, the whole Buddhist approach has drastically changed. Instead of emphasizing in a ritualistic Buddhism, in superstitious Buddhism, suddenly we are proving to the Western that, in fact, Buddhism is very scientific, Buddhism is very pragmatic, Buddhism is very rational, Buddhism is something that you have to practice and you can really achieve by yourself. It is an individual direct experience, and so and so. Suddenly, the chanting which has been chanted for over thousands of years, suddenly it makes meaning. Suddenly, it is very meaningful. Generally, we will chant as a praying for the Buddha, asking for the Buddha, blessing for the Buddha, blessing from the Buddha. But suddenly in the 19th century, we are saying that no. For example, Theravada Buddhism, they are proving that Theravada Buddhism is no ritual at all. Whatever the chanting, the mantras, what you call is mantra, actually the word mantra in etymological Pali simply means a counseling. Manta means the thinking, giving counseling to the we'll say that mantri is a minister. Minister means that a counselor who give advice to the king or whatever. So therefore, the word mantra, from derivation or etymological point of view, it must mean counseling. So when you say that all the praying or the mantra, praying the mantra, the chanting, basic paritta, for example, they are all counseling. So to be more direct, it is a self-counseling teachings, self-counseling lessons. So suddenly in the 19th century, we came to be aware that Buddhism is not only ritualistic, or even there is no ritual at all. Buddhism is all about developing or transforming yourself from what we call is unlearn to be learned, unlearn to be learned. The Buddha, basically, it is not only the Buddha as a Prince Siddhartha. Buddha means that to be awakened, to be learned. And to be learned is that you need to learn in this 21st century, you need to learn science, you need to learn technology, you need to learn so many things. And after learning all those things, what you have to do is that what those knowledge taking you up to? You can see that even look at the modern idea of the Sustainable Development Goal, for example, or any plan and agendas, a global agenda by the United Nations or every nations, all tend to geared by economic force behind. And when every agenda is geared by the economic aspect, what happens is that the true humanity, the true human aspect is lost in the execution of those agenda. We are saying that we need to be developed. We say that every country need to be developed. We have to jump our every nation to be the developed country, the third world country to be a first world country. On what sense? Economic sense. On what sense? Monetary sense. In what sense? All the material prosperity sense. But suddenly, after this, amidst this, 15, 20 years of this 21st century, the United Nations, the world, it just awaked. Suddenly we thought that whatever the UNDP, United Nations Development Program, has been doing as to have the GDP, introduce GDP, and then, to compete each other in order for the prosperity of the country, prosperity of the human kind, as they used to say, generally it is all about material. And there is no development agenda, no government policies talking about how do we make people happy. So here is Buddhist comes. It was in 2012. It's a historical moment in 2012 in this 21st century that United Nations, it was 2013, sorry, it was 2013. The United Nations first ever organized what you call as Happiness Summit. The United Nations, since its founding, never talk about human happiness. Talk about a policy about the peace based on all the weapons, based on the no violence, talking about the development based on the economy, talk about so many, the right of the woman, right of all those things. There are so many other things that they're talking all different things, but they never talk about happiness. They never talk about the ultimate goal, what people really want. It was in 2013 that suddenly, I don't know, the world awoke, and suddenly United Nations take a very big step and organize a big conference called Happiness Summit. And I was there as one of the panelists at the time. And then I was shocked when people are talking about it was the first time the United Nations is concerned about happiness of mankind, the happiness of man, human being in this world. So what I'm saying at the moment so far is that when we are talking about the 21st centuries, this is about what? This is about 20 years after the 21st century. So we can say that it's the beginning of the 21st century. We have been really misled our life, what it should be. We are indulged, we are brainwashed by what we call is prosperity, what is called is development. And then we will become slave to all this economy. Somebody invented GDP, and even now we are saying that the GDP is not a good measurement because it is not creating anything good at the moment apart from the very big gap between the societies, but we are still using the GDP. In fact, if you are really talking about the flourishing of mankind, if you are really talking about the happiness of mankind, we need to develop some new tools which really enhance human happiness. And Buddhism is something very important at that very point. Because Buddhism is not interested in generally in the next life. Because we are not really investing things in this life to reap the result in the next life, as many traditional Buddhists believe. But if we really look at the Buddhist teachings and then go through the text, go through the sutras, and we see that those interpretations need to be reinterpreted. For example, look at the idea of the chanting, self-counseling. If I start with, let's say that Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. For many Theravada practitioners, or in many other Buddhists as well, may familiar with the word Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. If we translate, in a standard way, we say that I pay homage to the exalted one, compassionate one, the wisdom wise one, or something like that. And then it looks like we are really, what we are doing is that we are worshiping, we are praising the Buddha. Buddha is someone who has a quality of what he calls compassion, quality of purity, quality of enlightenment, or quality of wisdom. Compassion, purity, and wisdom. These are the three qualities we are saying that the Buddha has it. And then we praise to the Buddha for that. Did Buddha ask any of his disciples to praise him? There is no evidence at all. There is no way say that the Buddha asked any of his disciples to come and praise him. The whole idea for praising, whole idea for worshipping at the time, I call them Namo in Pali, is basically, it is a same word as a mana. In Pali, nama and mana, it has the same meaning. It's the same derivation. Mana or nama means that I consider, or I think, or I reflect, or I practice. The real exact word is that I practice. So what you practice? I practice to be compassionate. I practice to be a pure one. I practice to be wise. It is not that we are praising to the Buddha, but we are using Buddha as a mirror, reflecting those teachings within us. How do we practice it? When we say Bhagavato, we generally translate an exalted word. But if you really look into derivation of the word Bhagavato, it is from the word Bhaga, which means a divide, or which means a Bhaga, division. Bhaga also means that a luck, fortune. You can have many meanings. But one of the meaning is that it is a bhag, means that it is a sector. It is a part and partial. So Bhagavato basically means that what we as a Buddhist have to think, remind always that we are part and parcel of the bigger cosmos. I am not I as I used to think. I am part and parcel of my family. I am part and parcel of my society. I am part and parcel of my monastery. I am part and parcel of my country. I am part and parcel of this whole world. Bhagavato. So if we realize that, we are part and parcel, we are not the owner, we are not the one, but we are the part of it. We are the part of a one. So once you realize that, that is whole idea of compassion, karuna. Because karuna is another concept. Karuna is not of an idea. But karuna is action. Karuna means that in order to show yourself to others, to help others, to act upon others. So there is other beings always. Of course, in some kind of a philosophical idea, you have to compassionate yourself too sometime. When you are out of the focus, then you have to think yourself too. But in generally, you need to have a two In order to have a yourself, in order to have an I, there is a you, there is a he, there is a she. So that is a very, very simple Buddhist idea of anatta again. There is no such thing as an I, because I exists only when there is other person with me. If I am in my room alone and then I'm shouted that I guess there's something, wrong with you there. I guess that you have to go to the mental institutions. The I is only relevant, there is someone else in front of. So example, at the moment, I'm in front of the camera, but I know that there is something over 200 audiences here. So suddenly, I is relevant as a teacher, as a monk, as a Dhamma talker, or whatever it is. But if there is no one, and then I'm still talking like this, there's no audience, there's no recording, there's nothing. There's only two solutions there would be. One is that I'm practicing how to talk, that is still relevant to others. Otherwise, if there's no relevancy, then I have to end up in the mental institutions. I can talk to myself. So the word Bhagavato, therefore, it is always to do with someone else. It is about the ethical view. It is about the life. How do you live with others? So once you realize that you are interdependent, you are interconnected with somebody, with someone, with something. For example, we are talking about the environmentalism these days. So instead of cutting the trees, so when we see they cut a tree, we take a piece of paper and write, "Don't cut the tree." Not realizing that where you get paper in order to post that sign there. So instead of saying that "don't cut tree," if you say that if you want to breathe quality of air, your lung is not inside you, your lung is somewhere on that tree. Because you can breathe well because there is a tree which can release oxygen for us. So our lung is, interconnected with the trees, with the greeneries. So therefore, everything is not only human beings, it is also the things, also nature is interconnected with us. So once you realize that we are not only the one, we are not only us, we are not only one who living or who is the owner of this planet, then suddenly you have to think, how do you behave, it is truly matter. That is a Bhagavato. That is what we say that praising to the Buddha is not praising, it is really reflecting. It is an introspective of yourself. How do you look? How do you understand yourself amidst all these things around you? That is a Bhagavato. Arahato. Arahato basically means Ari means the enemy, Hata means the savior, killing. So we say that the killing the what? Killing the mental defilements. What are the mental defilements? Greed, hatred, ignorance, and all those mental defilements has to be severe, has to be wiped out. But what does it mean? The purity here. It means that when you realize that you are interconnected, you are interdependent with other beings, other self, other people, other society, then what it is saying that you have to really manage, you have to curb your mental defilements. You have to manage your kilesa. That is lobha, dvesa, moha. That is greed, hatred, illusion, or ignorance. So because of these mental defilements, make you behave berserk, make you behave that you are somebody, make you behave that you are taking more than what you should do. So therefore, basically what you need is that once you realize that you are interdependent, suddenly there is a cause for you to really manage yourself from these mental defilements. So that is arahato. And then once you are really introspective, once you cultivate that sort of a quality within yourself, and it is not based on developing that quality by listening to a monk, by listening to the Buddha, or something not like that. It is a Samma Sambuddho, Samma Sambuddhassa. Samma means that calming, means quietening. Sam means that by yourself. Buddha means that learn or knowing by yourself. So all those knowledge of being interdependent, knowledge of managing your kilesa, mental defilements, should be grounded on your direct experience, which leads to the calming or eliminating the samma of those problem, of those mental defilements. Okay, you see, I'm not changing, I'm not saying anything, from the time of the Buddha. 2000 years ago, we have been chanting Namo Tassa Bhagavato Arahato Samma Sambuddhassa. But before this 21st century, a lot of people, a lot of texts we read saying that we pray to the Buddha. Although we know that the Buddha is not answering that prayer, there is no way that the Buddha is answering your request. Buddha says that if you want to see the Buddha, you have to see the Dhamma. Once you realize the Dhamma, then the Buddha will appear there when you see the Buddha, when you see the Dhamma. So seeing the Dhamma, understanding Dhamma is same as the seeing the Buddha. So Buddha is not as a Princidartha. Buddha means that acknowledgement. Buddha means that enlightenment. Buddha means that understanding. Understanding what? Understanding yourself towards others in a way how you manage you and yourself to be able to live harmoniously. So, if you look at the word Namo Tassa, I can just summarize very easily that is a very word. The one is that Buddhism is teaching about who you are. You have to really ask. You have to really define who you are. In the basis of where you live, in the basis of your society, in the basis of other people. And the Buddhist point is that you have to balance you and others to be able to be happy, able to be at peace, able to be a balance. And that is all about Buddhism. So this is a practice of Buddhism in 21st century, I would say. Because 21st century, we emphasize in the science. 21st century, we emphasize on this kind of rationality. 21st century, we are talking about this technology, which is based on, again, rationality. So, in order to go with that rhythm, the practice of Buddhism has to be in the same wavelength. But this wavelength is not we are kind of transforming, we are changing, we are adding, nothing. It has been, those kind of teaching has been presented in that same way even the time of the Buddha. But somehow, different period of time, we have a different priorities. And suddenly, those teachings were emphasized in terms of a religious aspect. But in this 21st century, we are talking about many people who doesn't believe in religion. Many youngsters, many new generations, what they call this, Y Zen or kind of alpha and beta generations, they are not taking religion as we used to take it. They are questioning religions. And amidst this questioning of those religions, that include Buddhism as well. Why you do that? Why you do this? If you look at all the rituals, people is asking why you have to do this. What does it really mean? Why you have to bow down? Why you have to burn incense? Why you have to burn the candle and light the candle lights, so and so. So, if you really want to practice Buddhism in this 21st century, amidst all this inquisitive mind, we have to come up with these answers which can really please them. And those answers is not kind of altered just to fit, just to able to suitable for those questioners, but it has to be what we call is eternal. It has to be what we call is noble. Just as we said, Swakhato Bhagavata Dhammo Sandetiko Akaliko Ehipasiko Opanahiko Pachatang Veditabo Vinyohiti. What does it mean? Generally, we say that there is a 6 character or the 6 aspect of the Dharma. Swakhato Bhagavata Dhamma. Dhamma which is intended to teach in order to eliminate the suffering. You see, we are talking about happiness here. Eliminate the suffering. It has a character. It needs to have 5 different characters. One is what? Sanditiko. You have to see for yourself. It's not something that you heard. It's not something that you read about. But you have to see for yourself. You have to understand it's a self-realization. You see? We cut off all the crap there. It's become something, it's a direct you. I have to realize by myself. It's a self-realization. That is a sanditiko. And it has a akaliko. The things we are talking about, what you call Dhamma, it has a nature of what you call it, beyond the time frame. Akaliko. Kala means a time. There's a no time. It has a no time. But no time doesn't mean that a time like we are thinking from this watch or, the day and night. The time here is a more kind of a philosophical idea, I would say. What do we mean by no time? If I ask the audience here, devotees here, our venerable here, how long it would take you to sit here in front of your computer? Of course, many might think that you have been sitting here from the morning. Somebody says that an hour and so and so. So if your answer is that, I would say that your priority is the past. You are not at the present, because you are thinking about how long you have been. But I'm saying that how long it takes you to sit here, which simply means that it doesn't take any time because you are already sitting. So that is a present moment, here and now. So when we think of I'm sitting, it's already become a past, you see, a kaliko. So the whole idea is that when I am speaking, I know every phrase, I know every word, which is, intentionally I'm talking about it. I'm uttering from my mouth. That is the very moment. That is a very moment that you are able to know about your thought. You are able to know about your every speech, every utterance. You are able to know about every actions you are expressing through your body. That is the here and now, akaliko. So this Buddhist teaching, it is so rational, so scientific that we are talking about here and now, akaliko. As we are talking about here and now, it is a self-realization. That's why we say, ehi pasiko, ehi means come. Pasiko, look at it. So we can show them that what it is. We can debate. We can really challenge about those teaching, those practice. So that is ehi pasiko, because we are not talking about something about belief system. We are not talking about something unknown. We are talking about something here and now that everyone can see for themselves. So that's why we are never afraid of getting challenged. We are always open to challenge. Ehi pasiko. But if we end up challenging, debating, philosophical debate and so, the Buddhism will be just mere philosophy. Buddha says that Buddhist teachings are not a mere philosophy. You can use it as a philosophy, of course, but it is not a mere philosophy. It has to be opanayiko. What is opanayiko? All those facts, all those teaching can be pragmatic. It is a pragmatic. It is a practicable. So whatever we are talking, whatever I am talking at the moment throughout this few minutes has to be something we can practice. That is a practice of Buddhism. So, open ego, not only a philosophy, but it has to be a way of life. It has to be something we practice in our daily life. Open ego. Once you practice, Pachatang veditabo vinyuhi, you will know for yourself what it is. So, Buddhism is not answering for your praying, but it is saying that you have to take in actions of all those teachings and prove for yourself. Once you have proved for yourself, you will know what is the result and what is a feeling you are getting. It is a suffering or happiness, or how do you get out of suffering, and so on. So from this point of view, you will see that Buddhism, the practicing Buddhism, even in the first century, even in the 21st century, it doesn't make any differences. We are talking about the same phrase, same teaching, same word, but we have to have a more kind of a wide open way of looking at those teachings from the 21st century lens. Because the way we think this 21st century is very altered by the science and rationality as we have been living, we have been educating. And if we use the science and rationality as our lens to look at the Buddhism, will there be any impact on Buddhism? I would say that none at all. Buddhism is akaligo. Buddhism is beyond those dogmatic idea aspect. So therefore, in order to practice Buddhism, I would say that you have to look at yourself. And then in the modern world of 21st century, the world has been changing. World is what you call is disrupted. And then from disrupted world, these days in the modern management, modern kind of management world, they use the word VUCA. VUCA means that things are always in volatility. Things are always uncertainty. Things are in complexity, and things are ambiguity. They got this word, this foreword, from the nature of the war when the Americans was doing war in the Middle East. The situation at the time is always volatility, uncertainty, complexity, and ambiguity. And suddenly this foreword is a kind of that's a plan, the military plan to be ready for the whatever situation it's come during the war. And at that time, it was very, very active, very, very effective idea. So the business world suddenly borrowed this VUCA from the military situation and then trying to define the business world from this foreword. And we can see that this foreword becomes suddenly very important way of thinking the modern world of 21st century. If we compare to the older century, 20th century or 19th century, you will see that things are SCSC. We are always think of stability. We want to, like for example, in Thailand, everyone to become to be a government civil servant because they think that once you become a government civil servant, your job is stable. Your job is certain. The government wouldn't fire you, like a private business, something like that. So therefore, we are always thinking about stability, certainty, simplicity, and clarity. That was the old kind of centuries. But this 21st century, we are talking about the volatility, we are talking about uncertainty, we are talking about the complexity, and we are talking about the ambiguity. The old way of thinking, we live always in the comfort. But at the moment, things are never certain. So therefore, we are always living in uncertainty, always living in a discomfort. And that's why Buddhism is so relevant in this 21st century. This is the definition of 21st century from business world, from management world, from administration world. And when we look back at the Buddhism, Buddhism is exactly the teaching how to live your life in discomfort, how to live your life in the suffering world, in the discomforting world. And so how do you do that? They say that in order to get rid from those VUCA world as a problem, so what is the solution? Solution is a vision. You need to have a samadhi. You need to have a panya, the wisdom. You need to have a good thinking, good vision. You need to have understanding, samma sankappa. You need to have a way of how do you collect ideas and understand those things. We need to have a clarity. You need to have a panya, the samadhi there. And you need to have an agility, the galvirya, the tolerance, the able to accept the things, not only give up very quickly. So all those teachings, the ditti, the sankappa, the panya, the khanti, all those are the Buddhist teaching in order to survive yourself amidst this VUCA world in this 21st century. If we look at this foreword, which came out from the Middle East, came out after war in the Middle East, but in Buddhism over 2,500 years ago, it has been defined the world in the same very similar way. For the volatility, the word is upada vaya pavattito. The things are nature to be arise is always nature to extinct. That is a volatility. Viparinamato, the things are changing all the time. It is uncertainty. Complexity, tavakalikato, the things are always, no, you can't be like this and like that. The complexity is there. Nityapati kapeto, means that it's always in, always, Nitya is always, Pati is against kapeto. You can't really decide what is going to be. So these nature, which VUCA world find it, actually Buddhism has been teaching this idea that this is a nature of what he calls anicca. This is a nature of impermanent. So once you know that the 21st century is impermanent, so what you do? Basically, you have to sometime always realize where you're standing in. So simply, if you know where you're standing in, you will know that you are Bhagavato, you are part and parcel. So once you are part and parcel, what he has said, you need to have a compassion. So you can't work with the only passion, but you have to have a common passion because you are living with others. The priority is a common passion or compassion instead of a self-passion. And those compassion need to be grounded on a rationality, need to be grounded on what you call is wisdom, of self-understanding, seeing as it is. We call vipassana. We always use the word vipassana. But if I tell you what does vipassana really means, you'll be shocked. Vipassana is not only kind of a meditation. Passana means that seeing. Vi means that extraordinary. So if you let me translate vipassana in a new way, I would say that it is an X-ray way of seeing. X-ray way of seeing. You can see through it. Inside, you can see through it. So once you can see through it, there is no such thing as paper. Paper suddenly can be something like what you call as cloud, I guess. Because without cloud, there wouldn't be any rain. Without any rain, there wouldn't be any trees. And without trees, you wouldn't have a paper. So in a single piece of paper, there is a whole dharma within that paper. So in order to practice Buddhism in the 21st century, it is a smart Buddhism, you need that. It is something that we are talking about the Buddhism as a philosophy, Buddhism as a psychology, Buddhism as a, I don't know, how you want to define within this modern changing world. And if you understand that, there Buddhism comes. When things are very stressful, when things are not going as you wish, Buddhism will be there for you. So that's why these days the practice of Buddhism is not only limited in the monastery. In this 21st century, you have seen the lay movement. We have seen the Goenka, you have seen so many lay teachers teaching meditation, setting up the meditation center, and so and so. And it is not something that Buddhism saying that this is a bad or something. Buddhism is accepting. Buddhism is very evolving, and according to the age, according to the centuries after centuries. But the whole idea of Buddhism, as I said, that Buddhism teach us to understand yourself. Buddhism teach us to understand our surroundings. And Buddhism teach us how do you put yourself amidst all those surroundings, amidst the society, by your own experience. So that's why in order to practice Buddhism at the moment, this moment, you have to sometimes change the way of your looking at Buddhism, learning Buddhism in a new way. For example, in order to understand yourself, how do you understand yourself? This is a simple idea I gave it. Human. What do you mean human? Human means that I would say it is a panchaskanda. The kanda. The kanda is what? 5. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankhara, Vijnana. And if I put in the English, this is what become human, you see. H is a hard disk, Sanya. Understand is a Vedana. Matter is a Rupa. Awareness is a Vijnana. And N is a Sankhara. And when these 5 khandas, the 5 aggregates, combine together, a life form. So therefore, whatever change is going on, whatever technology is taking, we have to start there. And then when the life forms, how do you maintain that very life in a more subtle, more calming, more peaceful, more happiness? And that is how do you practice Buddhism in this, time of this changing. We are talking about Buddhism, this 21st century, about mindfulness. It is become a universal mantra. In the West, the mindfulness has been developed to be another great religion by itself these days. Buddhism is not concerned, but mindfulness become very subject. And then they never credited Buddhism. They say that it is an age-old idea or wisdom from the 2,500 years ago. But everyone knows that is about Buddhism. So, this is the simple idea of what mindful is. Moment-to-moment attention in the here and now, non-judgmental attitude, detached from unhelpful thoughts, forgive and to be grateful, unconditional acceptance, learn with a beginner's mind. So, having said that, if you want to practice Buddhism in the 21st century, I will end up with these 3 words. Sympathy, that is a sila. Spirituality, that is a samadhi. And sustainability, that is a panya. And that is the whole essence, heart of Buddhism. And this is how you practice Buddhism in this 21st century. Thank you.
Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. Thank you, Venerable Dr. Pranil, for the sympathy, spirituality, and sustainability. This is really a very good reminder for us on how to practice the Dhamma in VUCA world, and more importantly, how to live and accept your life in discomfort, in suffering, and understand ourselves. Dear Venerable Mahasangha Dhamma brothers and sisters, we hope you have benefited from today's forum. May we now invite the driving force behind this International Buddhist Forum, Secretary of the Buddhist Union, Chairperson of Dhamma Dutta Standing Committee of the World's Fellowship Buddhists, Mr. G.S. Tan. Mr. G.S. Tan, please.
Venerable Mahasangha, brothers and sisters in the Dhamma, a very good evening. I'm sure today we have a very fruitful day, learning the various ways to achieve happiness. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Venerable and our eminent speaker to give us vital point on how we could walk the path to happiness. I would like to take this opportunity to thank our President, Venerable Sik Pao Tong, the Executive Council member of the World Fellowship of Buddhists, for giving me all the support in organizing this online forum. Brother and sister, our journey towards the path of happiness will begin today. I would like to thank all of those who watch us through the Zoom, Facebook, and YouTube. A very big thank you. Thank you, everybody. May the blessing of the Buddha be with you. Thank you.
Yes, a big round of applause for Mr. GS Time, please. A lot of hard work. How lovely. Thank you. And dear Venerable Mahasangha, Dhamma brothers and sisters, as we bring our forum to a close, once again, we would like to express our heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished venerables and Dhamma speakers for the inspiring and informative discussion and Dhamma sharing with us. We also like to thank you for joining us today, for your time online, whether you are via Zoom, via Facebook or YouTube. This forum has given us much clearer understanding on how we can achieve happiness by following the path of the Lord Buddha. And the recording of today's forum will be made to you available on our Buddhist Union YouTube and Facebook. Do check it out. We wish all of you and your loved ones good health, peace, and continued success in your practice. Put in the right effort with right view and walk on the right path towards happiness. And may the Dhamma increasingly infuse your life, and may you have all the good conditions to practice towards awakening and final liberation, Nibbana. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu. A big round of applause for everyone. Thank you.
Shave, Ah